on today's agenda and the retreat and setup. But I also want to thank Krista in our office and our IT staff who've done a great job. And I know the city clerk's office has helped as well. But Tim's going to run us through the agenda. Sorry, some jitters. Just like we're going to do a sound check for Rita. Rita, can you hear us?
Yes, it's kind of garbled, but only if one person's speaking. I think it's okay.
Okay, thank you.
Great, so thanks everyone. I just want to quickly go over a few logistics before we start. So first, thanks to our host, Cross Purpose. There will be food during the day. So in the morning we have bagels and such that are out right now. We'll keep them out. There'll be water and reusable cups. And so there's also a water fountain out there if we run out of water in here. Lunch will be served around 11:30. There'll also be some snacks in the afternoon. The bathrooms are kind of in the middle towards the beginning. There is Wi-Fi, the code and the Wi-Fi password are over there. We do have a lot that we'll be doing today. In front of you, you should have a schedule for the day. The packet is electronic and we'll be going through the PowerPoint. So we're going to start with a welcome and Nick Kittle, who facilitated this retreat last year for those of you who were here. So Nick, I think, spent 17 years working in local government. He was a public works director in a large city in Colorado. He was one of the pioneers in terms of creating innovation teams in city governments, mostly in Colorado. And then for the last several years, he's been running a company called Sustainnovation, where he goes around the country, maybe a little bit, almost, yeah. And basically does all kinds of workshops, helps local governments through some challenges, was doing some work in California recently. So he'll be facilitating this today. The morning will be mostly a team building and governance model discussion and workshop that Nick will oversee. We'll take a bit of a break at lunchtime for you to obviously eat lunch, take a break, do whatever you need to do. And then in the afternoon, I will be going over our 2022 strategic plan, what we've accomplished to date, some things that were left. And then members of our leadership team are going to be going over possible changes to the strategic plan. We'll take a break in the afternoon and Nick will help us do a wrap up. And so the ideas that we'll come out of today with, we'll get your direction from council on some changes you would like to make on the strategic plan. And then in late February or early March, we'll bring it back to you for you to review and eventually vote on. So that's the day. Does anybody have any questions before I turn it over to Nick? Great. Good. You're up.
Thanks, Tim. Appreciate that. Good to see you all again. For those of you that I've seen before, it's great to see you all. And thanks for spending your time with us today. I really appreciate that. I know it's a commitment to be here on a Saturday, but we're going to do some important work. Hopefully have a little fun while we do it. That's the game plan. I like to keep things a little weird out of the gate. If you didn't learn that from last year, that's my style. And we're going to have a little fun right out of the gate today. What I'd love for us to do is play a little game of rock, paper, scissors. If you're familiar with that game, with a twist on the rules here. So the only twist is we're going to do a best of 3 with the person next to you. So we're going to partner up with the person next to you, do a best of 3. And the way we do it is 1, 2, 3, go. 1, 2, 3, go. Does anybody not know how to play rock, paper, scissors? I thought that was like for granted. Okay, sure. So the way that it works is rock beats scissors, scissors beats paper, and paper beats rock. That's it. And so we go through and we do that and we say what it is and somebody wins, somebody loses, and we do a best out of 3. Here's the catch. Here's what's different about this one is the person that beats you then becomes your champion. So your job is to cheer for them loudly as they take on the next person. So the idea is by the time we're done, we're going to end up with 2 people, hopefully with a half a room behind them each, cheering on their champion and see who wins this thing. So we know who is that Rochambeau champion. Now, Jim might be the interesting victor because he's the first timer out of the gate here. So Jim might crush everybody. So fair warning on that one, but that's what we're going to do to kind of kick it off for a second here. So if we could partner up for a second, best out of 3, then we'll move to the next round. And then for the last round, we'll get our final 2 champions up here and we'll cheer them up. But you have to champion. We got a camp right here. Who needs our next? There we go. Here's the next one. What, Carol? Yeah, I thought it was.
Exactly.
Jim, your first time out during the finals. I mean, come on. This is like your sport, man. Congratulations, Mayor. This was not rigged. The same Mayor's victor. Thank you. That was a lot of fun, hopefully, too. Just a fun way to kind of kick things off. What I love about this exercise, though, is it reminds us that sometimes things don't go our way, but we got to get on board anyways. We got to cheer our champions. And that's part of what we have to do sometimes. So I like this. Hopefully it was a little bit of fun and kicking things off. With that said, I'd like to just tell you a quick story about my hometown. So my hometown is Bellflower, Illinois. I grew up in the sticks of Illinois, basically, and my dad was a farmer, so we spent a lot of time in a little tiny town, population 400 at the time. You can see that the population has boomed to 408. But what I remember about this town and growing up here, basically the middle of nowhere, was that you only had to dial 4 numbers in town to get anybody. So I had my rotary phone, and you dial 4 numbers to get anybody. And I remember my best friend's number was 3210. And I remember that because it was a lady who would connect your calls. We had a switchboard lady who would actually physically connect your calls in town. And she would occasionally listen in on your phone calls. That was part of it, but you didn't want to tick her off because she also ran the general store and the post office. So she'd listen in, you didn't want to tick her off because then you wouldn't get your peanut M&Ms, and that's no good when you don't get that. You want to guess what her name was? Karen. I'm just kidding. It was Shirley. I'm just kidding. It was Shirley, but fella. The other thing about my hometown was we had the best fireworks display for counties around. So the entire town budget went to fireworks, and that's basically what it was all about in our hometown was fireworks displays, and everybody from 30 miles around would come to our fireworks display. So it was this massive event, and the sheriff would take on the police, and they had these events. Everybody loved it, and it was a great time. And then I remember when I was 6 years old that the volunteer fire department would light off the dud fireworks the next day in the grade school. And then they would drink, and then they lit our grade school on fire as they were lighting off the fireworks, and it burned to the ground. And that's no joke. Everybody in town got their lawn chairs up, and we all sat there and watched the grade school burn to the ground. Mrs. Sprout baked pies. It was a nice sort of experience. Everybody in the town was real close to each other. The other thing I remember about my hometown is that everybody would go out and change the number on the sign. So you'd literally go out, and once a month, everybody was invited. When somebody was born or somebody passed away, you could go out and we'd change the number on the sign. And everybody would do that. And as I said, the population was 400 back in 1978. And now it's burgeoned to 408. They're doing well, bustling metropolis of Bellflower, Illinois. But jokes aside, you'll also notice something else about this sign, hopefully. If you take a look at it, it's the home of nothing. That's the truth about my hometown, is it never became the home of anything. And when we think about our communities, that's why Bellflower never went anywhere. They had some things going for it, but they never capitalized. They never knew where they wanted to go. And that's part of what we've got to do, is identify what it is our community stands for and who it is we want our community to represent, what it looks like, how we're going to deliver service and all that. So the fun part about this is hopefully we know what it is we want to be the home of. And that's part of what today's about, is understanding how we're going to go about making this the home that we want to see it be. Because my hometown never became anything. So if you're ever back in that neck of the woods, I would recommend Mansfield or Rantoul as opposed to Bellflower, Illinois, if you're looking for a great place to stay, okay? But just wanted to. What's that? It is now. Yeah, and when I'm the most exciting thing that came out of the community, we are losing. Okay, so we can do better is all I'm getting at there. And I know we're responsible for running this community. So I just want to ask a couple questions real quick. Do we know success or failure when we see it? Do we know something successful or a failure when we see it? So what I'd like for us to do here for a second is, if you think what I'm going to show you is a success, give me a thumbs up. And if you think it's a failure, give me a thumbs down. Okay, let's try it out for a second. Betamax. Okay, thumbs up, thumbs down. Like 2, 3, 4. Gotta get a couple thumbs up.
So am I making a decision based on when Betamax first came out, or? Right.
Success or failure? I'm asking the question. Let's not try and give side thumbs. But you're saying thumbs up. Thumbs up, okay. And for those of us that don't know what this is, does everybody know, like this, I've had to do this a couple times and they're like, yeah, like, that's what sure about that. This was VHS's predecessor, was Beta. Yeah, no. Okay, so, like VHS tapes back in the day, this, and this was the other competitor of the VCR, was Betamax. Now, the funny part about Betamax, as a matter of fact, was it was a better technology. It was a superior technology to VHS. The thing that they didn't do was they refused to license out the product to others, whereas that's what VHS did, was they licensed it out to anybody. So anybody could construct it, and by then, people stopped using Betamax. My mom, to this day, and this is no joke, has a wall of Betamax that she's got, and probably the only Betamax player left. But she's got a wall of these things, she refuses to give it up. Success or failure? It was a better technology that lost out. But most of the room are about 50-50 on this. Well, let's try another one out here. MySpace. What do you think? Success or failure? Okay. We're looking 50-50 on this one too. Okay, interesting. We were all friends with Tom back in the day at one point. Were we? We had Tom as a friend, right? What's that?
I said, yeah, that guy, I remember.
Everybody had this, like, I feel like I'd recognize him walking down the street and he'd be creeped out by it. I'd be like, dude, we're friends. I'm friends with everyone. Got enough. How about this one? The Segway. Thumbs up, thumbs down. Okay, mostly thumbs up on this one. Mostly thumbs up on this one. You know, when I traveled to Chicago recently, they still have police officers in the downtown that use the Segway to get around. And I got to tell you, after Paul Blart Mall, it's really hard to take him serious. But you know, in the early 2000s, in the late 90s, this was going to be the solution to the last mile. This was what was going to replace. So when we got off a bus, there was going to be Segways that we could use to get home, and that it was going to be, we all had a Segway in every single house. That was the vision that just never came to be.
Now it's scooters.
Now it's, and let's park those wherever we want, right?
They do.
Isn't that how we do scooters? I mean, yeah, park it wherever we want. How about TiVo? Thumbs up or thumbs down? More thumbs down than thumbs up on this one. More thumbs down than thumbs up. It's interesting because this one's a verb that we use. I TiVoed that. Anybody got a TiVo? We all have that.
4K little rumble that they came out with. It's extreme. I love it. I think it's
It's the thumbs up. It's like a big thumbs up. That's why you were giving like a big thumbs up. I like it. This is an interesting one. So it's a verb that we use, but most everybody in here has got a DVR. That's what you use for it, which is interesting to think about too, because it was named one of the most important technologies that's come out in the last decade for marriages. Was the DVR. Because people can record shows. They took a look at all these different types of technology and said, which of these has improved your marriage? And this was number one on the list, was the DVR. Now, in this case, it's the opposite, which is they actually owned the patents. TiVo could have chased everybody out of the market. They could have owned this entire market, but they were too kind with how they leased out their technology and ended up getting beat out by the DVR. So kind of the opposite story of what happened with Betamax. This is what happens when you're a business and you're maybe a little too kind with how you go about it. How about the BlackBerry? Thumbs up, thumbs down.
You know, that's.
20, you know, it's a mix, right? 2011, the most prolific electronic device available. The peak of the Crackberry was 2011. In 2021, they sent the last BlackBerry message. The network is no longer there. Here it is, a device that every single person had at one point, at least if you were important, you had, and if you weren't, you had a Palm Pilot. Right? Remember that? Like, you're like, oh man, what's that, a BlackBerry? Like, no, it's a Palm Pilot. I don't want to talk about it. Success or failure. Right? And how about this one? Napster. Okay, wow, it's a mixed room on this one too. Interesting. So, and again, let me provide some context in case we don't know. Napster was the original sort of streaming service. You could pirate music, rip it off, and I remember it would take, you know, I'm probably doing something illegal by confessing, but yes, I pirated music back in the day. But it took days. Remember, it took like 2 days to go ahead and like download one song. You were so pumped when you got it, and then you didn't know what to do with it, so you listened to it on your computer. At any rate, Napster, it's bankrupt, but fundamentally changed the way the music industry works. That's why we stream music today. So interesting, right? Here's this bankrupt company, but a lot of us feel like it's a pretty big success because it changed the way we do just about everything. How about AOL? Thumbs up or thumbs down? Okay, mostly thumbs up on this one. Interesting story about AOL. AOL is the reason that CDs and then DVDs became the way that we consume media, because the CDs were produced in the millions for AOL in order to install their software. So they single-handedly created the CD industry and propped it up when nobody else was. That's why we stream that way. And then that's why DVDs became standard, because the CD trays were fitted to a certain size. They were already built into the computers, but AOL basically created CDs and DVDs as the way we consume them. What I do know is that I have an MSN personal email address. That's right. Which means I get what Cheryl's doing to me right now, which is a giggle and a laugh. Chelsea's doing it too. But when you tell somebody like what it is, you know, and they're like, oh, can you please tell me your email address? And I say, oh, it's KittleNT@MSN. And then people always look up like, and then they go back to writing. You get the moment of judgment. The only judgment that comes heavier than my MSN address is your AOL address. Okay, so just know that, like, you're getting judged too if you got your AOL stuff.
I have a Gmail.
You got what?
Gmail.
Oh, no.
Anybody else with Netscape Navigator over here? It's a confessional, isn't it? It's a little bit of like sort of your email address. I'm never giving it up. But you get like 1,000 spam messages now. It's just basically like a spam filter is all it is, right? Interesting one, right? How about the QR code? Success or failure? Almost universally successful around the room here. In fact, I didn't see a thumbs down, as a matter of fact. So let's consider the story of the QR code for a second. In the 1960s, it was introduced by Toyota. Toyota Production Systems introduced this to maintain inventory tracking. So this is how they track their inventory. In the 1970s, they tried to introduce this as the original UPC code. So on the back of a package, when you scan it at a grocery store, the original one was going to be a QR code. UPC symbols ended up beating out the QR code, so it didn't catch on then. So there was that resurgence in the 80s where they tried to make it come. It didn't work then. In the 90s, there was another effort to launch it. In the early 2000s, maybe you remember, it caught on in a big way, and all of a sudden people started putting QR codes on stuff, and it had their signature or whatever that looked like. It's just your phone couldn't consume it, so it was still a pain to use a QR code. So my point here is all it took was 60 years and a global pandemic for it to catch on. And we all consider it to be a success. If I told you it took 60 years to do something, and for probably the majority of that time, you wouldn't think of it as successful. If I asked this question in the 90s, you'd be like, what's a QR code? And yet here it is, the way that we do everything today. It's certainly a commonly accepted form of doing stuff. My point here is we don't always know what's a success or what's a failure in the moment. It depends on perspective and time. And that's a lot like running a community. We don't know that the decisions we make today, what they're going to be in 30 to 50 years from now, but that's what we're trying to do. What's the metric of success? It depends, perspective and time. So just want to share some of those stories because sometimes it seems obvious and maybe it's not as obvious as we'd like it to be. With that said, so as we mentioned, we're going to do a little bit of team building here beyond the rock, paper, scissors contest, because I know everybody feels like that was rigged now, that mayor won. But we're going to do that, and we're going to introduce a couple of different governance models as well. And I just want to expose you to them and then hopefully have a little bit of guided conversation about where you weigh in on it. So that's the intent of this. With the team building exercise right out of the gate here, I am going to go ahead and hand out some pieces to a puzzle. So what I've got here is I've got 4 puzzles in this box. There are 2 identical sets of puzzles. So 2 of these puzzles match 2 other puzzles. So you'll be producing 2 identical puzzles. Now, when I do this in my workshops, what's fun about this one is I know that within 8 minutes, 50% of the people can finish all 4 puzzles and 50% of the people can't. I'd like to see how we do as a team here, the whole room. Can we produce all 4 puzzles in less than 8 minutes? So I'm going to hand out these puzzle pieces randomly. We're going to go ahead and do a little bit of that here. Give you the missing pieces. There we go. Right there.
Page 4 over 5. Oh,
I'm just gonna give you my piece.
yeah. That might be the best method. Give them all the.
Few letters off the back.
I have 3 colors.
Pre-solved. I like this team just got to work, like we're putting this together, right? So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna set the clock for 8 minutes. We'll discuss it here, okay? Can you put this together, all 4 puzzles, 8 minutes? The box is over here, should you need it. Hint. And we'll go. 8 minutes and start. I got one.
Doing dots on the back over here. Dots on the back. Solid.
And then we're doing regular, like solid in the middle.
They're solid. Go dots. Then you get must be puzzles with no dots. Are you serious?
I think it's
Yes. Yeah.
That's what we do today.
Yeah, we're trying to get some.
Yeah, everybody. Oh, there's more dollars.
All theirs are polka dots.
Yes. Take the box and it's over there, but separate two pieces is actually.
Good topics. Right here, got it. That's what I'm about.
Here's what you're making.
There you go.
Think they're done.
Oh, my. Wow. Our best. I'll go over there and make it.
See this? Yeah, that's nice.
Two for each side.
Or it's left.
They're all day.
And,
She's got a method.
yeah.
My son, it's almost like.
Oh, so close. We have the 8 minutes.
I think- Yeah.
Once you got this piece off, it gets a lot better.
Yeah.
There you go. Did it? Wow.
How many?
You're looking at basically 4 minutes and 2 seconds. That's the fastest I've ever seen it done, and that's no joke. Out of 88 times it's been done, that was the fastest.
3 posters.
You set a standard. You set a standard that now I'm going to embarrass other communities with, so thank you for doing that. I will take this to, what's next? Minnesota, I'll take us to Minnesota and we'll see how they line it out there. Let's talk about this for a second. What was the thing that sort of was the breakthrough for you? How did you do this so quickly? How did you do it so quickly?
The first of the backs.
Yeah, recognizing that there's 2 backs to this puzzle, which very few crews do. Every successful one, almost except for maybe one exception, figured out that the backs have different pieces. But usually it's much later into the process. Usually it's not right out of the gate. Which you figured out right.
Everybody did, he did, we did, they did,
Yep,
I mean, every group.
that was like immediate, which most people don't seem to figure out for some reason. So that's fantastic. What else did you learn as you kind of put these together? What else sped it up for you, made it work for you?
Split the groups up. So we split the groups up and then from there, try to identify duplicates.
That was a good
Having
idea.
a picture.
Right, getting the picture out. Because it was, you know, if you're just looking at the bottom here, but then you figured out that there's these inserts in here that also are the other puzzle as well. So once you had both of the roadmaps for you, a lot easier to do it. Not unlike a strategic plan. We have a roadmap to work off, it gets a heck of a lot easier to put the pieces in the right place for us. What else was a challenge in terms of getting this put together? What else sort of maybe held us back a little bit?
Too many hands.
Yeah,
too many hands, yeah.
Cooks in the kitchen, a little bit, right? We got so many different people trying to do so much. And I noticed that several of us at one point just took a step back and said, you know what, this isn't my moment to jump in here. I'm not the puzzle person. That's not what I do. So I'm gonna let you do what you do. And that's true for what we all have to do as well, isn't it? Sometimes it's our role to step in and play a bigger role in a situation. Sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's our role to take a step back and let somebody else take a lead.
Yeah, Jim, you did that, but you took the pieces with you.
And that's sabotage. Absolutely. Yeah, you know, I've never seen it come together this quickly before. I'm really, really impressed with you all. Great communication. I think one of the other things is when you got those pieces sorted out, and you got those into 2 separate stacks, then you could actually have more effective teams tackling those. And I heard somebody make a joke, and I'm not sure who made the joke, but it was somebody was talking about they know people who do a lot of puzzles. And I was in Shawnee, Kansas, And there was a lady in the room who was actually a champion puzzle maker. Like she was a champion, I've never heard of such a thing, but she was a champion puzzle person. And so everybody in the room literally just put all the stack in front of her and all walked away and sat down, which destroyed the lesson I was after for the day. You know, we're just gonna let her do the work. And she did. She crushed it. She was one of the teams that ended up finishing, totally destroyed the point I was after. But that is the fastest time I've ever seen. You just set a record and congratulations. Nice work, everybody. Yeah. And who doesn't love to start the day with like a little Finding Nemo action? You know, I mean, come on, it's puzzles and a good time. And so now we get into the serious stuff. Hopefully we'll have a little fun with this as well. I'd like to talk about governance for a second, some of the different governance models, maybe some things to just consider. I'm going to introduce a couple of models, and my intent with this is to just make you aware of them and then hopefully have a little discussion around these models. My intent here is to have a big section of that discussion be here, but I'd also like for our directors to participate when we get into the discussion phase as well, just because this is a really excellent opportunity for us to make sure that we're communicating about how we view things. And if we understand where we're coming from, it makes it a lot easier to engage. So one of these is the Carver governance model. Have you heard of this before? Has anybody heard of Carver governance before? Okay. This is probably 8 hours in and of itself as a workshop. If you've ever done it, it's a pretty big thing, but this is a method used by a lot of governments as well as nonprofits. And the intent here is to kind of clarify the roles of how the different organizations operate. So what happens on an organizational level, what happens at the executive level, and what happens with the directors, with the board of directors. In this case, you all, the council. And so how we operate as a team. Probably the biggest takeaway is the first line out of this. The biggest takeaway for this in the Carver governance model is that the board's goal is to focus on the ends. What is it we would like to see you accomplish? Here's what we're looking for. We're looking for quality of life for our community, or you know, insert whatever that looks like there. But we're looking for sort of that high-end statement and the ends of what you're actually after. The goal then becomes for the organization to figure out how to accomplish that goal for you on your behalf, because you, as the board, are the representatives of the citizens, of our residents. So your role becomes getting their feedback and helping to get their feedback in a way that it can be consumed, and then translate that over into a message that the staff here can then operate on. And that's the intent of that. And so we think of it as a representation of ownership. That's the role of the board in this case, in the Carver governance model. So you are the representation of the owners of the company, which are the residents. Which means that you're a downward representation of ownership, not an upward representation of management. We see the difference. So that's the difference in how that model operates there. The goal is proper empowerment of the organization by defining the results or the ends to be achieved. So again, the goal there is for us to say, here's what we're looking to accomplish. Come back to us with suggestions about how we might go and accomplish this. And then your goal is to rigorously hold the organization accountable for achieving those policies or those ends that you say, I'm interested in achieving. Now, I just want to pause for a second here and see if there's any questions. We'll be able to talk about like feelings, thoughts, the rest of that related to this model. Any points of clarification that we can do. Again, this is, you know, could be an 8-hour course by itself, but feeling okay about how it's being stated and what's being said? Okay. And the goal here in this case, because this board of directors, our council, is delegating that responsibility to the city manager or the executive of the organization. So in a nonprofit, the terminology is obviously different, but in this case, that's the intent is you've stated the ends. Our job as staff in this case is to come back and say, here's how we're going to accomplish that. You say, you know, yes or no, this is a reasonable interpretation of what we're after. And if not, then we provide additional clarification so that we can be clear about how staff is executing on your priorities. And again, it's policy driven. So the goal is for you to define the policies that they're going to go enact for you. Now there's different models. What I like about this model personally is that it helps create clear delineation where sometimes those things can become muddled. And it becomes a challenge because we have a desire as staff to say, here's a recommended policy. Well, that's your decision to make, you know, and vice versa. Here's how we'd like you to accomplish that. Well, hopefully that's staff's decision to make. Your job is to hold them accountable for that. But that's the goal, is accountability and where we transfer accountability from one part to the other. And again, as the board, your job is to be that representative for the ownership of the company, which in this case is our residents. So that's the Carver governance model. And again, we'll have a chance to talk through what works about that for you, what doesn't work about that for you. Do you like it? Do you not like it? That's the conversation we're going to have here in just a minute. A couple other things I'd like to introduce is this one. This is one of my personal favorite models. I was introduced to this by a city manager, and I thought this was a really brilliant representation because I think this works not only for staff, but for you all as well as council members, which is the push and pull of the things we deal with. And there's these really difficult pushes and pulls that we deal with. So one of them is this space of individual rights versus public good. They're at odds with each other sometimes. That becomes a challenge for us because all of a sudden we're sitting here, is this an individual right? Do I have to take away that individual right to create a public good? Does that public good outweigh that individual right? And we've got to do that constantly in terms of evaluating things. Now, when I was a public works director, we had to use eminent domain in order to build a roadway that was going to service tens of thousands of people every day. Now, we had tried everything we could to acquire the land. We'd gone through every single process. I sat down in those homeowners' homes for weeks on end, attempting to get them to work with us on this. At the end of the day, they were never going to sell. That was just the end of the equation. Eminent domain was the option, which I'll say in Colorado Springs is not a good option. Okay, so super popular guy here for a hot second, but that was the nature of it. Public good in this case outweighs your individual right. And I hate that that's the case, but I can't reasonably turn around and say to the people that I'm responsible to, we can't ease traffic in Colorado Springs, period, for hundreds of thousands of people, because I'm going to go ahead and make sure that their dog has a backyard to play in. You know, that's the challenge of it. And I'm keeping it real, but that's the truth of those kinds of difficult decisions. And so in that case, public good had to trump individual rights. Now, there's plenty of cases where individual rights have to trump the public good. But that's the constant balancing act that you all are in, staff is always in. So that's the stuff we're trying to weigh out and figure out as we go through decision making, in my estimation. Again, my model, the reason I'm introducing this is because I believe that this is really useful for kind of weighing things out. The other one is efficiency versus responsiveness. This is an interesting one too, because what's efficient isn't typically the most responsive. And what's responsive is almost certainly never efficient. I can deploy a resource right now immediately to address an issue. Is that the most efficient use? Probably not. Is it responsive? Absolutely. So that's part of the struggle that we deal with as well. As we think here and we talk about the space of individual rights, public good, we also have to balance out efficiency versus responsiveness. And which do we want? And so as staff's probably going to tend to lean towards efficiency. Come back to you with, we're making efficient, use of the resources given. And I would imagine that you as the leaders of the organization are saying that's important to you. It is important for staff to be efficient in how they accomplish these things. Let's recognize that when we put them in a position to be responsive, which is probably something that you're wanting in the moment when dealing with a constituent. You're getting the resident phone call, they're upset about something, they want something to happen, they want it to happen. And I recognize this always now. I don't know if anybody was like, hey, you know what, whenever you get to this, it'd be great. I love that resident. I've never encountered that resident, but I'd love that resident if I met them. And in that case, hey, whenever you get to it, whatever's efficient for you, that'd be great. That's not what it's like. We have to deal with the responsive aspect of that. But what recognize when we pull somebody into a responsive space, we pull them out of an efficiency mode. So all of a sudden, what we're attempting to do on an efficiency ends up getting kneecapped a little bit by our desire to be responsive and vice versa. Our desire to be responsive isn't necessarily efficient. Now, there's some exceptions to this, but this is the way that I kind of see these two sort of playing out against each other. I just want you to have a moment to maybe absorb your thoughts around that and see whether that's something that resonates with you, doesn't resonate with you, and have a conversation here in a minute about where do we fall as a leadership group? Where do we fall in terms of this balance that we have to create? And how do we do a great job of communicating back and forth with each other about what we're doing, when we're doing it, and how we're doing it in terms of balancing this out? Because I think that's really a great space for us to at least consider. The third model that I'd like to introduce for this discussion here is the space of urgent versus important. This is also known as the Eisenhower model. I don't know why, but clearly had something to do with Eisenhower. In this case, it's about recognizing the space sort of urgent versus important in which something is. So for example, when we're dealing with a police phone call, you know, and it's something that's a violent crime, perhaps, we're dealing with that category of both urgent and important. We don't really have we don't have a say in that. That's urgent and important. We've got to deal with it in that category. And so we call that the do category. We're going to go do it right now. It's urgent and important. We've got to get it done. When we have the not important, not urgent category, those are things that we try not to do, generally speaking. If we can avoid those, then we're going to increase our efficiency. The idea would be that we increase our effectiveness or efficiency somewhere else because we're dedicating resources to things that are important or urgent. So when we deal with things that are not important, not urgent, we try to avoid doing those things, generally speaking. And if you think about, you know, a business that you're working in or with, that's true. You know, if you're sitting here telling your boss, I'm doing a lot of unimportant, non-urgent work, they're probably going to have something to say about that. Like, hey, let's focus on what's truly important here. So that's a category. Then there's this urgent but not important category. What the model, the Eisenhower model says is that our goal is to delegate as much of that as we possibly can. So how can we delegate that? Well, you're in a perfect position to be able to delegate that. You turn around to Sean and say, hey, Sean, delegate. There you go. This is the category for you. And Sean starts to figure out what resources need to be put in place in order for that to be successful. And then there's this other category of important but not urgent. And in that case, we have to make decisions. It can be very different and unclear. We have a lot of disagreement in that space. And so that's a lot of the times when we end up disagreeing about certain things, it falls into that important but not urgent category. And I imagine we can think about this with snowstorms. Obviously, we've had a lot of storms here lately. The question is what does a residential street priority look like? You're getting a phone call because there's 6 inches of snow on the ground and the plows haven't come through a neighborhood. But you also know that the plows are out there dealing with priority routes related to safety, making sure people get to hospitals and schools, and those are the priorities. If one of those routes isn't good, that might fall into the urgent and important category. Whereas that residential street, where does that fall? Is it important but not urgent? We also live in Colorado, and most of the time, I think the last month being an exception, the sun comes out and helps us out solve that problem itself. So usually we can let that one slide a little bit. But as we think about these sort of staff things that we've got to deal with in these challenges and the things that you do, if, for example, you had a constituent call up every single one of you, I know that never happens. You never get bombarded with those kinds of moments. But when that does happen, the question is, which of these are we deploying? You know, and we may have a difference of opinions about that too. Mayor may feel very differently than you feel about what the urgency of that situation looks like or the importance of that. So it becomes a communication opportunity for us. And the question is, how do we communicate about this? I feel it's urgent. You feel it's less urgent. What's the conversation we're going to have? How are we going to agree on what that looks like? And again, the goal is to delegate that. If we look at the Carver governance model, our goal is to take something like that in the board and say, here's the policy that we've set related to quality of life. How are you going to go out and make sure that these routes are cleared in a priority order that makes sense? And we're building in the efficiency. And then when we deal with the responsiveness part of this, then it becomes, wait a second, is it really worth pulling a snowplow off of the route to deal with that residential street? And in some cases, that may be the case. But also recognize that we might have several different opinions about what that looks like. Sean's job then becomes to synthesize all of that information, depending on the feedback he's getting, and figure out what that priority looks like. And that's difficult to do. That's difficult to do, and very difficult occasionally for staff to do. So those are the things we're trying to weigh out and just kind of get a baseline and an understanding on. That's the discussion I'd like to have with you. Those are 3 different models and sort of thoughts. As I relate to governments, and I do this work with a lot of elected officials, do this work with a lot of staff as well. These are one of the things that I find create struggles for people because it's not for a lack of desire to support the community. Everybody here is on teaming. That's it. We're all a part of the same team. How do we go about achieving it? Well, we have different means about doing that. And just like that, just like our rock, paper, scissors episode, sometimes we don't get the call that we want, but it's okay for us to get on board the team still and cheer the rest of the champions on. That's okay, even though it didn't go our way this time. So that's what I'd like to have a discussion. And I'd like to have the discussion here, but I'd also like to have the directors involved here a little bit as well after maybe the initial board discussion, because I'd like to hear from you all about some of the things that work for you, don't work for you in this space. And if you don't like what I'm saying, I'm comfortable with that. I want you to push back. It's okay. Say, you know what? I don't believe that this is the right model for us to use. I don't like the way that this is set up. I'm cool with that. But that's the discussion I'd like to have. So what is it that you think the role of council is? And do you agree with the carbon model? Do you think that that's a good way to start, or maybe not so much? Just putting it out there.
I guess I could start off.
Yeah, thanks.
And Rita, feel free to raise your hand as well. I'm watching the board, I'm able to see here. But if we want to go back to the carbon model on the slide.
Yep.
I do agree to it to a certain extent. I was thinking about it while you were talking. I do agree that should be providing the vision for the city and allow the city manager and the directors to run the city to meet those goals. But I also was thinking about specific instances, like let's say that we're thinking about putting in bike lanes within the city. Obviously, being a cyclist, I kind of know exactly where a lot of the cyclists are going, where in the city that we probably need a little bit more focus in terms of bike lanes. So for me there, I probably will kind of put my foot forward and say, hey, I really don't believe this is the best area for it. It really should go here. So I'm kind of getting into the operational aspect of it in a sense. So I can see where there could be instances where I do want to provide my viewpoint, or at least my expertise, I guess, in a sense, into that specific topic. So I may be stepping away from the Carver governance model, but I can see that happening from occasion. But overall, I do agree with the Carver governance model for that aspect. So
I really appreciate that clarification too, because I think what you're bringing up is a great point. You all have areas of expertise as well, and that informs your decision making. And that's where you're saying, I'm a cyclist. I know where some of the gaps are in this, and I'd like to weigh in on what some of that looks like for sure. So appreciate that. That's great. That's a great point.
I think we lose out, and this isn't directly at you. I think we lose out where we are unable to say or recognize that the some of us that we are simply wading in and believe that our sole understanding is the word of the Lord, right? Is our expertise is everything. And we don't recognize that the research and the career long knowledge that these leaders have. I think some of us councils can get blinded, and then they get into the weeds, and then they start telling directors who have, 20 years under their belt how to do X, Y, Z, and that kind of makes me just want to air out. Our expertise is helpful, but it shouldn't be driving everything.
Okay. Fair point.
I agree with the model, and I think this is something that I've worked to get better at the last year about, focusing on this is my vision for the end goal. How can we make that happen? I think something that is a challenge as a council member is that while we are focused on the ends, right, to define in advance what success looks like for our community, our constituents are often coming to us about how they're experiencing the needs.
Yeah.
Right. And
Yeah.
so that's just an inherent challenge of then coming to stop and saying, okay, we have this problem, but trying not to get into the weeds, but acknowledging that you're going to represent constituents. And there's just an inherent challenge right there, which I think we navigate, but that's part of what this is a capture.
Great edit and great comment there. And I think we can come back to that one too, because I think that's one where staff as a team can weigh in a little bit, which is what's the right way to deal with that when they're coming to me with the means. How am I supposed to turn around and communicate those means to you, or the concerns with those means, without getting in the weeds and saying, here's how to do it? I want to be policy driven, but when I'm getting yelled at about how you're plowing the road, right, then that becomes and sorry, I'm just going to beat up on road plowing because we all can relate to it and it's relevant. Great edit. Great. Let's come back to that here in a second for sure. Yeah, thank you.
I think I totally agree with it, especially at kind of a 30,000 foot abstract level. It's easy to say yes. City council's primary role is focusing on those ends, and the organization is executing those and figuring out the best way to do that. But when we start thinking about specific instances, I think often those two roles cannot be like hermetically sealed off from each other. And the example that comes to mind is our discussions on affordable housing. If we were just to implement this model in a very strict kind of fashion, our direction would be staff, we want to foster an environment for affordable housing. There's the ends, do it however you want to get there. Well, we're actually also responsible for passing the codes and policies that often dictate how we're going to get there. Our housing policy, our development code, and all those kind of things have specific means built into us, and those are means things they're delegated to council passing those codes.
Okay.
Now, of course, we're gonna hire consultants and hear from staff and all those kind of things, but ultimately, on some stuff or a number of things, there's significant overlap. Now, once those policies have been passed, then, when I think it's back to staff, but there is an element where we are ultimately dictating the means through code, through ordinances, and even resolutions, so.
And I want to weigh in on that and build on that too a little bit, because I agree with you, and I think even in those cases, what you're doing is helping to create that policy, and policy governance is totally within the purview of this, right? We have to pass and codify things that would enact affordable housing to be possible here. That's totally within your purview from a governance perspective.
Right.
And the question becomes, how do you get the policies that are being recommended? Like you said, we're engaging staff, we're engaging consultants, we're letting those experts weigh in, and then we ultimately make the decision on what the policy looks like that can enact that. So I think you're actually being very consistent in that particular space with what this looks like. So I
I
appreciate.
just wanted to draw attention to the fact that some of the things that fall within our duty, our role as city council, do overlap into the means area in terms of the policy.
Yeah. Fair point. Yep.
The challenge I see with this model is, I don't see an effective way to address immediate issues with how things get done or executed.
Okay.
The level of customer satisfaction with achieving the policy is an important function for a city council member.
Yes.
And so I don't see that embedded in this model. I'm just not picking that up.
And my apologies on that, Steve. I was going to go ahead and the policy itself is incredibly long. That's in there, which is the accountability of rigorous standards being held for the executive team. So the responsibility there is for Sean to answer your rigorous questions related to how it's being enacted. So if you have a dissatisfaction with customer service, we don't raise it as an individual issue necessarily and say, this individual, I'm going to go talk to you. But it is your role and responsibility to be that owner's representative and to hold the feet to the fire of the organization. Rigorous accountability is part of this model. Apologize for simplification. I did not include it in there. So your edit is correct.
And I think that's kind of what doesn't translate for me, is that I have trouble, and the city manager and I had discussions about this, understanding the boundary where, do this as opposed to make this policy happen.
Okay. Okay.
To me, the solution to my resident who calls me and says, I have this problem, is to say, go fix this resident's problem. Often, that's what I'm inclined to do, and that doesn't comport well with this particular model, the way I see it.
Okay, sounds good. Fair enough. Yeah, absolutely.
I like the Carver governance. One of the things that I think is really required in that is flexibility on either side to make changes. And in this weather right now, and I'm thinking back to 2006, when Denver had numerous snowstorms, like every 3 days, and you'd drive down Broadway, and Inglewood was doing pretty good. You get into Denver and down by I-25 and Broadway, there was snow piled up on the streets on either side. And I think at times it was down to one lane. And there had also been new environmental rules where you could not go snow on banks of Cherry Creek, the banks of South Platte River, which Denver and all the communities here did all the time. Inglewood ran out of space to dump snow. There was nowhere else to put snow. And obviously at that point, Public Works is over budget on their snow removal stuff. And it came back to council, and we had to be flexible and look at how do we take care of this problem. Public Works came in with some ideas, but it ended up, we had to rent a machine to melt snow. It was put in the parking lot, and there were all these stacks, huge stacks of snow. and they'd stick it in this machines and it'd start melting them and you'd pull out parking blocks, garbage can covers, all sorts of things. But those were the answers that we had to all work with and be flexible about it. So I think flexibility with that is really important.
Okay. Yeah, this is a great discussion and the kind of discussion I wanted to have because, you know, it's hard to communicate these things when we have differing thought processes about how things should be accomplished. And having a model to at least base our discussion off of is useful because some of us agree about certain aspects of it, we disagree about other aspects of it, and that's okay. It's just a starting place for a discussion. The goal here being that everybody gets better service. That's what we're after, right? We're after the quality of life for our residents, period. And that's what everybody in this room is all about. And so, you know, the means we go about doing that is just different. When we don't have a model to work off of, it's something where we're kind of guessing at how we approach it. And every approach is different. And at least if we have a starting place for the discussion, we can start there and say, you know what, I understand why you're saying flexibility is important here. Or, you know, I'm being asked about how we're accomplishing this from a means perspective. I need to weigh in heavier on this. The question is that how we operate as a rule or operate as an exception? And I think that's just what we're after here is that discussion. I know we have a councilwoman online too. I didn't know if you would like to weigh in on this discussion as well.
Thank you. I think one thing that we need to be cognizant of also is, according to the charter, one of our major roles is the budget. And the budget ties into all these policy decisions. And so I guess one thing, if we're using this model, I believe that staff should have the responsibility to tell council, we can't afford this. Instead of just doing whatever council wants done. So I don't totally agree with it. I think it's a good framework to work from. But that's my point. Thank you.
Councilwoman, thank you for that. Appreciate that. And so we got some great perspectives going on, some very different perspectives in the space. And I think that's just fine. I think it's a useful discussion for us to have, which is we have somebody saying, you know what, I'd rather you say we don't. And we're not doing that because we don't have the money to do that. Is that where we feel? You know, the budget is a living, breathing document that's designed to reflect the priorities of the community and what we can afford to do. And then it becomes making hard decisions from a staff level about how we go about accomplishing that. And then when we start running into these budget situations, like you referenced the snowstorm, I mean, those are your huge budget overruns right there, but we got to do something because there's this issue of public good that we got to deal with there. And so all of a sudden the budget gets blown out of the water. And that happens. We get these sort of random things that just derail us. The hope is we have some rules overall.
Can I add something?
Please, absolutely.
It also ties into the urgent, important matrix. And this is just something that I found challenging over the last year and not doing this job is council ultimately responsible for all the decision making, right? But we have the least context, frankly, out of anyone in the room on the day to day. And so oftentimes I will condition on something that feels urgent and important to me, but I'm not in the weeds enough to know what are all the other competing priorities today, right? And our staff is so responsive to us to drop what they're doing and to respond, but sometimes that's not the right answer. Sometimes it's actually, I need more context for them to say, actually, here are all the other things that are happening. Is this still the most important thing? But so often I think we just don't have the awareness or the ability, because we're not in the room, right? We're there on the nights. And so I think that's an inherent challenge in this job to help prioritize when you're only seeing the thing that you're talking to staff about, and you don't see the full picture of the urgency.
Thank you. And I think that's a great point. It's a challenge. And I think the thing becomes, how do we go forward productively in a way where it's like, you know, this would be valuable to me as a councilwoman to be able to say, you know what, if you said we're dealing with this, this, and this, that will help me frame it out. The question is, are there any set of sort of rules or guidelines that we can collectively agree to? Because, and I'm going to talk out of school here for a second and just say that The worst thing would be if staff was responsive to one person because they feel responsiveness is required on everything, and then they're not responsive to you because you value efficiency over responsiveness or whatever that looks like. That's incredibly detrimental because that's not treating you all fairly, you know, through that process. And so that's part of it too, is it's like, you know, if we have a set of guidelines, at least we understand each other as we direct staff to do something. We know where each other's coming from. Whereas if we don't have that, then it becomes, well, you did that for, you know, councilman over here, but you won't do that for me. And then that's a whole other can of worms right there. But I like that suggestion. You know what, if I'm aware of what the other priorities are we're dealing with, I might back off of the urgency of this particular issue because I recognize we have other more urgent issues that we're dealing with. And that might be a context that will help you evaluate urgent versus important. Think about this, other thoughts related to that. You kind of transitioned us into another discussion. Perfect. No, it's the discussion we want to have. How about this one? This discussion right here, efficiency and responsiveness versus individual rights and public good. Let's start off with that efficiency versus responsiveness. Where do we kind of fall in that? If we've got to choose, and here's the thing, I know we don't like to make choices. That's the hard part of this, is we got to make some tough calls sometimes, you know. Where is it we tend to frame out as in maybe even as an individual? Where do you tend to sort of lean towards? Are you more in the efficiency space or more in the responsiveness space?
Well, I guess I can start off with this one as well. Just because this is my line of work outside of council is efficiency, right? So I work in software. The whole point of software is to have a system in place that allows you to do things more efficiently with the least amount of people in the sense, right? So I gravitate towards that, but I do understand there's going to be exceptions that does require responsiveness. And I think just to Member Newton's point about not having the entire context of it is where I need to understand if there's really like a system in place that allows, well, the responsiveness comes to me is like, what is the bandwidth that our department has to handle that specific issue? So not knowing exactly what their day-to-day is, knowing that we only have X amount of people within each department, are they able to do the responsiveness without affecting the other one, their other duties? And so that's normally the type of conversation I like to have with the city manager. If we were to do this, how does that impact the organization? So that's kind of where I kind of fit in with this.
Okay, great. Thanks for kicking us off on that.
I think responsiveness has a number of different forms. I mean, you can respond and say, hey, we recognize your problem. We'll get to it in X number of days. That's one form of responsiveness. Another form of responsiveness is to show up at the site and fix the problem right then and there. I don't think it's necessarily reasonable to expect the latter form, but I think every resident has a reasonable right to expect that when they contact the city with a problem, that problem is acknowledged and they get a reasonable timeline on when the problem can be solved, or if it's not going to get solved, be told that.
Yeah.
That builds trust in the community with the organization.
I believe that too, and I really appreciate that, because I think that's part of it. There's different levels of responsiveness that we can engage in. And from a policy perspective, how do we create policy that guides that level of responsiveness, as opposed to dealing with responsiveness as this individual issue, but we have an expectation.
Right.
And that expectation is clear so that we know you need to respond with a certain time frame. That's responsiveness. The answer doesn't have to be yes. Yes, right now. The answer can be, and I'm just making a statement, the answer could be, yes, we're coming out there 2 weeks from now. We've heard you. We will respond back once the work has been complete, or whatever that engagement looks like. There's a way to define that.
I think that's still kind of one of the things that's confusing me about Carver though, because if council says we want every resident request to be answered within 24 hours, regardless of when it comes in, is that a how, or is that a policy mandate? Which one is this? Is this the what or the how?
It's a bit of a policy in that case, if you're saying that that's the case, but then the response from staff ends up being, here's the budget.
Right.
To do that.
Right.
You know, so that's the part, is they're gonna come back and say, here's the budget, and then when we have a fiscal discussion about it, we've got to recognize that we can't have that policy because that policy is unaffordable to us to be able to do that. Again, that's your choice as well. And I shouldn't say your choice. It's not like the budget is we get all that flexibility, but we have some flexibility in there to be able to say, that is a policy we believe in. We recognize that we're going to have to staff you up in order to hit this policy that's what the budget needs to look like. Bring me a budget, a policy document that shows that that's the case. As opposed to saying, we want a response within 24 hours, no additional money. You know, figure it out, make it happen, right? And that's the challenge that staff runs into sometimes. It's like, we'd love to make this happen for you. We just don't literally have the resource to be able to do that. But it sounded like we had some comfort with pushing back and saying, you know what? I understand that that's a priority. It is also something we didn't have money for. We didn't budget for this. So recognize that this is a budget overhaul that we're gonna have to do in order to afford providing whatever that level of service looks like. Yes, please, Sean, yeah.
I mean, one of the things is though, sometimes, you know, a request, we can do it. And again, we're balancing efficiency and responsiveness, but Steve, can you give the example that you and I talked about this week about your feedback that was good to me about the Q alert and that response that you were getting?
Yeah, this is one of the things that's frustrated me. We have this resident system where residents can report things. It's an online system.
Yeah.
And I've talked in one-on-ones with the city manager a number of times about the way we deliver service through that system. I'm of the opinion that every service request should be responded to by someone who gives their name so that the citizen knows who they're talking to, and that no response should be closed until we have finished with the response. Last week I submitted the week before last, three requests in this Q alert system, as the manager has asked me to do, instead of sending them to him to submit.
Okay.
One of them was open, one of them was closed, and then those two were issues that were within a block of each other and were reported at the same time. And then a third one was literally closed 10 minutes after I opened it with a note saying, we will send out a crew to get to this. No date certain, no time. And they closed the request before they had executed what I was requesting. And I think from the perspective of a resident, how infuriating that would be, because it's basically saying, sure, we care about that, but there's no follow-up guarantee. They're making a promise, and I have no means of knowing, other than going there myself, when this is gonna be done or even if. So that's a service thing that I've been talking to the manager about, like the way we communicate to our residents and what they see coming back at them from the city sometimes doesn't leave the greatest impression or even understanding of how things are working behind the scenes.
I really appreciate that. That's a great example because it does get into sort of the means as well as the policy. Sean's asked for a mechanism of communication. You did what was asked, and then the response that you got wasn't the response that you were hoping for. And the question becomes, how do you hold people accountable for that?
Yeah.
You know, do you go to Sean and say, Sean, this is what I got back? And then Sean's job is then to go to those individuals and deal with that, you know, and do whatever managerial action needs to be taken to that. I mean, Sean, in this case, when you hear something like that, what would be the preferred mechanism? Like, how would you say that would be, you know, it'd be great if you would communicate that with me, X, Y, Z. What are your thoughts on how that communication could work best for you?
I mean, I appreciated knowing kind of the expectations, and also I don't go into Q alert every day and reading everybody's responses, and you know, there's a variety of responses from different departments, from different staff members, and how the staff member is feeling that day. I mean, there are a lot of factors that go into what that is. Steve, the one I was really talking about was the one you said that when we wrote, we have the X number. I think the employee whoever told you we have this number. We cannot get to all of these. We're going to get to all of these as we have time. We're working priority right routes, which I thought was an excellent response, but did not meet your expectations.
Yeah, so the city sent out a social media blast about reporting icy spots on the roads and use the Q alert system to report this. So those were the two requests that I had opened that I mentioned earlier. And the response I got back from Public Works on the request when it was closed was, we're working in high priority areas right now. We've received your report and we'll get to your location if and when we have time. And my feeling on that from a resident standpoint is, you asked me to tell you where snow needs to be removed. And when I report it, your response is, we're gonna work on what we planned on working on. And if we have time to get to your thing, we will. That's very frustrating because you're asking me for where I want to be served. And then you're telling me that you're gonna do what you planned to do originally anyway.
Right. Yeah, yes.
You know, I guess what I'm hearing is you need to prioritize what that is. Now, most of us, I think, when we get that call from the citizen believes they are probably, whatever their problem is in the top 5 of the city. Right? And so Public Works is a good example, and snow removal is a good example. You see on social media where people are saying, well, the city used to have the graders out. There isn't the graders, there's one grader.
Right.
That's all there is. Those citizens don't understand that. And every one of them's problem is the biggest problem there is, because it's theirs. It's the ice at the end of their block. It's blocking up their storm drain. And so I think it's almost, I mean, we as council members really have got to understand from Public Works where their priorities are and what they are doing, because they know them better than I know them, unless I'm driving every street in the city every day. So,
But I also think that that's a separate issue from what Mayor Pro Tem is saying, because I'm thinking of it from the eyes of the citizen, that we're asking for them to enter in a Q alert. And if they enter in a Q alert for an issue that they see on their block, and we automatically close it out and let them know, we'll tell them that we're prioritizing certain areas without letting them know where their area stands. We're keeping them from actually entering another Q alert into the future. And so that's not what we want. We actually want them to understand. We understand, we put you on a list, or I don't even know how to do this.
want who to understand.
Well, the citizen needs to know that we take in their concerns seriously. So by just closing it out and not providing them any type of resolution, we're possibly muting citizen feedback into the future. And that's my concern with the way that we had that process today. Your larger point is more about, do we have the equipment? Do we have the workforce to actually plow the city after these consecutive storms and no sunlight? That's a bigger issue that maybe actually as a council person, I didn't know how much equipment we had and how many people we are able to get out there into the city to actually plow our roads. So I know that citizens don't understand it. I don't know what how big of the situation is.
But I think those are questions we can go back. Or even in the initial question is, here it is, when will it be? And then Public Works can come back and say, it will be between Tuesday and Thursday, what we project to be there.
Yeah, that would be better than just saying we're prioritizing.
Yeah.
Exactly, and if they have a plan for that, why wouldn't they just tell the resident in the Q alert? If they have a plan for that, why wouldn't they just tell the resident in the Q alert system?
Yeah.
Instead of saying,
You mean directly.
I could read you what was written, but it's not substantially dissimilar from my summary. Sean, if you disagree.
No. I mean, and this is just like a good example of that responsiveness versus efficiency in terms of bigger picture. In the smaller picture, in terms of, I think, and I appreciate that the directors get to hear kind of that feedback, because you're more eloquent than I can kind of state it to them. But maybe we have a need for standards, expectations. We've done this broad standard, we will always respond. And we started putting the names on a lot of the things that council's at for, but even more kind of granular standards for, the Q alert response. This is just one example of how does this fit in the cover? And I would like you to tell us, how does this discussion? So they're telling me their expectation, and it sounds like there are multiple council members that are going to have that expectation on how we communicate back. So my job is to create the standards. Is this what you want? And then make sure it's being implemented. Is
that would be Carver governance, is you're going to make recommendations to the council about what responsiveness looks like. You would state, we have an expectation of responsiveness or customer service in the community. You would state that larger goal. This staff, in this case, Sean, will come back and say, here's how we intend to enact that. We will, and you can be as tactical or strategic about it as you would want to be. My expectation is you would delegate portions of that responsiveness into the organization and get some of that feedback, because responsiveness is probably different by department. But the policy itself could have goals attached to it. And those goals are something that you can have an expectation of reporting out on. If the goals and targets aren't being hit, or we're running into situations like this, again, with proof, not anecdata, but the data, we got the facts, we know the situation, then there's an expectation to hold Sean accountable for going back to staff to say, you know what, we're not hitting the targets that you said we were gonna hit. That's the rigorous accountability that you would have as a board. But you would state it as a policy objective. So the policy here is that we will be responsive to citizens. Responsiveness to us means XYZ, a response within 24 hours or 48 hours with that. Now, if there's other issues related to that, like from a budgetary perspective or a technology perspective, it's Sean's responsibility to raise those back with you and push back and say, you know what, we don't have a system. I've worked with QAlert. I know how well it works. And it's frustrating sometimes. It's a bit of both, you know, QAlert's an interesting one, but there's other pockets like that too. I'm sure where individually you've encountered those moments where it's like, okay, on different issues, the question is there a policy that Sean can look to and say, you know what, this is our policy. Our policy is responsiveness. You all have asked me to be responsive. Here's what we agreed that meant. You adopted it. That's what you said is a priority. And here's how we're reporting out. Here are the goals that you set, and here's how we're performing in relation to those goals. So he's got that reporting out and that accountability back to you about whether we're hitting targets or not hitting targets in that space, so that there's that two-way street of communication. And if it's, and you know, I'm sure with examples like that, probably in particular, Sean's gonna wanna know about things like that. Once there's a policy drafted that states that that's what we're doing, instead, probably, and I'm taking a swing at it here, you know, this happens in every community I go to, but probably we got 7 different people pinging Sean with similar types of issues, all with different levels of expectation related to responsiveness. How does he filter that when he goes back to staff? And hopefully we don't have this. I imagine it also creeps up. We don't have people contacting department heads or staff members directly. And if we do, that's a policy we should probably take a look at. Is that appropriate? Or should that be routed through, you know, the city manager? And in Carver governance, you can hold Sean accountable for the performance of the staff, but that's his accountability to you. Your accountability is to say, here's the priorities of what it is we're after. Now go execute and prove to us that you're doing what it is you said you were going to do. And if you don't like what he's doing, then he's got to come back to you and say, you know what, here's how I recommend we change it. And that's the relationship you try and form. Because I think if you had a clear standard for what that customer service might look like, you would at least be able to turn around and say, that fits within our standard, and we need to revise our standard because that's not what we want reflecting on the community. Or no, that doesn't at all fit with our standard. I'm going to deal with this managerially, and I'll report back to you about how we're dealing with that.
Yeah, it's kind of a progressive condition, right?
It is.
First, it was like, we think you should, I mean, this is kind of a general consensus. We think we should report, respond within 24 hours. Then there was, it would probably be better if we put someone's name, as that you were saying. And then, you know, now, so, and I think that that's fine. I think we developed those expectations. So we'll try to work on those, as an example. I also wanted to bring up, when I first got here, my first year, that director group was very critical of me for over responding, for expecting immediate response from council members.
You're getting head nods. You're getting head nods.
It's not that it's critical, but maybe they've just gotten used to my expectation, but can we kind of let them, and I'm sorry to spring this on y'all, and we haven't talked about this, but okay, thoughts on that? Because that affects, I know that affects our efficiency. Oh, yeah.
I think that's great, and thanks for introducing that. So staff, you got team, you got permission here and an invitation. Sean's saying when he started off, responsiveness was top of the list. The question is how are we balancing responsiveness and efficiency now? Do we feel like we've got a little better balance, or do you feel like Sean leans too heavily in the space of responsiveness over efficiency, or do you have thoughts about that?
Responsiveness to council requests or just?
Yeah, to the council.
Yeah, okay.
I think part of it has to do right now with the number of employees or lack of being fully employed right now. Going through that, I know we've had a lot of turnover, at least the year that I've been here. It's turned over quite a bit, and in getting those employees being competitive, and that makes a difference, I think, for you. especially dealing with the director, it has to be a big difference. So I guess what I'm just trying to say is I think there has to be a lot of understanding on our end of it too. And hey, it may take longer because,
We're not staffed,
you know,
we're not fully staffed, right?
Sorry, are you asking,
Asking the
so you're asking directors to respond to how?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
And feel free to be very critical, because I think, and early on, this was what the director team told me, this is your weakness. So feel free to elaborate, even though we haven't kind of discussed it.
Well, and again, this is what we were struggling with behind the scenes too, is efficiency versus responsiveness. Go for it. That's right, let's go.
Can I use our example that we talked about your one-on-one thing?
Sure.
So, so early on, Sean, sent out to directors a agenda for the one-on-one. The agenda for the one-on-one, he typed out an email and he said, I want this, these particular areas. And, what I did with that is I took that and I put it into a Word document and I just started filling it out. So my agenda once a month is 10 pages with him, and it's everything across South Platte Renew and across utilities. And it's very good for both of us because one, it coalesces everything for me, so every major thing that's going on, I've got to see. Then it gives him the opportunity to see everything that's going on, and then if he wants to dig in, the fundamental thing with that, and when I go back to talk to Sean about this, is this is a concept of managing up as much as anything. And the fundamental thing with managing up is give them what they asked for. So he asked for that, and it takes a lot of work once a month to do that, but it creates so much more efficiency and less additional work through the rest of the month because I gave him that. So sometimes I think we overcomplicate this, and that we can actually probably, for the most part, if we focus on what's being asked for and actually give that, a lot of times the rest of it smooths itself out. And I think sometimes I remember talking to other directors who are no longer here, who said, well, I don't understand why I have to give all this information. I said, that's what he's asking for. Give him that because there's a reason why he's asking for it. So I think it's recognizing that there's probably a reason, and you give that, and then you have the dialogue of what that means to actually execute on it. And I think that's the thing, is you start with, if you're asking for something, then our job is to give it to you, or to say, here's what it takes to give it.
Great. Yeah, brothers.
Yeah, a little bit of the same, also with Sean in terms of my building, because I started off kind of more that general stage, kind of big picture frame, but we have, I think, really effectively planted both worlds in terms of the bigger picture of the things that we're doing day to day. In terms of the dynamic in this, I think it's generally balanced. However, that being said, there are these kind of waves that come, and we work through the wave, be it short-term rentals or whatever it may be. You have to work through those waves. And the thing that I worry about, the thing that I spend some time on with my staff, is making sure that they're not overly frustrated with that. And the way I try to do that is to relate it back to the bigger policy issues that we're trying to implement. Because there is that day-to-day thing, is why did this come now? Why is it such a short-term time frame to get back? Why are they not satisfied with the answer? We work on that technical part of it, but I also try to ground people in this is where it fits in. Because I think a lot of the staff members get overly frustrated of not seeing that. And I think that's one of the things I try to concentrate.
I appreciate that comment on importance and keeping people focused on what's important. The question is, why the level of urgency? You know, is this a truly an urgent issue, or is this something that it's obviously important because it ties into one of our strategic priorities? That's important.
And that's what that's what they asked me, and that's what I try to reflect that.
Yep, I think that's great. Yeah.
Actually, before you start speaking, Chief, Rita, are you able to hear Brad and Peter? Just because they're a little bit further away from the microphone.
It's difficult to hear sometimes when the employees are speaking.
I'll try and communicate that back and summarize thoughts if I could. I'll try and do that for you, Councilwoman. In this case, what Brad was saying is that, you know, for staff, he tries to focus them back and get them back into a place of focusing on what's important as they ask questions related to how urgent is it? And there's waves that we deal with in terms of certain things like short-term rentals. There's an urgency to it right now. Why is it urgent right now? And then how can he communicate with staff why it's important? And try and keep them focused on what's important and why things are coming in when they're coming in. Is that a fair synopsis?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I'll try and do my best to summarize as we keep going. Yeah.
I'll try to talk a little louder too. So, this speaks to efficiency versus responsiveness, but, the operational efficiency of some of the requests that we get are daunting. You know, the amount of staff time that we have to pour into requests can, chip away at our operational efficiency. You know, the staff time that we have to put in to it. And I know, Sean, we talked about that, the work and the expectations, but, and a good example is maybe the queue order. You know, I imagine your example, there's probably more than just you or two that came into public works. There are probably hundreds of them. And I'm sure we're getting out in code enforcement for sidewalks, so we're and hundreds of them. So the amount of time it takes to answer them could be spent working towards a solution towards that problem. So that's just one thought. And then the second thing I have is just the weight of the request when it comes from Sean or through city council. I mean, that holds a lot of weight, right? And I, as a director level, feel responsible for answering that just as soon as possible, directing resources to it, because it comes from my boss, it comes from his bosses, and also like me.
So part of that is when we have Sean requesting something, on behalf of the council or by himself, it automatically has a high level of weighting to it in terms of its urgency because it's coming from Sean or the council, regardless maybe of whether that's indicated or not, that level of urgency is there. Like it's maybe not. So it's all urgent because Sean's saying it. Yeah, it's the boss.
And I will say, Sean, you're very good at least for me, tell me, say, look, when you have time, I know you can't get to it right now, but when you do, this is important. And you're good at circling back. It's been a period of time, a week or two, and you hadn't heard, you prompted for a response. And so I appreciate that and give you that latitude.
Great. Yes.
Yeah, so kind of layer on around the Q report comments and things, I think it's important when we get a request from council via Sean that we include, if we're not able to get to it, that expectation of the time frame. And that goes into the Q alerts, just to go back to Sean, back to council. The Brad's point about smoothing out the waves, I think that's what it is. You communicate with the director to your staff. This is the ask. How long is it going to take you based on your resources to give me an answer? That's why we don't have it in our fingertips. And then communicating that back to council with expectation on time frame. And that layers into the efficiency versus responsiveness. You can be responsive, but you need to provide those details. That's effective communication. So, heard a couple of things today that I hadn't necessarily heard before. So we've clearly got work to do. Should not be shutting down, in my opinion, residents when you're asking for things if we're not giving them the information and setting expectations. I think there's always room for growth. And the communication that I've gotten from Sean via council have been great. Staff have been great in giving me the details that I need to respond in what I think is an appropriate fashion. So I think just keeping that line of communication open, hearing from Sean and Tim on expectations for when we'll get back to you based on the urgency, but then not overloading staff at the same time, saying, hey, I know you're out there scraping the streets, but I need an answer like now. We kind of need to balance all of that. Staffing is a struggle. I think everybody knows that in the current market. And so also trying to keep that in the back of our minds as well too. From a smoothing out standpoint, not wanting to overload staff. In my opinion, and once we both work staff, our street crews are out there, really busting ice literally, and going nonstop. But we're looking for efficiencies. Just to throw it out there, we stood up a piece of equipment that's 20 years old, had been used in 5 years. We gained about a 90% efficiency. What used to take us an hour now takes us 10 minutes. So we are looking for that literally in the field.
So the conveyor belt,
Yes, I got a video of it.
saw on Delaware Street.
Yeah.
It's all the way from my
We'll
house.
start communication by getting that so people can understand what we're trying to do now to be more efficient. And staff are super excited because they're now able to be more efficient too. So it's a win-win across the board, in my opinion.
And so part of the communication here, and thank you for that, I think really great. Sorry, we kind of landed on the Q alert system as our example for the day. You get to be the sacrificial lamb. Yeah, yeah, but our public works staff is out there busting their ice right now in order to go ahead. But part of the discussion is also about how do we smooth the wave out? And what was being stated is when we have clear timeframes coming from Sean, or we have a clear expectation on the timeframe of responsiveness, it helps to smooth the waves out as we deal with staffing challenges and other priorities as well. So that's one of those things that's really helpful, it sounds like, is, I need you to get to this because Sean says it, or because you say it as council members, it has a weighted urgency to it that maybe isn't the weighted urgency that is necessary to actually accomplish it effectively. So is it something where responsiveness is actually saying, you know what, within a week, if we could get this taken care of, that's an acceptable time frame? Or is there a way to help clarify timeframes versus urgent, right now, drop everything? I know you're skiing, get off the mountain, get in here and start scraping ice, right? Is that what we really need to do? Or, and maybe it is, but is that what we're weighing out as we go through it? Because if we have some clear expectations, then we can go ahead and have staff deal with it in an appropriate time frame. Is that fair enough as a?
Yeah, exactly. I think it goes both ways too, right? So maybe we get a request and it's like, hey, this is super urgent. We need to be able, as directors, to communicate with our staff back via Sean, the council, understood, super urgent, here's our ETA. It may not be, 10 hours or 24 hours, it might be 36, right? We need to communicate that back so that there is that expectation. And whatever reason, hopefully nobody is skiing, that wasn't that, but,
Not today.
I'll just say too, we all want to say yes to everything. But I think with that being said, it's really important to understand that we are doing more with less. And I think this is a team of people who want to do things impeccably well. And so for me, it's important to have the thoughtful time. But if somebody is saying yes, it usually impacts multiple people. And I think when we say yes, that really just means that we're going to be pushing it down, essentially. So and this is the conversation Sean and I had a lot, was he wanted to say yes to everything, but what he didn't recognize is what the long-term impact of that was. And we were constantly running off on a tangent, and I felt like we were never bringing it back to we all sit down as a team for our divisions or our departments and map out, generally speaking, what our year is going to look like, staffing, delegation, what kind of that may be, but I want to do it well. I don't want to just crank things up or say we have one person come to a council meeting with a grand idea and we're literally dropping everything and running off to just do something just to say yes. So that's where I would share with him, I'm counting on you to be that buffer, because we want to say yes, there's no doubt about it. But I think we need to be realistic of how to say yes, but also to stay focused on what we've committed to complete, and not just complete it, but to do it impeccably well. That's just my 2 cents, and that's the conversation we would have often, because we're a small but mighty team, but it's really important that we follow the law to a T, and we have the thoughtful time to do that on top of taking on some of these extra projects that are phenomenal ideas. And this is a very amazing council. I think that you all have the best interests of staff and this community in mind. And I think you've done a good job of starting to balance that, and Sean has come a long way. I appreciate you have to be our conversation. I feel like it is a balancing act to figure out where does this land? And we're all happy to drop one thing and go to the other, but you all have to know that we're dropping the one thing to go to the other. So something.
Well, I was gonna say, I think it is important for us to understand what that impact is, because I think it does go into budgetary discussions in a sense.
Yeah.
But I think it is more important for Sean to know this, so he can relay this information to us, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I'll leave it at that for now. So, yeah, it's just, I don't know, I think it's just like, those conversations should be happening between you and Sean. And directors and Sean in terms of what that impact is from our need to be responsive, because that information at some point needs to be relayed to us, so.
And I think, I feel like that's the journey we've been on essentially too, so.
I feel like it's one of my top two weaknesses.
Is your desire to be responsible?
Yeah, I mean, Stephanie, it's perfectly stated that, and my fear is that directors have just gotten used to it, like, I'm not going to prioritize it, so they're just gonna drop it and stop thinking about it. Because I do feel like sometimes my telling council, we can't do this right now is not acceptable. That is not a collective message that I get, it's just sometimes an individual message.
Well, you can't tell us that without telling us the reason why. So if you were just to
Even
say,
when I
we
tell
can't really, well, if you're just, like, we're not gonna do this now,
Yeah.
like, that's not gonna go over with many members of the council. You have to give us a reason why we can't do this now. It's like, right now, our public works is stretched thin or whatever happens to be. There has to be a reasoning behind it in order for us
Can I
to.
give a positive example?
Yeah, please do. No, you're fine.
Because I had something, I had one of these come up where a resident contacted me and they had worked with the water department utilities to get a water meter installed, and it had been quite some time. And to me, longer than an acceptable time frame. And so I brought it to Sean, and I kind of got the reasoning behind it. You know, there's water meter shortage and staff shortage and all of that stuff, which is, you know, reality of the world right now. But they said, this was probably in September, October, they brought the request, they said, we'll get to it by December. And that seemed like a long time, but with the explanation that went along with it, I thought, okay, that's acceptable. I passed it back to the resident, and they were, yes, all right, by December, they were totally happy with that. And so it wasn't, I think the kind of the chief thing here, and what I'm hearing from a lot of people is that the communication of the reasons why and all of that goes a really long ways for me. And I think for residents too, is when they hear, we just can't get to it, even with the Q alert system, if we get another bad, if this stuff doesn't go away and we get another bad one, I don't think it would particularly be an error to say, hey, we're shutting down Q alert right now. We got enough to keep us busy with for 4 weeks. We don't want to pretend like we can get to all these right away. This is just beyond our capacity. So that's communicated clearly to citizens, that this is just not something that we have the capacity to do. I think that would be a better solution than to say, give us your Q alerts and then to not be able to fulfill those requests and that kind of thing. But I just think that communication goes a long ways towards alleviating the response times when the council's concerned about that.
Thanks for that really positive example. I think that's totally appropriate. We did the right thing there. We said, here's the expectation, here's what we know, here's why that's the case. And we can't do better right now. That's just what we can do.
I have a question for the group in terms of our responsiveness to council. And I'll use a real world example. So Chelsea, you sent an email to the city manager about some text messaging that was going out. And as it turned out, those were mistaken going out, but the technical, it's just somebody checked the checkbox that they should have checked. So you were text message. I responded to Sean with, here's what's happening. I don't know if Sean's had a chance to respond back to you, but should we be more proactive as directors? Sometimes you'll ask us to respond directly to the council members, sometimes it's just forwarding the concern. As we reply to you, should we just automatically copy the council members? Is that any practice of other directors or?
Yeah, generally, if we're responding to a council member, just CC me if it's something that they've asked for. If it's something that we're giving them bad news or a hard message that the council may not receive without my filtering and explaining or whatever, those probably just me, but
That's tough to know.
You seem more cautious to me than all the other.
no, he's
Yes.
Yes, it depends. So I didn't know about this text issue that was going on.
But it's like, that is so good that she was like, I'm getting these text messages, and I just forwarded it, they looked into it, and we find out the staff in another department didn't know how quite to use the system. that's been corrected, and like, it was a positive outcome, it wasn't time intensive, et cetera. So, I mean, it's, you know, there's a lot of different ways to skin the
But I think
bird.
to Stephanie's point, when it comes from council,
Yeah.
especially from my staff, it is automatic urgent. It's like, oh my gosh, this can't be.
And some council members are really good about saying, this is not urgent.
Right.
But I assume if that's not communicated, then it is, unless I tell you you can't do this.
So that's my concern is, is it not our responsibility as council to also act as a member of this administrative body in terms of filtering and assessing? Because I feel that, I mean, and recognize that we're still representing the citizenry. Even if we do that, as opposed to citizen says this, I'm gonna say this. I feel like sometimes it's just shoot every single individual thing at Sean and staff. Just because we're council members, there's no strategy there, you're just bombarding, so it feels like we're making a cog in the wheel almost by not, you know, by not ourselves being strategic and saying, okay, well, I know what policy is, we know what the budget is, we know the streets, the schedule, it's on the website. You know, I feel like we can maybe sometimes do more in our direct response back and completely alleviate the systems that we're asking more and more from to tend to, I mean, I feel like we're not using our roles completely efficiently. We could do more. It doesn't have to necessarily, do all those have to go through that cube, whatever system. We have a lot of this information. We're in these meetings. We know.
So is there a way to, parse that out better? Yeah, I do. I'm following you.
I feel like we have a big opportunity to alleviate him nagging them to death for every quick response.
Well, I think the times that I reach out to Sean is when I don't have the answer. So.
Well,
if
they're
I-
not the only one though.
With that,
Not everybody does that.
no, well, but I guess my point is like sometimes I'll reach out to Sean because I do get a question from a citizen, like, oh, I don't think we've ever talked about this, like, what is? And so then I do, and in that situation, that's gonna be something that's not urgent. If the citizen is not, if there's no urgency on their end, and they're just letting me know, hey, this is happening in my neighborhood. Like that to me is not like an urgent, but if they're telling me, hey, this is happening right now, and you know, I need to have an answer. I don't have a good example, but I do convey an urgency in that regard, but for most instances, I think they're just more just understanding, and I guess when it goes to directors, they're seen as urgent, which I didn't realize that until.
Oh, and I mean, I have tried to in the last couple of years say, you can do this. I mean, and occasionally a counselor will say, I need this now. And I will say, I know you can't do this now. So take 2 weeks. So, I mean, we're all filtering, right? We all are filtering from constituents. I'm filtering from you. Yeah, you know, staff is filtering, you know, back to me. So, and that's important that we all like find that balance.
Yeah.
And I do think that we do a good job of that. I mean, I've worked plenty of councils where it's far worse. So, but I love this conversation.
But I also think that like coming out of today, we actually have some shared language that we can commit to using. And so we can go to Sean and say, hey, this is, you know, important and urgent, or this is not urgent. You know, I think we can, that 7 of us can commit to doing that. Because I think there have been times in the last year, again, we have no visibility on if you're dropping everything to fulfill most of the requests, we just get it back or not, right? And so I invite the conversation that we're on the same team. There should be the ability to give context and say, hey, that team is really strapped right now. Can this wait another week? For me, a lot of times it's gonna be like, oh yeah, of course. I just don't know, you know, what's going on. And I would not want the team, you know, to do something that dropped everything and but their whole work week was thrown into chaos or something that I don't even think urgent, right? And so I think we can both do better on having that communication and just providing more context once we're having these conversations.
This is a fantastic conversation. I'd like to encapsulate a couple things that I'm hearing, if I could, related to some of this, because I think there's some key takeaways in my mind that I'm hearing, which is, one is the space of urgent and important. We have a language around it now and recognize that it sounds like staff almost universally, when it comes from you, it's urgent, period, unless otherwise stated. unless otherwise stated, it's urgent, and that's kind of what we heard from everybody. But smoothing out the peaks, right, getting out of this sort of like, we've got to run through it now because it's all coming now, and getting into that allows them to be more efficient with how they're doing it, which gets into that responsiveness space, which is we maybe have different perspectives on what responsiveness looks like, and it seems like there's some ways to define maybe responsiveness from staff and what that feels like and looks like under urgent situations and non-urgent situations. And we can help create some clarity around that so that staff is able to push back on Sean and say, wait a second, are we talking urgent and important and coming from council? Yes, okay, then drop it and go. Or you know what, they're saying it's urgent, but it's not important. So let's go ahead and make sure we get somebody on it and let's respond back like this. You know, so we can create some maybe guidelines around what that looks like to ease everybody. Because if there's a few things that can get taken off of your urgent plate as staff and put into your efficient plate instead, it's going to be much, much better for the residents as an overall basis. You know, however, you are the owner's representatives under the Carver model. That's who you are. You're the owner's reps for this. So that accountability still exists. The accountability exists here. You know, the directors have accountability up to Sean. Sean has accountability to you. And you still have that right and responsibility to be able to say, you know what, you're hitting my standards or you're not hitting my standards. The question is, what's the standard? And when everybody feels like everything's urgent and important because it comes from the person. And Sean, thanks for checking in on yourself as a leader and asking the group. And I appreciate you getting called out a little bit for that. You know, that's okay. That's the stuff we got to get better at. But if we do have some shared language around this, then maybe we've got something to work with there. Maybe that's something that staff can come back and present and say, you know what, here's how we'll deal with these kinds of things. And I like here's the type of communication I like with the resident. I think there's a space for you to weigh in that's not in the weeds, but that is very much so appropriate of like, here's how I want a resident to feel. I want them to feel heard and validated. That may involve this kind of like, you know, but there's some ways that we can draft that up so that how we're putting that back out there is encouraging residents to communicate appropriately with us as opposed to, I'm going to ping all 7 of you because I know one of you is going to lean on Sean, and then I'm going to get it. Then it happens, you know. And now we've got 6 different staff members because everybody's running around trying to deal with the one thing, and we all set aside all the other priorities because it's coming from 6 different council members because they all got contacted. You know what I'm getting at? So it sounds like I'm hearing that conversation, which is we can define responsiveness a little bit, and we have urgent and important as a thing to weigh out now as we're kind of weighing in. And Councilmember Wink, I really like what you were saying with that, which is, can we be part of the solution to triage some of this, you know, and appreciate those comments back. Hey, I triage when I can, but lots of times when I don't know, that's when I go ping staff, is when I don't know the answers to those questions. We got a little bit of time left, and I just want to ask one other question here at the bottom of this. Great discussion, and I don't want to abandon it. We can come back to it if you want, or stay right here. That's your call, okay? But the last one is, what other roles can council play for the organization? Because I think there are some other roles that you all are incredibly empowered to play. And one of those that I see is we talked about recruitment. Talked about recruitment for a second. Now, I've watched your council sessions because I'm that guy. I'm the guy who goes home and eats popcorn and watches this stuff because I love watching a good council session. But what I'll say is thank you for being rational people on behalf of this community. Your behavior is professional. Your behavior with each other, even when you disagree, is professional. And I noticed that. I pay attention to that stuff. By the way, as somebody who works with local governments across the country, that is not always the case. And it is a massive part of recruitment. I would bet dimes to dollars that anybody who's been hired into this organization within the last year has watched a council session before they got hired.
Victor.
Did you?
I watched multiple council sessions as well as the transportation committee, coming from a different other local organization just to compare contracts.
And I'll leave it at that. We're gonna leave it there. Okay, all right. Slow down on that then. I've done some crazy transportation commission, so I appreciate that. You know, as not a drill down, but you know, you watched, you did observe that. That's one other role that you play as a group of leaders, right? And when you deal with each other respectfully, which you do, and I really appreciate that. I'm sincere. That's not always the case around the Denver Metro. My wife hates it, but I watch a lot of these things, and I observe this stuff. It's just the truth of the nature of our business. And when you as elected leaders are engaging in a respectful way, that's, no offense, how things used to be And it's nice to deal with a rational group of people who may disagree, but are all working in the same general best interest of the community. Yeah.
So I think that what that illustrates is a strong level of trust. And I think it's not just trust among the council, but it's trust with us as directors. And I think this goes back to the previous conversation, is that those years since Sean has been here, that we have focused on follow through and focused on responding, has developed a level of trust. And so there's a strong level of trust among the council, there's a strong level of trust between council and directors. I think there's a strong level of trust among the directors. And I think that's why we did those in 4 minutes. Is if you tie it back to the puzzle, I mean, how this all started, the reason why we beat everybody else around, I think, is embedded in that trust, because nobody got up there and felt like, oh, I can't do this, because if I do, then I'm gonna have to deal with the consequence the next time I go in front of council. It was everybody walked in there and said, we're solving this puzzle, which is how we become more efficient and how we serve the city better.
Cheers. Can't say it better than that. I mean, really put a nail on the head there. What other roles do we play? Thank you for that, because I think you're right on the money. And, you know, and that's the space, which is we can have trust in the space where we disagree. You have that, and that's clear and evident, and we don't always agree on stuff, and that's clear and evident, and that's okay. But the way that you engage with each other, if I was somebody watching and I'm being recruited by your community, I wouldn't have a problem coming to work here because of the way that you engage with each other. You weren't beating up staff, which I see. Things aren't going your way, you beat up staff. That's not what was happening. And there was disagreements in the sessions that I watched, but it wasn't disrespectful disagreements. It wasn't berating people. It wasn't about winning at all costs. It wasn't about politics over performance. It had nothing to do with that. It was really well-intended people working in the best interest of the community. And I'm saying that because, one, it needs to be acknowledged. And I want to say thank you as somebody who does this for a living. Thank you for being those people. But I also think it just pulls into this other, and thanks, Victor, for confessing that you watched it, you know, I mean, that's a real thing. It's the truth.
My wife makes it want to watch it.
Amen. Well, we'll have some beers and do that.
So is mine.
Yeah, we'll find a bar and kick it with some beers and be like, hey, can you put it on the public access? No, you don't have that? Oh, okay. That's right. So what other roles do we get to play? You know, as council members, you're owners reps, and you're also recruiters without necessarily even being aware of it maybe, but you are recruiters. What other roles do we play as council members that is something that we can play into or plug into? I don't know.
I think one thing that's easy to forget sometimes is not only do we represent our constituents, but we are constituents.
Yes.
Like we are, in order to sit on this council, you have to live in this community. You have to be a resident. And, you know, we're activists, but we're also embedded in the community on a day-to-day basis. So another set of eyes and ears in the community to see what's going well and what bears improvement, I think is one of those roles as well.
So you're capable of taking the temperature of the community because you're a member of the community.
Right.
Yep, absolutely.
I think something that I try to do and can do so much better at is also just being a cheerleader for the city and for the team,
Right.
right? Things like visiting the water treatment plant and then posting about it on social media and saying, you know, we have our own water here. This is so cool. The little things that we do. Maybe people don't understand that. You know, how do we show some community pride about what's happening in the community?
I love that. Community cheerleader. You're capable of talking about things that quite frankly staff can't, legally can't talk about. You can talk about them and you can cheerlead in an unabashed way. And that's a pretty powerful opportunity too. I love that. Absolutely.
I would welcome more suggestions also from the team of like, hey, it'd be really helpful if you could help, you know, share about this. Great.
So that's an awesome opportunity there, is we can ask our council members to maybe be a part of our communication team, if you will, for certain aspects of that.
I think too, and, don't do this individually, I think, but have faith in our individual departments. So if you get a constituent that calls with a question, you can get out from underneath it, because if they call you, said the city manager says it to me, I said it to the staff, they research it, they get back to me, get back to Sean, Sean gets back to you, get back to the constituent, you see. If they can just call us, call our department, I think all of our departments have a process in place for receiving these, you know, inquiries and questions. And I know you trust us and, you know, let us respond to that, because, you know, if something goes wrong and not responsive, they don't get the right answer, then they can come back to you. But just that trust that we'll handle it, keeps you out of what people bottom is, I think, potentially.
In regards to morale, I would just say that I think that, you know, there have been times where things feel punitive. And I don't think that that's the case at all. I think that we inevitably will drop the ball or make mistakes. And I think that the way that you all respond to that, and that I do think as a whole, you assume positive intent for the most part, and things aren't punitive. From a morale perspective of staff of many departments, I think you guys, it's just, you're doing a great job in that regard, and it hasn't always been that way. You know, there's been, you know, ways to compare that, or like you said, other organizations, you know, we all network with our industries and we all hear the stories, but I think that because you all as a whole typically is been positive and when things aren't punitive, and we then can own our mistake and just learn from that, and it's just not punitive, makes a huge difference and goes a long way. So kudos to you guys for that.
One of the things that's tough about trust is that we tend to judge others by their behavior and ourselves by our intention. Right? Isn't that a weird space? But that's how it works, right? So it's not fair, because I look at you and what you did, I get angry about what you did, as opposed to recognizing what were your intentions. And if I did the same thing back to you, you'd be looking at me like, look at what you did, right? As opposed to what my intentions were. And I appreciate that you're saying, thank you for assuming positive intent, because if you look for it, you'll probably find it. It's there, and maybe we're not doing it exactly how you'd like it done. That's okay. Our desire is there to improve, and that's the trust building that needs to happen. That's so critical for us to build a puzzle in 4 minutes and crush every other community out there. Every other community out there, you know, that's fantastic, though. You know, those are the things that matter. One of the things I do in workshops is we talk about the Chapman University study on American fears. And I know some of you have heard this before, and I'll just say the simple version is Chapman University does a study every year on American fears and what are the top fears in America. And 6 out of the last 7 years, the #1 fear is the exact same. And I'll give you a guess at which year it wasn't. Right? But the #1 fear in America is corruption of government officials. So the starting condition for us to deal with the public as staff is dealing with the greatest fear in America for them. That's the public. So the public's already started, we start off with a trust deficit. And we're working against that constantly. And you all, as the examples of that, as the ones who are helping to build that trust, that's the powerful thing you're capable of doing that staff can't even do. We can help enable and enact that, but that's the part we can't always engage in, which is ending this great fear. And know that that's what we deal with as staff when we're having to start dealing with an issue. We're already dealing with an upset, afraid individual, and when people are afraid of you, they're usually not too kind about it. You know, so it's a struggle on that level to kind of deal with the kindness aspect that you want us to maybe exhibit, and at the same time knowing the response is going to be fear-based and probably not necessarily supportive. But that's why the relationship that you all have developed in terms of your professionalism is personally important to me, because that is the starting line for ending a great fear that we have. And the more that we do that, the more that we create that trust by being responsive in the right ways and making sure that we define what responsiveness looks like for us. That's great. And when we're putting our resource in the right place, that's great as well. So I just wanted to give some kudos and some credit to that. Other areas where we can fit in, or other conversations that you'd like to have about these topics in general.
That reminds me of that question coming from people you may not know, which is, oh, you're a politician. And my immediate response is, no, I'm not. I'm an elected official, but I'm not a politician. And I mean, it does change right there, something where you can relate a little bit better. If you're a politician, you can't relate as well.
Love that. That's a great clarification, because that's exactly right. What we're doing here is working on behalf of our community. That's what an elected official is. A politician is waiting to get elected to the next position. And that's a big trust builder. Certainly one of my favorite things when you say you're chief innovation officer and sit down for government, Always one of my favorite conversations to have with somebody at a bar, as they sit here and let me know how they feel about that, right? Why aren't you an oxymoron? Thank you. I'm also a person who serves our community. I'm incredibly proud of that, and I won't feel bad for what I do. That's who I am as well. And out of the two of us, I'm working for our community. What are you doing? Right?
Exactly.
I won't say the second, I get to say the second part now. I didn't get to say it at the time, but I get to say that stuff now, you know? Glad I got to talk. I won't be back next year, everybody. Thank you very much. I think at this point, let's take a break, and I know we're gonna have food here pretty soon, and I want to say thank you for a very productive discussion. We're gonna get some strategic plan updates, how we're doing. We're gonna talk through some additional thing. You're gonna hear some reports from staff on where we are, and we'll have a little bit of discussion and some wrap up at the end as well. We'll talk through what adjustments do we need to make, where are we going forward, and what we can do to bring you back some better thoughts on that. So thanks for a great and productive morning. Congratulations on a 4-minute puzzle. And other than that, Rochambeau champ, thanks for you too. Appreciate that. And let's take a break here. Let's take a break. Okay.
see how that plays out. Maybe we'll get out early. Maybe it'll help give more time for some discussion. Maybe it'll do both. So thanks to Nick facilitating such a great morning, and we were able to end a little bit earlier. So again, we do have drinks and whatnot out there. If we do run out of water here, there's a bubbler in the front. We also will be putting some snacks out later in the afternoon. So what I'm gonna do right now is what I typically do at a council meeting once a quarter. We just go over the 2022 strategic plan and the quarter update. What's going to be a little bit different this time is that it's not just Q4 of 2022 that'll be presenting, it's the entirety of 2022. So I'm going to be going over which projects we've completed. I'll also be talking a little bit about projects that we have not been completed. And so part of the discussion will be whether, you know, there's ones that you don't want us to carry over, or you want us to carry over all the ones we haven't been completed. And then after I do that presentation, we'll launch into some specific revisions that leadership team members are going to be presenting to you this afternoon. We are joined obviously with the whole leadership team today. So obviously I'm not a subject matter expert in many of the areas, most of the areas in the plan. So if you do have specific questions on individual projects, we do obviously have our experts here to answer them. So as you know, from last year, at the retreat last year, you adopted a new plan that had 7 outcome areas. So those are the areas that I'll be going over today. So as you can see here, there are many projects that are still in progress. Some are delayed. So the ones that are delayed, we are going to recommend to you that they are carried over into next year. And then we have, I think it's about 57 or so, I have to think of the exact number, projects that were completed. So first with community well-being, this was our newest area, but it's also one of the areas where we've had our highest completion rate in terms of projects. So, so many projects completed that I couldn't put the list on this slide, which is what I typically do. So these are all the projects that we have that have been completed. Obviously, I'm not going to go through them all in detail. Director Underwood and other directors are here if you do have questions on any of these or on some projects that have not been completed. Just to highlight a few, obviously the work. And what I think was really important to point out is these are projects. Last year, we did add performance metrics to the plan, and we're working to update those as well. But a lot of the way I look at it is, you know, projects are really meant to be kind of a kickstart of, okay, we're missing this piece. We need to kickstart or reinvent this piece. But it doesn't mean once we've say completed that, that's it, right? We then have to come up with ways of monitoring how well it's succeeding. So I think, you know, the implementation of the changes to the off-lease program is an example of that. It doesn't mean the program is done. It doesn't mean we couldn't make tweaks, or you couldn't make tweaks to in the future, or that there aren't other things to track progress on. It just means that key word, the implementation part, has been completed. Another key one to point out is the.
I'm so sorry. Can I?
Of course.
Well, I already have to. Just, I don't want it to be lost, but what you just said to me is a critical piece that we can implement in our communication with the constituents to help them also understand that just because the project's done, it's a kickstart, just what it means and what it doesn't mean for the life of our, you know, working on some initiative. I feel like that piece might be lost in our general communication, or is an opportunity for us to implement. So if we can just make note of that for later.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, Member Wink. And I know we, a few months ago, we did an initial presentation of our performance dashboard. We have a lot more work to do on it. But I think one of the hopes and one of the goals is that that will be a place we could point community members to say, this is your place to go to track to see how well it. So yes, we've kickstarted these projects, we've implemented them. Doesn't mean we've gone away from it, but now we're going to look and see how well we're doing. And if we fall behind on our marks, we're then going to do interventions to make sure that things are working. So that's a great point and a great piece of this. You know, so Mali Social Pass, I think, has been another big success. There's been a lot of work that we've done in the homelessness space that's been included here. City Manager Lewis, when we start talking this afternoon about revisions to the strategic plan, we're going to talk a little bit about the affordability goal in here to basically see if you're interested in adding more related to affordability of housing. Director Underhill is also going to present a proposal to add a goal in here related to senior services. So again, not going to go through all this in detail, but just to kind of show here for parks and recreation facilities, there are a few that we do plan to carry over. So some of the work related to park renovations, maintenance of broken teeth, preparing for a possible parks and facilities bond, renovation of the Inglewood Rec Center. Several of these projects have been completed, as you see here. Again, these, it's key, the way these are phrased, right, as we were just talking about, a lot of them use the word implement. So if it's implemented, we've implemented it, we've declared that it's completed. It doesn't mean the whole concept's completed though, of course. This is, so developing a plan for additional programming for teens and tweens. This one we've considered to be completed because we did develop a plan. Again, there's a lot more work that needs to be done in this space. Same thing too, a lot of improvements could be, but not improvements, but refinements could be made with this history note that has launched. Same thing with outreach to from the library to other entities. And then this last one, expanding the offerings of the library, will continue, is proposed to be continued. Again, several things that we did complete related to homelessness. Placemaking is an area we're going to talk more about this afternoon. Installing public art, potentially be, the art and culture area could be one that you want to make some considerations to. Right now, we're proposing that all three of these projects be carried over. Community-wide identity, again, publishing the citywide event calendar has been completed. Doesn't mean that there isn't more work that needs to be done in that space, as there obviously is a significant amount that needs to be done. The housing needs assessment has been done. We created the veterans program based on your direction. But again, there could be many other things we want to do involving affordability. And then food system, that's a long-term project that we're recommending we carry over. Before we move on to governance, are there any questions on any of these projects? Okay, great.
This is an opportunity to talk about anything carried over or not, when we do that later.
We could do that now. So in the afternoon, we're going to talk about refinements. But if you have questions about any of the projects that we're proposing that you say, hey, we wouldn't like to carry that over, or we'd like to change it, this could be a time to do that. Great. So for governance, as you'll remember, this was a separate plan that we folded into the governance section, which again, I really view as the platform for everything else we do as an organization. Records management is a major project in the city clerk's office. Again, we created it, we deployed it. There's still a lot more work that needs to be done, but a significant work has been accomplished in that area. Establishing volunteer opportunities is something that's been a big focus that we're working to finish and do some more work on. We reviewed and revised how we do performance evaluations. Again, there may be more work, or will be more work coming on that in the future. We did create a draft that's in right now, the DEI plan, the diversity, equity, and inclusion. We're finalizing that work, but we're very close to having that done. We established a few several years ago, 3 years ago. There was led by Tamara Wolf, who's no longer here, and Peter Van Rye. There was a task force dedicated to recognizing employees, and so we did create quite a few of those employee recognition programs that were recommended by the task force. What we've realized as a leadership team is that the big focus has been on institutional or structural recognition, like awards, like programs, like big call outs. But we really want to focus next year in this area on more to peer-to-peer recognition. So doing things like hot you cards, potentially other ways of really modeling and encouraging one employee to another. That is in the plan right now, but it's an area we really think we need to focus more because we've really done a lot with the more institutional recognition. So there are still a lot of projects in here that we want to carry over. Policies and procedures, there's a lot of work that we want to do to institutionalize things. One thing I failed to point out during your discussion earlier, but I wanted to make note of, is that what I hear sometimes from frontline employees is that we have some processes that maybe aren't as documented as well as they could be, or that take a lot longer. And so sometimes I think Inglewood's an amazing place for people that, and we do have, a lot of our employees come here with a lot of great ideas for improvements and refinements, but sometimes they're focused a lot on the day-to-day, because the day-to-day is taking maybe a little bit longer than it should be. And so over the next year, we really want to focus on creating more standard operating procedures and trying to refine some of our day-to-day processes. So we'll be able to be more proactive and less reactive in some areas. So that's definitely a big focus of ours moving forward in this area. Things like automating workflow is a work in progress. We have, as you know, the classification and compensation plan that is nearing its completion. We did create a program called Ingle Cares, where employees could volunteer during the day for nonprofits in the community that will formally launch this spring. some work on that yesterday. We're moving forward. The performance evaluations I mentioned. Also, some of the work we're doing in terms of internal communications this year, that is creating short videos about each department to get to know what every department does and employees do. We're also working on a social contract process. We have one for the leadership team, but of rolling that out to different work groups across the city. Developing a technology strategic plan is something we'll be launching, right, Jeremy? Right, next year?
Yes,
Yes. Okay.
we'll be working on it.
Yeah. Developing a strategy to evaluate co-working spaces. So this is something that we now have a position called city architect in public works. And so she's actually visited a few co-working spaces that we have here in the city and elsewhere to really understand, is this a model that we could try to build out in the city? So we're working on that. That involves improving some break areas, creating a plan for social media, something we plan to carry over. As I mentioned, the draft DEI plan is essentially completed at this point, but we're finalizing it. Peer-to-peer recognition is something we really want to invest heavily in next year in terms of what we do as a staff. Establishing employee clubs and groups is another way we want to recognize employees and engage employees. A lot of these, again, came from the task force that I mentioned, have been done, and there's a few that we do want to carry over to next year. Before I move on to the next one, any questions on governance?
Actually, Tim, I have a question on the one for wellness
Yeah.
prior, so you didn't have to move all the way back, but the South Broadway co-op food grocery store. Is that just trying to locate someone that does want to go within South Broadway? Or is there a zoning component that are some areas of South Broadway not zoned to allow grocery and co-ops? So is that something that council should be looking at?
What are expert in that?
I don't think it's not a zoning issue.
Okay.
The question would be the market issue.
Yeah.
And the market split between, say, King Stupers on the north side and Sprouts on the south. Is there enough market demand in that kind of middle area for that type of use? But for as far as the zoning is concerned, it's prepared for that.
Okay, perfect. And just to remind you where that one came from, I think, remember Anderson had really brought back to our attention the, what is it, 11-minute city? That was called 15-minute city. And then that really showed this pink donut in the city where we are, the only area we're lacking is this grocery store in the center.
Tim, is there going to be any, Tim Shaw, any requirements or strong urging in terms of performance, employee performance, to engage in some of these like DEI pieces or the pubs and groups, for example? Strong encouragement to, I'm not pulling out the right words right now, but is it just going to be, hey, if you want to do this, that, because I've seen examples of it done a little bit differently, you probably have too, where it almost is a requirement to at least engage on that level, and in the end, it's not like the organization's employees do engage and do enjoy and gain and give back because of it. Just wondering to what degree you're thinking of that implementation.
Yeah, I think it's a great question. I think right now our focus is on creating the framework or the structure of the platform to allow it to happen. And then after that's done, really working with our HR department and we're going to start having supervisor meetings, I think once a quarter. And so I think that would be one of the things we would really try to push at the supervisory level to encourage their employees to be a part of that work. So no, Sean, if you want to add.
I was going to say the same thing. I think it would be more of a marketing strategy that we would employ to try to encourage the benefits and why it's important to be involved in DEI and things like that. So I think that's the aim of the movement. I understand that meeting could potentially be helpful that everyone on the same page, but then you run the risk of people disengaging.
Great, the next is infrastructure and transportation. So as a reminder, we combined these two sections last year. I think, former director DeAndrea did a lot to move forward some of the big infrastructure projects related to roads and sidewalks and things like that. Our new director, Victor, is moving forward with. Obviously, one of the biggest successes I think in here was the closing of the Whitfield loan. That was obviously a huge success for the city that they're all obviously aware of. There are several projects here that were a bit delayed, or that just because they're very long term projects, or things that will take some time. So things like completing the citywide storm sewer system cleaning, the televising, the large stormwater sewer. Those are things we want to carry over. The implementation of the South Platte Renew strategic plan is obviously a long-term project that we'll have in here for a while. The Dartmouth Bridge widening is one, obviously that's taking some time. Things like, beginning the construction of the US 285 Broadway interchange, construction of the Oxford pedestrian bridge are taking some time to do, as well as the mitigation study for 285. However, here, you see under transportation infrastructure, we've had several achievements and things that we've completed, such as, again, a focus on ADA compliance and a focus on ensuring that we have a strong network of sidewalks across the city that are accessible and usable. This is one involving EAF, the Inglewood Environmental Foundation, that obviously is a priority that we've been focusing on. There's been quite a bit of work that's done recently, and we're definitely moving forward with this, but we are recommending that we carry it over so that we can continue to work on this. Obviously, there have been some big successes involving sustainable infrastructure funding that I went over, like with you. In terms of multimodal transportation, there are definitely several projects here that we do need a bit more time with. So one, as an example, is the finalization and implementation of the scooter pilot program. This, I believe, came out of the ETAC, Transportation Advisory Committee. So this does need some more time for staff to be able to work on, as well as implementing the walk and wheel plan, and then doing additional work involving placemaking of creative crosswalks in commercial areas. Transportation safety is something that we're going to bring to you this afternoon as an area for revision that we talked about before. Potentially, if you so decide to do this, to make it a Vision Zero goal and to add some projects in here. But we did do some work involving implementation of quick strike initiatives to improve safety across the city. And we also have been moving progress. For example, the complete walkability maps was a project that kind of was sitting there for a while. We retooled this a bit, and so we did apply for a grant. Unfortunately, we won't know for months until April or May whether we've gotten it, but we did partner with the schools to do safe routes to schools mapping for one school, and then we hope to expand that over time as a key component if you chose to go the Vision Zero route of doing that. Obviously, the development and implementation of a plan to replace lead piping is a long-term project, one that we're working on. So that's it for infrastructure and transportation. Any questions on any of these projects?
And I think we just talked about that. I think, remember where you brought up the complete walkability for 3 schools. I think was Cheryl Lynn one of them that you brought up, Jim? Like crossing Broadway potentially. I guess what are the 3 that we identified?
Yeah, so this actually, the number 3 was included. I think it might predate me. I'm not exactly sure if there were previous discussions. However, I did reach out to the schools a few months ago, and they identified, I believe it was Cheryl, I have to double check on that, but they identified one school as a priority. And so when we submitted the grant application, we actually submitted it for just that one. But the hope is that we would create a model that could then be replicated for all the schools in the city once we build out that model. Victor, if you want to add anything to that.
Yeah, I can follow up with that.
Okay. All right, appreciate it. Thank you.
Great. So economies, this is an area.
Thank you.
This is an area where we've had two big projects that have been completed, the economic development strategic plan. So today you'll consider whether or not you want to add, basically make that a plug-in plan and plug it into the strategic plan, or whether you want to bring elements of that into the city's strategic plan. And then also the coordination of small business initiatives with the Greater Inglewood Chamber of Commerce. The rest are either delayed or in progress. So again, the work to continue the work of the DDA, to support DDA, we're proposing that we carry that over, but that we do modify it from implementation, because it's already been implemented, to continuously support the projects and initiatives of the DDA. We did review, or we're working on, obviously, the code, Unified Development Code review. That's a long-term project that we're requesting we carry over. This goal, you're obviously going to have a workshop in February dedicated to this section of the strategic plan. As previously discussed, you're going to have Dig Studios come in a bit later today to facilitate kind of the data poll or data discussion, initial discussion, to help frame that discussion you're doing later in February. So that'll be a bigger topic this afternoon and then in February. And then for workforce development, we are proposing to carry that over, as a continuation of the work that we're doing right now, specifically with AD Works. Also the support for the facility we're in right now, and also for Bridge House that will be breaking ground sometime this summer, early fall. Obviously, are also key components of that. Any questions on economy?
I have a clarifying question. So you review these, some of them are saying delayed and some of them are saying carried over. I find it a little bit challenging to know where did we miss like a deadline, like we were hoping to complete it this year and we're off track versus we already knew it was gonna be a multi-year project, so that was already baked in. It's a little hard for me to understand.
Yeah, so this section's a little, of all the sections on Vernon Camp in the strategic plan, this one we've handled differently because this is an area with the master developer pulling out that we basically put this on hold and we're going to reset with you. The others, if you see the yellow triangle, that means that it was delayed from when we hoped to complete it. But we are proposing that you consider carrying it over so that we can finish the work. Whereas if it's a green circle, that means that things are still going well with it, but we haven't finished it yet. But this, yeah, no problem. But yeah, just as a reminder, this section, delayed on hold this is the only time you're gonna see it, or should see it, hopefully in the time. So neighborhoods is one of our 2 areas I'm gonna be going through that we actually only have very few projects that we're proposing carrying over. These 2 areas, neighborhoods and safety, had a relatively small number of projects to begin with. But in neighborhoods, we've completed all but 2 projects from 2022 and in safety all but 3. And so later this afternoon, Nick Kittle, along with Police Chief Sam Watson and Communications Director Chris Hargett, they're going to be having discussions with you about how you want to handle these 2 sections going forward, as there's only a few projects that are left. So some of the big accomplishments in neighborhoods were the creation of the neighborhood map, the grant program, the volunteer program, creating a strategic plan for social media, and the publication of the 4 issues of the Citizen magazine. So the 2 that we have not finished in this area are implementing the neighborhood signage program, but there's been a lot of work done in that area, but again, this is a long-term project, and then creation of strategic communications plan for neighborhood resources. Any questions on neighborhoods? And again,
You might going back one. So what type of grant program are we talking about? That's just a check mark.
the neighborhood grant program, Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, so that would be your, I think we're talking about your Getting Ready Neighbor grant and neighborhood.
So wasn't it, why is it not green then? Because we did those last year, right?
Well, the goal was to create the program, and so that it's been created, and now if council sees fit to keep funding it, we're gonna keep giving those grants. But that big parking lot across from Wells Fargo, that they painted, that was our grant program. There's little libraries that neighborhoods have applied for, so we're doling out these little mini grants, and neighborhoods are coming together and doing cool things. So we completed the creation, but we want to keep it going. Yeah, it can tell you, it will continue.
Okay. So why is it a check mark instead of green?
So it's focused on the word create. So we completed the creation of it.
All right. I'm good.
So safety, again, like neighborhoods is an area where the majority of the projects have been completed, only 3 remain. So one of the biggest, I think, achievements in this area has been a focus on, a renewed focus, I should say, on community relations and crime prevention through neighborhoods and through community engagement. And that started with the hiring of a coordinator, robust training program that's been initiated, protocols to work in the dispatch center to divert mental health calls. And I believe, Chief Watson, we were recently featured, right? And you had an article about that work, right?
Yeah, that was an article, a national article, other agencies that talk about our as a model for other agencies.
It's in your Friday update.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Right.
And then we developed and implemented the emergency management training program. So the 3 projects that remain here that we're proposing to carry over are SEPTED. So SEPTED is crime prevention through environmental design. We did that audit a little over a year ago, but we're still working through the implementation of that. It included recommendations for all of our facilities, including all of our program parks. So there's a lot of work that we need to continue in that area. We also are, I think, pretty close to knowing whether or not we'll be reaccredited through the Colorado Association of Chiefs of Police. That's a long-term project. collect data on and make recommendations related to policing and legitimizing the role of policing to long-term projects. So there's only 3 that we have right now to carry over. Sustainability, the last one.
Can we go back to the septet? So we completed an audit. When do you think we will expect to see some requests?
Yeah, I can answer that. So we're in process. Facilities has been awesome, like the parking garage structure, additional lighting in there. They've fenced off where the stairs are, so you can't hide in there. For the park side, we actually ordered solar lights for Bellevue Park to enhance the lighting there. Additional lighting in the rec centers and at Malley, we've turned up landscaping, so it's all in progress. Some of the projects were higher dollar amounts than others. And so we took the low hanging fruit and knocked those out immediately, and some of the larger projects obviously will take a bit more time through our CIP process and other means, but it's in progress.
Okay, and that's specific to Parks and Rec, but this program, septet, was citywide.
So it included facilities, and parks primarily, those 2. And so, yeah, we're on both ends, parks and facilities is being addressed currently, and we're scoping out what the rest of it looks like.
Awesome, thank you.
If we did a list of all the things, I mean, like the screening windows in the library, I mean, there were just a tremendous number of things that you just went ahead and did.
Okay.
It might be good to have like a track.
We actually have a very large spreadsheet that we're working on.
Okay, great.
I think there's about 70 total recommendations. There are many in there. So.
Thank you.
Yeah, and then finally, sustainability is obviously with the hiring of our sustainability coordinator, which basically she's been on board for the entire year. She'll be joining us later to talk about some proposed revisions in this area. There's been quite a bit of work with air quality. One of the biggest achievements has been partnering with some regional partners to use technology to measure air quality. This is outdoor air quality. Sustainability Commission is actually proposing to you that we consider adding some work related to indoor air quality, which is not currently in the plan for next year. Tracking the impact of emissions, placing air quality health information on our website, developing the asset management program. The neighborhood grant program is in here also. It's a cross-reference because there is a sustainability component to it. Also, a lot of the things here kind of pursuing things like electric vehicle charging stations and programs, Soul Smart designation, continuing to develop and improve the E3 program, which is basically a grant program for homeowners to make their houses more energy efficient. A lot of the work has been completed related to natural resources that we have in the city, such as using organic fertilizers on our athletic fields, and then worked on a broken T. And then we also have been focusing this year and continue to focus next year on engaging not just the community, but also staff in sustainability goals. And so one of the big areas we've done has been the annual river cleanup that's headed by SPR, and then the completion of the softening evaluation for our water. And I think later today, Director Van Rye is going to propose some changes to move some of the water work from this section into infrastructure and transportation. So there still are quite a few projects here that we do look to carry over. There's one involving air quality, the development of the capital improvement plan, the CIP is long-term. The EV work, a lot has been done. There's a group that's been meeting. I think they had 3 meetings. That should be finished relatively soon into 2023. This is a long-term project to measure and track and reduce carbon emissions, revise different, and I think they want to make some revisions to this area as well, but involving built environment, and infrastructure to make some revisions to the demolition permits, including containment plans for lead and asbestos, to assist homeowners with removal of lead paint. This is an area where we could apply for a grant. We were unsuccessful, but our coordinator has been working on some other ideas related to that as well. Community resiliency and energy are 2 areas too, where there's a lot of work that needs to be done to carry it over. Micro turbine project is one that we haven't really done a lot of work on, but has remained in the plan. Create energy efficient outreach and education plan. Again, it's a long-term project. Same thing with eliminating the use of the pesticides in parks and open spaces. And also the conversion of nearly 6 acres at Broken T. 90% of that is done. So that's an example of one that we're almost completed with, and hopefully we'll complete in early 2023. Also, this is one that we started really this year involving increasing our tree canopy. But we have done quite a bit of work on it. We hope to have that done early in 2023. Conducting an inventory of where turf and asphalt can be replaced in the other plants. So this does tie into that turf program that you heard a little bit about on December 5th at your council meeting, with some grant funding that will be coming from the state, I believe starting this year. Waste and recycling, there was obviously a project in here that was removed after it was decided not to move forward with a single hauler, so that was taken out or in an earlier iteration of this. But we still have a few projects here that we'll continue to work on. We'll continue to provide electronic and hazardous waste recycling. It's very popular. And also a renewed focus on education and public outreach around waste reduction. And then also water protection. There's a few long-term involving park irrigation systems. As I mentioned, under water protection also, the softening evaluation has been completed. We will continue to work on the construction of Big Dry Creek. This has obviously been a very long project and one that we definitely need more time to work on. And then a water conservation program, a lot of work was done on that this year. Undertaking a water usage analysis of city facilities is something we need more time on. Installation of meters to eliminate flat rate accounts, also something that was delayed a bit and what we had hoped to complete. And then you see a few others here involved in water protection. That's it. Any questions on sustainability?
Those water projects that we're moving, is it mostly just because it is infrastructure and not necessarily like our.
That's exactly why. They're more infrastructure than they are sustainability. We have an aspect that is sustainability, water conservation largely.
Yeah.
But like, I could put some pipes fixing the animal life.
Okay.
Can we just part of the box here?
Yeah.
Yes. So I have to double check on that, but I believe the reason you're not seeing it, please don't quote me on it, definitively is I did not include projects in development. I believe it was a project in development, but I have to double check to make sure.
You're gonna speak to that too.
Yeah.
Rita has it.
Yeah, I believe Mel is taking the lead on the garden in the box. Plus, we actually have it highlighted in the water efficiency plan. One of the projects identified water efficiency. So it's captured there.
Member Russell, you got a question?
I do, thank you. My question is about looking into grants for helping citizens replace lead pipes. What is that? How does that impact what we were going to use the WIFIA fund for? Are there things that citizens have that are their responsibility that the city wouldn't take care of?
Great question. We thank you, Councilmember Russell. We do actually have a plan for this, and so the WIFIA funding has $19 million dedicated to lead service line replacement. That is not what we think the possible total cost could be. The total cost we think might approach 80 million. And so that 19 million is 50% of a total funding amount to replace lead service lines. We are currently in the process. We've gone through the letter of intent phase of going after infrastructure bill money from the infrastructure bill last year. And that one we're targeting $70 million worth of low interest loans through the state revolving fund. It's not just loans, but it's also grants. It's a 52-48 split. So 52% of that 70 million would be grants, 48% would be low interest loans. So that's a $36 million worth of grant funding dedicated to lead service line removal. That's the money that we anticipate would make the most sense to utilize to help homeowners with their piece of the lead service line that they're responsible for. So we're in the application process right now, and the schedule for that process is our application would be complete in March of 2024. So that's how long that process is. But if we're successful in that, that brings in another $70 million grant and low interest loans to fund what was our unfunded lead service line replacement program.
So would that be divided equally among all citizens or just only applied to certain citizens?
I think that would we have to figure out what the actual inventory of lead service lines is. If the 36 million in grant funding will address all of the citizen responsibility, then I think that could be a proposal that we make. Those aspects of how we divide all that up are the programmatic decisions and policies that we'll be bringing to you over the next year to year and a half as we get this funding to determine where we do want to spend, whether it's loan money or it's grant money. The other caveat to this is that federal money can't be spent on private property. So I know this is a challenge that other cities across the US are facing as it relates to utilizing federal funds for an individual's homeowner's responsibility. But we think there are ways around that. Other communities are finding ways around that, but that's another thing we have to work through as a nuance.
Okay, thank you.
Does that mean that we couldn't use part of the WIFIA funds for a match on the grant?
No, actually, that's part of what we're actually looking at, is that the grant actually becomes part of the matching fund. So if we have 19 million in WIFIA, part of the 70 million of the grant would be matching the match to that WIFIA funding. So we're utilizing it for two purposes so that we don't have to come up with 19 million more off of rates. We can use these other mechanisms. We're working through all that financing right now.
Good.
Good. Great, any other questions? Great, so what we're going to do, and I'll mention this a few times probably, is we're going to take the ones that we're proposing that we carry over. We're going to add some additions or changes that you may provide with us today. We're going to package all of that and then come back to you at one of your regular council meetings later in February or early March with a final proposal. So certainly today's the place if there are ones that we're proposing to carry over that you don't want us to carry over, but you'll have other opportunities to weigh in on that as well. Great. So we're going to transition now to proposed modifications. So I just want to kind of stress at this point that we're proposing different modifications. So we opened it up to the entire leadership team and said, okay, here's a strategic plan. I believe I mentioned it during the city manager report at your last meeting in December too, for you to weigh in as well. And we create a spreadsheet and we ask directors to submit proposals. Some of these are very kind of cut and dry, like yes or no, do you want this, yes or no? Others are nuanced. And so our expert facilitator is going to help us ensure that we're kind of answering questions. We did in your packet include specific questions that we are requesting you consider for each of these areas, but obviously it's your prerogative. If there's other things you'd like to see changed or other things you want to bring up, there will be time for you to do that this afternoon. So we're going to kick this off by having Director King talk a little bit about, we did a leadership team retreat, I think also on December 5th or thereabouts, early December, and leadership team did its own kind of mini visioning exercise. And so Director King is going to share some of the high level results from that.
So back in December, we all got together and we discussed some of our challenges and some ideas and what do we kind of see in the future. And we talked about like 6 different goals. We had residential goals, business and industry goals, employee goals, plans, policy, procedure goals, expense stabilization and reduction goals, and productivity goals. So under each of those goals, you know, all the directors got together and put in items and we wrote down tons of things for each area. So what we're going to share with you today is, you know, what were the top things that came out of each goal from all the directors. So some of the themes was we had 2 top themes. Well, really there's 5 top themes because there's some ties there. So access to services and information, that was tied for number 1, and reduction of crime. That was a theme of what was going on throughout the whole thing. And then what was tied for number 2 was beautification was a priority. Known as a place to live and work in the Denver area, redeveloped and vibrant downtown district. Now under the residential goal, the top 3 were crime is reduced, homelessness is addressed and reduced, and beautification enhancement. So that would be some of the residential goals.
And Chairman, can I give a little background on kind of how, why this is structured this way? I made up a fictional award that the city was getting, like best small city in America. And we're at this awards presentation 10 years from now. And the speaker is telling us how we transform the community. So I asked the leadership team, tell me what she's saying. The scenario had it cutting to a video of residents, a bunch of residents saying, this is what the city did to change. So that's what the residents told us. And then he's also going to talk about what employees in the city said, how we transform. So that was kind of the process that we used to look at this.
Sean was doing this all from his wheelchair, so.
Yes, because the Red Bulls I've been drinking collapsed my bum.
So, you know, what do we see with, what did the business and industry, what were some of their goals? You know, businesses are accessible in England. England is the most responsive. England is the most responsive and business. Business friendly, right? Infrastructure investments pay dividends in economic. Sorry. Tied for number 3, transportation systems are well maintained and easy to access. City policies and processes. Yes. The top employee goals, top performers are retained with competitive salaries. And the tie for number 2 was enhanced employee gathering spaces for collaboration. Standard of excellence is high. Mental health is a priority. Staff are valued as professional and competent. Plans, policies, and procedures and goals. Staff and residents understand the why. Email retention policy. And revenue generation goals, audit all the fees. So reviewing those fees on the annual basis or quarterly basis and then passport acceptance facility. So trying to think about what are some revenue generating ideas out there. Expense stabilization and reduction goals, tier 1, driving licenses to online portal for payments. So using our online and all of our technology instead of coming in and doing it in front. Eliminating service and programs that have minimal impact. Evaluating positions with rigor, productivity goals, training video and training how-to videos. And spark joy in the workplace by hiring and retaining top-tier employees. All right, go back to Tim.
Any questions about those? I asked Tim to include these just as kind of number 1, to see how much alignment there is with what's already in your strategic plan and what the leadership team was saying would be the most transformational things that we could do for our residents, for our business community, for our employees.
What, can we just speak a little bit more to email retention policy? Is it a change in the current policy?
Yeah. Our current email retention policy is 90 days. So we keep 90 days of current stuff and we're kind of following what the state of Colorado was doing. And actually since then, we did have a discussion about email retention and, you know, what is other people doing and how are we doing it? And then we came to the conclusion that a 2-year email retention policy would be the best to have. The basic idea is to sit there and say, you know, what emails is a communication and what will need to happen. And the idea of the 90% was saying, you need to manage those emails and move them into the system of record to the project that's where that's supposed to be, not keep them into your email and get rid of the spam or whatever and remove those immediately. So, but then after discussing, there was, you know, projects can last longer than 2 years. You know, there might be some HR issues that need to happen within 2 years. We also had concerns, legal concerns. We had core concerns about that. And we don't want to keep these forever, but yet we need to make sure that we're doing the best we can to manage our email and, you know, making sure people are moving those off into the system. So 2 years is what we can. You know, it's all period.
There was every one time. Council was complaining about this too, so we've already, thank you.
I was just gonna say, we actually had a project where we were in the warranty period and we had lost some emails because of some of the documentation, so it was a little bit harder to recreate what the warranty issue. We resolved it, but it this will help that.
Got it.
Great, so this next part, I'm not gonna go through in detail, this was part of your packet, but this just kind of shows the changes that leadership team members are proposing, where the outcome area is, the goal, what the proposal is, and the question that you have for council to consider. Again, a few of these are gonna be much bigger discussions than others, some of them might be pretty straightforward and yes or no questions. All right, so we're gonna start with community well-being, and our first proposal for council to consider is, should a goal focused on senior services be added to the community well-being outcome area of the strategic plan? And so Director Underhill is going to present this, and we'll do some questions after this.
Well, if you're like me, yeah, possibly aging parents, you're aging well as well. And while Molly does a lot of things, and we are one of the leaders in Colorado, we just hired a new senior coordinator over there. And she said, when I was coordinating in Aurora, we always looked to see what Mally was doing before we'd actually put on programs. And so kudos to Mally for all that they have been doing over the years. But really, we want to continue to focus on our aging population. I think the number one topic is aging in place and how do we accomplish that. And so we thought this would be a good goal to add on. So Mally staff, including myself, can really dig into what our best practices in the aging community. What do people actually need? What are we not offering already that we should be? And so this next year, the proposal would be to develop action plan, age-friendly action plan to identify areas where we can do more, areas that we're already doing, and advertise that even further, as well as developing goals around implementation. And so this next year would be the action plan. It won't take us the whole year to do that ultimately, but we can start putting different programs in place sooner than later to really serve our community well. And ease a lot of concerns that many of our patrons that do come into Mally may have. One thing I wanted to highlight is, due to COVID, we opened the Buzz Resource Room. And if you haven't been to Mally, it used to be the old library. As you walked in, you head to the right. It's behind the fireplace. And so we changed that from a library computer room to a resource center. And some of the opportunities that we have in there is we can talk to seniors about transportation issues they may be having and hooking them up with transportation in Inglewood, healthcare, insurance, a variety of senior services, housing options, volunteering programs. So one thing that many seniors like to do is volunteer their time to give back to their community. And so continuing to allow them what we actually have. We have a lot of our seniors that come out to our events and help out, which is wonderful. Finances, we have experts that come in and help with tax help or just general financing, and how do you continue with the savings that you've had till the day you die, and you have enough money in your account for that. Overall recreation, keeping our seniors as active as possible for as long as possible, and then caregiving too, and making sure that we have that. So the resource room is actually offering a lot of those programs, but we know we're missing some things. So this is the goal. The question is from council is, do you want to move forward with this action in our plan?
Jump in here. This is something that really wanted to see in the plan. I'm really excited to see it here. Something that we've talked about in the past. I'm curious. Here is a partnership with the age-friendly communities. Is this also in conjunction with the state agency and the area agency on aging? And then is it all part of the same kind of programs? I know there's funding attached to a lot of that.
There is, and that's something that our staff over at Mally are very aware of, and they are partnering. Actually, I think on Monday we have a meeting coming up. If anybody wants to attend with Arapahoe County Council on Aging, we'll be there to discuss just addressing the top priorities for our aging population. And so, yeah, it's not just us going out and Googling something. It is working with state agencies, national agencies, as well as the senior housing that's nearby at Mally and in our community, to see what needs are we not meeting and what can we do more of.
One of the questions I have when I see something like this is how do we connect people with the program that we're paying for? So we certainly have a population that uses Mally. There's also a population of seniors in our community that doesn't and might not know that these opportunities aren't even currently available to them. So in coordination with this, I would like to see some enhanced outreach. I don't know what that looks like, but I think it would be most effective if it could reach the population that isn't currently served by Mally. Or, you know, by the services that exist now.
That's actually, that could be one of the action steps is the marketing piece. Good.
Is this the action plan, creating the action plan, something that we would do in-house, or would we hire a consultant?
I would recommend we pull this off in-house. I don't think we need to pay a consultant as of yet unless we're completely missing something, but I think this is something. We have a great professional staff that can do it.
This is great.
Some of us, Word and Sean and myself, we were all at a session on this at CML last year. And some of they had really good ideas about how to kind of go on the project planning piece. Maybe you guys are already in touch with them on that, but how you can do the needs assessment, and then also engaging lived experience leaders to inform the plan. So that would be really important to me as well.
Definitely.
Christina?
I do support us incorporating this, of course. One thing that might be the unpopular sentiment, maybe because we're not so familiar with it, it's not something our country tends to emphasize with the above aging population, and it's a research and a lot of practice and studies, and a lot of cultures that have long living, healthy, thriving above aging populations show that they do well when they have a sense of belonging and connection. It's that connectedness, and those popular brain chemicals are really on fire, the oxytocin and you know, dopamine and endorphins, etc. And part of how they accomplish this is not by separating the above aging population, which our society tends to do. And so I mean, I'm saying a few words and maybe not so articulately, but I do know that there is also real beauty and value and other opportunity for civic engagement and for sense of belonging for these community members. If we can engage them with young, like I picture Joe Anderson's family, sorry to point to you, but when they're engaged, I mean, the kids learn, it's beneficial all around, right? The learning and the growing and development, and again, the plethora of oxytocin, it's so wonderful. And I think we're just that type of community that can really, you know, pilot something, take a look at it, and how we can really support that community, and support our community as a whole, like just not old people over here and the rest of us over here. So I'd love to see us maybe look into that as much as is possible. Yeah, I love that. I think that's opportunity for like, even the library to get involved with, you know, story times with the kids.
That's what I was thinking. Maybe there's an opportunity here to kind of
Yeah, I like that.
take care of a couple of problems at the same time. We could do some story time things that are currently being done at the library, at the Mally Center. You know, library is a big challenge, obviously, right now. But I do know families who aren't really going to events there anymore because of the environment there. But if some of those services could be decentralized and create a fresh new environment, that would be, you would achieve kind of, you know, would be good for, you know, for our aging population, but also really cool for the kids to kind of mix those groups together. I love it. That's a great idea.
Very good. Yeah.
I would really like to second that whole idea, because somebody that utilizes Mally and is over there weekly, at least a couple of times, bringing kids in and stuff really does add, and people enjoy that. I mean, young kids and young kids go, they're not afraid of seniors, they're not afraid of old people. So I'm in support of what you just mentioned. The other thing regarding housing, aging in place, something that I think we ought to be taking a look at is how can we come up and present ideas, possibly grants or whatever, to support aging in place. And some of the things aging in place might mean is for somebody like me who lives in a tri-level house with no bathroom on that main level. Well, all of a sudden, if I get to the point where I can't get up the stairs or down the stairs, I've got to put a bathroom in and expand my house, that first floor. So those types of things of how you get around and that sort of thing is something that I think would be good for the city to take a look at, how we can support that.
Well, that's great. There's a lot of grants out there and I agree. I think that's something we advertise even further, so you can age in your home. That's a big fear of seniors. Yes, I've been in this home for 50 years and now I've raised my kids here and I have to leave it. That's scary. So great, that's good.
Member Russell had a question. Go ahead, Member Russell.
Thank you. Director Underhill, one thing that happened at the Malley Center, this was before you came, this was way before COVID. The city, I don't know whether it was council or staff, decided to eliminate programs. Before they started eliminating programs at the Malley Center was packed every day, every room. People would come over there in the main room to play cards or just visit with each other. And it's kind of like at that point in time, the culture changed there. And I believe that's why a lot of people quit coming. And I don't know how we turn that back around. Because I think some of these other programs are great, but unless you have an aging population that is gathering together in certain places, it's going to be very difficult to connect most of them with some of the other ideas that you have. I think they're great ideas, but you have got to get the aging population. And I do think I was incredibly sad when that happened, because the aging population needs to be in community with each other, even to maintain good mental and emotional health as well. So I don't know how we do that. And then during COVID and everything shut down, but it already started before COVID at the Malley Center.
Sure, that's great to know, and definitely something I'll have a conversation with our new staff member who is very passionate about seniors and gathering. You know, the social aspect is extremely important. It's something that was most concerning during COVID, is that social aspect. People weren't getting out, so hopefully there's a desire to get back out and we can increase those programs to assist with that. So that's great feedback. Thank you.
Thank you.
Looking at the scope of the goal, I'm wondering if we can expand it a little bit to include some of these other social and community pieces that aren't considered yet. One thing I would point to in study for you guys to think about is the AARP 8 domains of livability, and they include things like social participation, community information, civic participation. Like, what are the ways that we're thinking about holistically for someone who's aging in Inglewood, how do they engage? We've heard actually feedback from citizens thinking, you know, people saying that I had a hard time navigating signups for block parties or those challenges. Like, how do we ensure that there's an equitable access for aging citizens? So that's something to think about as well.
Yeah, very good. That's great.
As your facilitator, I'm going to jump in here because we do have some topics that we need to make sure that we get through. We'll hopefully have some time at the end too for some additional discussion related to all of these different topics. And I just want to make sure that we got the up-down vote that we needed on this real quick.
We'll move forward.
Yeah, this is the question that we want to be sure that we're in alignment on right here is, should this goal be focused on senior services be added to the community well-being outcome area of the strategic plan? It sounds like we have general yes on that, but I want to make sure that we've got yeses and no objections. We're good with that. And staff will be coming back with more details related to this in February and March. And so definitely have that opportunity.
Yes, like we've done in the past, we're taking down notes of everything you're saying, and then we'll make the refinements you're suggesting and then bring it back and come up.
Yep, great. Thank you for that great feedback. And moving right along, we've got affordable housing up next.
Yeah, since we don't have an affordable housing person, I'm taking this one. So the question is really based on, you know, what we're seeing in other communities. Certainly what some of you have expressed to me is that we really probably want to add some specificity around affordability beyond what we put in Code Next. So Code Next is going to, you know, be a significant chunk of what council's responsibility is in trying to create affordability. But as Joe has pointed out to me, you know, it's not the end of affordability. There's so many other things that we could do. So we're just here to ask you, should we have a goal focus more broadly on affordable housing? Should that be added to the community well-being section of the plan? or should additional housing projects be added under the existing affordability goal? So here are a couple of the things that we have been completed, the housing assessment, the recreation discount for veterans. And certainly one of the ones that's in progress is the affordability of city fees and program costs. All of our Code Next work is certainly in progress. Are there other things that you think we should be doing? And Joe, I was thinking maybe you could start us with your idea about the kind of a forum to start fleshing out community engagement.
Well, yeah, we talked about potentially doing a forum around Code Next stuff, but also, you know, beyond that to kind of introduce the subject more broadly to the community, and why we're doing certain things in Code Next, but also what else can be done in this area. I would love to do that. A couple other ideas, like, you know, I'm thinking, like, I kind of see this in two big categories. We have some big gaps on the homelessness and housing side, things like sheltering of these 10 communities, and then permanent supportive housing and transitional housing are big gaps in not just Inglewood, but South Metro area. I've discussed some of that with our partners at Tri-Cities Homelessness Policy Group in Littleton and Sheridan, and I know there's some interest in a more broad discussion there. So I see that as one major need, and then of course the low-income housing more generally, or how can we, you know, once we get some of this Code Next stuff that allows for the development of more affordable housing or smaller units, those kind of things, how do we actually encourage people to do that and incentivize it, or more directly, you know, open up opportunities for that?
Thoughts around that?
I'll jump in and say that I definitely support, I think this should be its own goal within the plan. I think that it's such an important need, it's getting lost a little bit under affordability with some other things. And I agree, Code Next is kind of the long game, and we're not going to see a lot of the impacts, you know, for several years of people building things. And we have this gap between what the housing authority is able to accomplish and what zoning, you know, will accomplish, and everything kind of in between, which Joe is capturing. And so I do think I'd like to see a forum. I'd like to also see, I've thought about a task force on affordable housing. What it would look like to have maybe staff, community members, business people coming together to say, how do we have this conversation around housing in the community and in an ongoing way, and kind of blue sky. Like, what are the creative things? What about prefab? What are the things that are happening? What about, you know, donating land and all of these ideas that are out there? What makes sense for Inglewood, and having kind of some robust conversations and then bringing proposals. So I think I would like to see that as part of this as well.
Is this conversation a direct response in some way? Maybe I didn't get the memo, to sort of undoing some of the redlining policies that have crippled parts of our country or population in the past? Is that for both?
I think it could be. I think it's also related, I mean, to what you're seeing at the state. I mean, you're having more aggressive language come out of the state saying, we are going to preempt all of you cities in your zoning by forcing, you know, affordable housing to be allowed in every zoning district in the state. So, but I think that, you know, what you're describing is also part of it. So there are a lot of factors. I mean, we just see this crisis of affordable housing in our community, and what are we going to do about it?
Yeah. I mean, how much are we leveraging understanding and ideas from elsewhere? I mean, how much are we sharing knowledge and approaches across the nation then?
Probably not as much as we should. I mean, there's a lot of work that's being done, a lot of research. After Joe and the mayor talked to me about this potential forum, I kind of spent a day doing a lot of research on this. And there's more and more research and science and data coming out about this. So I think that that's, you know, starting to be a little more widespread. There are also very different opinions on how to get there, whether it's mandated or whether it's increased supply, which will bring prices down. I mean, there are lots of different thoughts. So to Chelsea's point about a task force, you think that's something that would move the ball on this?
I like that. I know you said a kind of discussion reference for that too. Like, I feel like there a forum where ideas like that can sort of be shared more readily, or maybe more comfortably for some people.
And I would just add, I don't know if this is appropriate or not, but I know there's lots of interest in this stuff. It's obviously it's regional, metro-wide, statewide, countrywide issue. But I think more closely, we definitely have Sheridan and Littleton are both, and Littleton is now hired an affordable housing person on staff, maybe it's part-time or just a one-year contract or something like that. And I know Sheridan is just known for being open to affordable housing. And their councils are both very interested in it. So I don't know if it's something that we would want to open up to being more of a Tri-Cities type of a task force than just a citywide thing or some overlap there or something like that. But I know that there would be some interest in that certainly.
Yeah, I think we definitely need to have the discussions at least. Well, I think I mentioned it to you. Metro Mayor's is talking about it. Dr. Cog, I think, have been talking about having some sort of group, although they were talking about maybe it's not really under their purview, it could be under Metro Mayor's or some other groups, instead of actually just like butting heads kind of thing, or just everyone taking a slice and no one really owning it. But the other aspect of it is like, I agree with the task force, and part of the reason why is because we just had the board and commission meetings and or interviews, there was 4 or 5 people that specifically wanted to get involved because they wanted to see affordability, something being done about affordability in Inglewood. And there does seem to be some expertise, some knowledge within the community that we could potentially leverage. So I'd definitely be in favor of that. I was also reading an article in the Washington Post. There was a city somewhere in Virginia, DC area. And actually, I think one of the mayors here in Denver, or potential candidates, was talking about it, but just potentially looking at city-owned property that they would own and actually use for affordable housing. And so that's what this town in Virginia did. That's a suburb of DC. Excuse me. I don't necessarily agree with some aspects of what was going on in DC, but I do like the idea of at least thinking long-term in terms of how to better utilize our infrastructure. So I think that would be a component of this in a sense, or just a component in terms of just long-range thinking, but I definitely would be in favor of just looking at all of these things.
One of the things I think about when I hear the term affordable housing is some of my residents who may have the perspective that by setting affordable housing as a goal, we are telling them that their property is worth too much, or that their property is overvalued. And so whatever we do with regards to affordable housing or affordability, I think we need to do it with the mindset that our residents have spent their lifetimes building equity in this community. And they're concerned that we may pull some policy levers that somehow reduce their equity or their assets and devalue what they have spent their life building.
Yeah, just very quickly, if I could add. So one of the things that you'll recall that we're doing with Title 16 is we did the housing assessment that led into some of the discussions that you're having relative to housing policy going forward. We were very impressed with the group who put that together, group policy research. We've actually talked to them about continuing a relationship beyond the housing assessment with us because they've worked in most every major metro city and community around here to start to think about some of these issues. And they've even had that kind of convener facilitator role with things like the task force idea, that type of thing. So just to plant that idea as a possibility that we could have that type of resource continuing to interface with our community and with you around that kind of work, because I think they've done a lot of thinking around this area. I think they're pretty cutting edge in their approach. So just to plant that seed.
And with that seed planted, I'm going to hit a pause button for a second as your facilitator and say that we've got some other items to move through. Obviously, this is generating some great discussion. We've got a lot of interest in it. The question being proposed is, should an additional goal focused on affordable housing be added to the community well-being outcome area, or should additional housing projects be added underneath the existing affordability goal? How would you like to see it reflect on the plan? And I want to emphasize your comments are being captured. Thank you very much for those, and we'll make sure that those get reflected as staff comes back with more information later. Thoughts related to that? Where does it belong in terms of its reflection in here? Seems like we want to. Seems like an elevated conversation. But again, as we talk through this, where does it belong? Is it under affordability or is it its own
See it
area?
as a basic need. So,
It's called out on its own, then would be.
So added to the well-being.
I would kind of put it over there,
Add to community well-being?
Yeah, I'm waiting, I think it needs to be, have a level of focus that it deserves.
It seems like we've got a little general direction for that. I'd like to just formalize the direction and say, are we okay as a body of saying community well-being is where we'd like this to go? With more information obviously coming from staff at a future point. Is that okay?
Yep.
Okay, yep. All right. Silence is ascension. We're moving right along. Kicking it off here next is placement. Sean's got it.
Yep, one more of these, and of course, Chris, Meredith and I, as well as Christina, do a lot of tag teaming on this. We've done a lot of great work this year on wayfinding, and you're about to start seeing signs go up finally, that have taken a long time, and thanks to everybody for doing good work on that. But certainly there's a lot more that needs to be done. I mean, we still have corridors that many of you on council say, do something about the corridors. Like, this is not, we are not making our city attractive. And we need to be working on that, even if it's incrementally. So the question is, should additional projects be added to the community well-being outcome area to include those focused on wayfinding and beautification? Because we did do the wayfinding and placemaking master plan 2 years ago. And so that's what's leading, guiding our work that we've got now. But we don't really have a lot of specificity other than implement that plan that is actually built into the strategic plan. Am I saying that right, Tim? And so are there specific things that you want to see added in those areas of wayfinding, placemaking, beautification?
yes. Yes, and
Go for
please. Put down the
it.
I'm happy to see that, and what I have to share in terms of this area is, I mean, 100% correlated with the top two transformation themes from the leadership retreat. More so the access to services and information as opposed to reducing. So I think yes is the answer to the question. I think what those items look like and what they are, is a set of options for citizens to take the lead and use their own resources to further beautify right? That are currently limited by policy. And or difficult processes that they have to engage with to get the green light to move ahead. So, yes, but I really want to focus and put my finger down on this access to services and information. I think we're shooting ourselves in the foot a little bit because of how our processes enable people. We can also, I think there's a big opportunity to take the cost away from the city and bring revenue by enabling groups and people who have these ideas that can further add to our placemaking, wayfinding. I don't think it all has to come from us. I think we still can gain revenue through some of these ideas. I'm gonna throw out one little idea, but parklets, for example. They can take many shapes and forms. They're very engaging, they're temporary, they're using unused space that's not so pretty. Maybe it's parking spaces, or it can be the main fairs, or so many options, but let's say we wanted to do that. City doesn't necessarily have to pay for it, but are we making it easy to engage some of our constituents who may want to run with that, so kind of have a big mouthful around
Well,
that.
I have three things, is how do we make sure our regulatory process doesn't inhibit people from being creative with private and public
Yes.
spaces that are doing their
Yes.
property. Number two, could we maybe look at incentives or even, or how do we incentivize? And I would say number three, which you didn't directly say, but if we talk about bearing, not city not going to bear all the cost,
Yeah.
we have to say, when new development comes in, should they have to plant trees? I mean, we already have some regulation, but
Absolutely.
are our standards too low? I mean, do we need to, tweak that? And
That's a
ensure-
big yes too.
Sorry, I just
No,
didn't.
you're doing great. You're doing great. This is a fantastic discussion and I appreciate the passion around it. I think it's a wonderful one that is going to generate a ton of ideas. So I think when we talk about placemaking, I think there's a lot of ideas. The question is, how do we prioritize too? And I just definitely want to get a yes, no on this. Because we do have this question, and if it's not prioritized, we don't see it in the plan, then it falls where it does with other priorities that aren't in the plan. And so the question here becomes, is this a yes vote for this group? Or do we have additional questions we need answered before we place it in the plan? It sounds like we've got some enthusiasm and I love that. Do we have any others who'd like to weigh in on either clarification or consequences of making this a part? But we've got a clear question that I just want to make sure that we get an answer to, because if it's in the plan, these discussions become more of what are the ideas? How do we go about it? And bringing back a package of those things so that we can go ahead and get adoption and support. So thoughts about that? Are we feeling yes?
Well, I'm gonna say, I'm a yes for this, but also we gotta figure out a way to communicate with the DDA, because obviously they have a portion of their budget that should be going towards this for a specific area in the city. So figuring out a way to communicate that leading up to the budget. I guess that I'm a yes, but I'm also wondering, where's the budget for this? So, that's kind of like my hesitancy with.
But I said that there are ways to do this that don't really cost the city that much. There are so many innovative ideas under this umbrella that, you know, we've already carved out a chunk. I'm sorry, I'm still taking up the floor, but we've carved out a chunk of money for this beautiful plan we have that's now materializing finally. I don't think we have to keep doing that.
Well, we've also put a lot of money in the capital budget that has just been, we've had to give it up because we didn't have staff or resources to actually execute.
And I think that's,
For instance.
that's my concern when I look at this. I mean, I like the goal and, you know, it's great, but in the grand scheme of things, this is not like top of the list for me. So my concern is more with what resources are we drawing to support this that we could be spending in other places.
So we've got some concerns raised related to the affordability of it, or how we're going to find the budget or the budget dollars related to that. If that's a concern for this, others to weigh in on this topic. We feeling a yes? We feeling a yes with an asterisk? We feeling a no?
I'm a yes, because I think that sometimes, you know, beautification can be, people think like, oh, it's like flowers and like, what's the utility in the community? I think it goes a long way to specifically the placemaking piece, community identity, community pride. It's actually quite a powerful force when we're dealing with a community that is more and more divided. And think about things like development and density and new residents moving in. The idea that we all live here together and that we're having some pride in how the wood looks and feels, I actually think is really important.
And even further to that, Chelsea, it ties to crime. Again, the other, the reduction of crime, the other number one item from your leadership retreat. I mean, it's highly correlated with, you know, the work that our law enforcement team has to do.
And the economy as well.
Yeah,
I mean, you're gonna be more economically vibrant if
Yeah,
you don't
yes.
look like, you know, you're dilapidated.
right.
Well, just a small point is more semantics, but to remember Wing's point, if we're not really gonna be using budget dollars, maybe this should be under neighborhood instead of community well-being, so, yeah.
I mean, it is tied to.
I'm supportive of, just with the caveat that, you know, we're gonna have to have a priorities discussion when it comes to whether, you know, budget supplemental is necessary, if there's cost associated with it, or if, you know, we're talking about the 2024 budget, that this one, I'm kind of member Ward, I think this is really important. But like, you know, if it comes down to adding signs or cleaning out our storm drains, like, you know, there is a priority that this does fit somewhere in that list, and we'd have to see what our capital budget is and whether we can afford some of this. I would hope we could.
So it sounds like we're moving in a similar direction at least, which is that we'd like it to be reflected. However, there's a financial concern that needs to be very specifically addressed if we're going to put it in there. So does that feel okay as part of this? I mean, I feel like we're okay with moving that forward. And to your point, Mayor, we can always reflect a change in where it belongs in the plan at that March. or
And
that
we've done it
February
before,
session.
yeah, we've done it before where we just shifted to another category.
And so Mayor's put that out as well. So consider where it belongs. This is the recommendation. And if we're okay with that, with an asterisk, financial asterisk, then we can move it into the plan. Does that feel okay to this group?
You know, I'd like to add one more thing.
Yes, sir.
That might get another asterisk.
Okay.
And that would be to be trying to look at the unintended consequences of any type of projects. And the first thing I heard here was, I think about, more trees and that sort of thing along the streets and stuff. And then I think of, okay, fall leaves in the gutters. We don't pick them up with our street cleaning. Now they're in the sewers, which we're looking at cleaning out on this annual basis or whatever. But then ice dams and things like that in the winter. And those are those types of unintended consequences that I'm thinking of, or that I thought of when I heard that.
Well, when you talk about new trees and new plants, you're talking about irrigation, and that's been an issue with the Broadway area and Hampton, if I remember right. So,
Exactly.
broken irrigation, so it's a big touchdown item, yeah.
So we'll get rid of trees.
Yeah.
So we'll just nix the tree idea.
No, I'm not saying that's it. I'm just saying,
Let's be mindful of unintended.
yeah, there's more to think about it than, just putting it out there.
Jim is an advocate too, so we're
Yeah.
just putting you down for the asterisk.
We got a yes asterisk. I'm gonna say feels like we got a yes asterisk.
Yeah,
Yeah, let's move it into the plan.
Yeah.
And it'll offset our pavement costs because we'll reduce the pavement life cycle because we have trees protecting our pavement. And we're gonna have cleaner water because the trees will clean that water. It's gonna get weird when we do the math on this one. But the ask here is that when we start to review this on a policy level, that we make sure that we're looking at unintended consequences and we're making sure that it's financially feasible. Does that sound fair and okay? Moving carried. All right, I like it. Here we go. We're rolling right along. This is great. Next up is we've got economy, business, climate goal.
Thank you.
I want to start off with a thank you because the completion of Englewood's very first economic development strategic plan last year was a very key project for our department, and I appreciate the time that you both invested in the review, both interim and adopting it in your resolution last November, but also the funds that you provided for us to be able to get it done. So one of the things that is really interesting about our strategic plan is we think that this part hopefully will be plug and play in terms of the councils and the community strategic plan, because the plan is really organized around themes that really build on what we have been doing. Some of the things that we want to really try to strive for is to make sure our businesses know that we are here, that we have the resources, and we're communicating with them. We also want to reach out to and serve more of the traditionally underserved business community that's been in place. We want to have more effective effort around that as well. And I'll just cut to the chase and say, these are some of the areas that we would recommend that we would report into the strategic plan, because the economic development strategic plan is arranged around short term, 0 to 2 years, midterm 2 to 5, and long term 5 to 10 year goals. And this list here, and I won't go through them in the interest of time, you can see them and we can discuss them in a minute. These are the 0 to 2 years. That's the time frame of your strategic plan. So we think this is a pretty good comprehensive list of things that we would aim to try to accomplish over the course of the next 2 years. We have the staff resources and the other resources in place to be able to do that within our existing program. So I don't think we have the same resource discussion that we had with some of these other ones. We're prepared to move forward on these. And these are the ones that we were proposed to incorporate into this strategic plan as well. So I'd be happy to take any questions.
Questions for the director? Feels like we're getting some good support. Yeah. Okay. No significant objection.
They've already seen these, so it's a little easier.
I feel like we have consent.
That's why I said plug and play.
And therein lies informed consent. I think we have a yay on this. Moving right along. Next, would you like to introduce our next?
I would, very briefly. So we're going to take a little bit of a change in course here and have a little bit more expansive discussion around City Center. It's all on your calendars. It's on the DDA board's calendars for February 11th, as well as LMR partners. A couple of their principals are going to join us from Miami to have a discussion and visioning session in mid-February around the future of City Center. But one of the things we wanted to do is start to have some of the discussions around whetting the appetite for that larger session in February. So what I would like to do at this point is turn it over to Dan Farumba, who will introduce what we'll be doing for the next period of time. And then he will in turn introduce the gentlemen who are here to help facilitate this part of the discussion this afternoon. And Dan, if I can help you with that.
I think I got it.
Okay.
Dan, don't take too long, we still have a year to go.
Is there any way that we could freeze the screen so member Russell can see these two? What are they, graphics,
Yeah.
the visuals? And it doesn't look like it's anything different than what we've seen before, member Russell. At least from my view. I was gonna say, I haven't seen the other three, it looks like we got three others.
It should be familiar.
Okay, well, there you go.
So I'll get started on this. This segment is to get council's feedback on the prior concept plan that was put forward by SKB and Triba. And as Brad mentioned, it's in preparation for the February 11th joint planning session with EPDA board members as well as representatives of LNR partners who represent the red property that was foreclosed on in 2018. So this is the first time that we collectively have this opportunity to get together with them. The goal for the joint planning session is to try to arrive at a consensus revised concept plan. In other words, what are the things that can be changed about the prior plan that would then give us a concept plan to go out for a national marketing effort to seek a replacement master developer and buyer of the LNR property as well as portions of the city property. Just a little bit of additional context. If we can arrive at a consensus concept plan, then LNR will go ahead and lease up their property and sell it as is without termination of the ground lease. And the problem for us is that that puts redevelopment off many, many years because those leases will be 5 and 10 and even longer in length. So it leaves us kind of at a really status quo. In terms of the city property in blue, the flip side of that is that we need portions of the former Weingart property, the LNR property, particularly the 24-hour fitness building, the Tokyo Joe's building, and then the Plaza Retail. So we have two parties who really need each other and can construct a win-win here. So that's what we hope can come out of the joint planning session in February. And with that, today's session is really to hear from the council, your ideas, your feedback, and that'll all be factored into the joint planning session in February. Bill?
Thanks, Dan. Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, member of councils, city officials, and team members. We're excited to be here today. I'm Bill Vitek. I'm with Dig Studio. I'm a senior principal there, and with me also is Ryan Soterkis. He's in the back, and he's a project manager on this project. And this is actually very familiar for us because we were involved as one of the lead consultants on the Downtown Matters Plan. So as that document was kind of high level, the principle and kind of strategy, now we're getting down into more of the physical planning aspects of the kind of the three different nodes that we always refer to as downtown, city center, Old South Broadway, and the medical district. So in particular, we want to focus on city center and its next steps. And we thought that today would be, we've had an opportunity so far in the last month or so, since we've been able to start the process here. We've had interviews with members of the EDDA and some of the city members and officials. So it's really now our opportunity to hear from you today, City Council in particular, as you're such a critical role in all of this,
to get your feedback on the aspects of the previous plan and what you would like to see as the vision for this revised plan moving forward for City Center. So that's, so we're not going to do much more talking than this because we want to hear from all of you in terms of your thoughts and comments. And as we all know, and as a plan is so many layers to it, right? It was actually very interesting to hear your conversation. I'm glad we were a little early to hear your conversation about placemaking, affordable housing, trees and economic development. All of those things play a major component piece of City Center and what ultimately happens there as well, along with circulation and parking and mobility and all those other issues. So I think City Center is kind of a microcosm of all those as to how do we get the best in all those different layers that make up a plan to come together and shape the next vision in physical plan for City Center moving forward. So I think everybody's very familiar with the property that's been, that's identified here, the red and blue pieces in terms of ownership. And then this is the actual TRIBA SKB plan right here, which, showed a lot of residential, mixed use residential, 3 blocks, a hotel site, some office, and the city hall going into the existing 24-hour fitness building. So with that, I can just open this up and have you all dive in and talk about everything that you'd like to see here from, density, affordable housing, circulation, parking. There's an issue with parking and RTD and how all that sort of sorts out. But just like to open it up to the floor and get your comments and feedback on this plan, what you like, what you didn't like, and what's missing. What do we want to be sure that we don't forget as we do a revised plan moving forward?
So real quick, Mr. Vitek, is that what you're looking for, at least for, from the conclusion of the February 11th meeting, whatever it is, those questions in terms of affordable housing, placemaking, trees, or that's what the end goal is for that February 11th meeting?
Yeah, the goal for February 11th is based on feedback we've gotten from you and other, EDDA and all the other city folks, is to come out of that February 11th session with a consensus plan that that integrates all of these different components. And a series of what I call a series of organizing framework principles that embody the physical plan aspect.
Bill, I'll just mention that the concept plan, the goal for that is to be able to use it as part of an offering package, marketing package. So it's really illustrative only. It's basically a collection of general ideas about what the stakeholders would like to see. But the idea is all the respondents to the marketing effort would have to come back with their own plans and then vet those plans with the primary stakeholders as well as the public.
Can I ask a big picture question? One of the challenges that you mentioned earlier is the relationship with Eleanor. How would things look different if, for instance, the city were to just decide to reacquire that ground lease so we could have full control and not have to negotiate these things with Eleanor?
It would make life a lot easier if we didn't have to do that, because not only do we have to generally agree on a concept plan, but in parallel with that, we have to agree on a transaction, and that transaction is going to have the termination of the ground lease as a given. So we got 2 big aspects to negotiate with L&R. If we didn't have them, to deal with aside from those things, we probably still have pretty much that mix of uses, because urban, transit-oriented developments really require a lot of residential to drive the success. So we'd still have, and their property is basically all residential going forward. So we probably still have those uses. We do have some disagreements with them about how parking is handled, whether it's distributed or centralized. And they also have some thoughts that you'll hear about how affordable housing should be handled. They think it ought to be all on the city property rather than distributed by by building.
I like Member Ward's suggestion there to consider alternative ways of approaching this property, just to try to coordinate with a potential master developer and LNR and everybody all at the same time to get a plan. I'm just afraid we're gonna lose our opportunity. If there's a way that we could reacquire that property directly, or even just looking at this proposed site plan over here, there isn't any plan to do anything. It doesn't look like with the D portion of their property. I don't know if they'd be amenable to purchasing, just the C portion, because that could still make one continuous development, but may not entail the same level of cost. I mean, I understand if we did something at that level, it would require us to go back to the voters, and then of course we'd be on the hook for the public improvements, which we'd be on the hook for anyway. But I think there's a potential of a lot more upside for us in the long run if we're able to, if we have a bond on that, but we're able to pay that back off with sales tax and property tax that we directly, collect off of any new developments to go in there, rather than giving all that to TIF in the long run. So just structurally, I really like that idea, and I understand there may be practical, things that I don't really fully understand related to that, but it does seem like a cleaner solution.
Question, is LNR, are they an agent or are they the owner?
They are, the term is used as special service. So they are special service provider. So in essence, as the Miller Weingarten piece.
But it's out in receivership, right?
Yes, they are the entity who are now responsible for its next steps or disposition. LNR is, they are not a developer. They would not be the one that comes in and says, we're gonna build residential, we're gonna build a hotel. Their primary goal is to dispose of this property to get fair value in terms of where it was, where the economics we can get from.
To get the highest and best deal they can for bondholders or for.
Yes.
Okay. And so if we were looking at acquiring this, as was mentioned, they would be buying out, they would be like they paid us as opposed to us paying them.
No,
No.
it would be great if it worked like that. No, the reality is we would be paying them, and one of the challenges.
To buy the lease.
Yeah. One of the challenges is they have a very high expectation now about what that property is worth. That's partially based on their negotiations with SKB. And so they'd really be looking for a very, very high price to essentially leave the picture.
And has there been any discussion of this strategic kind of approach, relative to buying LNR out? Or is it just the economic?
In the early days, when Brad and I were dreaming about what could happen, we touched on that, but it became pretty clear pretty quick that it'd be very hard to come to a price that would make sense for the city.
30 million was the dollar amount that SKB had under contract.
Well, it was actually 35 million. And then recently we've had discussions and they're saying they're all in disposition price, including interest and fees, et cetera, is currently 37 million.
So obviously the lease rate is too low.
Yeah, well, if we only had a lease rate, that would be a real benefit, but as you all know, it was all prepaid up front. So just to answer a couple of questions, the best thing for the city is to try to get the property back out to the marketplace and let the market generate some ideas and some proposals for both entities, LNR as well as the city. Because even if for one reason or another, we can't come to ultimate agreement with LNR, having those parties approach the city and knowing who they are and their level of interest would likely give us more options and more leverage with LNR than if we don't get to the market.
Yeah, because I think that dialogue and discussion of that next step of getting it to the market will place what a real true market value is on the property. Right, I mean, otherwise they'll never saying it's this, you know, city, we're not gonna hire consultants to say it's that, but the truth of it all is really what the market's willing to bear. So I think that's part of what this, again, the intended outcome of this process is can we come up with a revised plan that we can get to the market to begin to really put some real life financial parameters around the costs.
I think that's the part that I don't fully grasp. So the situation right now is that LNR owns this ground lease for another 40 or so years, somewhere in that range. 52, okay. And at the end of that ground lease, that property becomes the property of the city of Inglewood under the current lease. So if we do a development here, and part of the terms of the development is abandoning that ground lease at the end of the term, we are effectively giving an asset to whoever decides to build there that they would otherwise have to pay us for at the end of the ground lease.
52 years from now,
Yeah.
right.
So I guess my concern when we talk about development of the city center from a fiscal standpoint is, am I borrowing from the future? Am I taking something from the next generation of Inglewood residents for the benefit of the current generation? It's a generational equity question that comes into play that I have to admit, fairly significant concerns about. Whereas if we were just to cleanly reacquire it, I wouldn't have that concern because the current generation has acquired it and now can dispose of it as it sees fit.
I just suggest there's two pieces that are part of the answer. One is the net present value 52 years from now. To, you know, if you take it today, it's very, very low. So there's a big price to the city of having to wait, and that's just financial. That's before you consider any of, you know, the physical appearance or vitality of the property, et cetera. The economic and fiscal impact study that Arland Economics did that we talked about, geez, I think it was in August, you know, it showed huge fiscal and economic benefits resulting to the city from developing now. And arguably, those benefits on a net present value basis are quite a bit higher than the net present value of waiting for the value of that property 52 years from now. And we worked on a lot of ways the city can control what happens there over the long term in terms of development covenants. There are aspects of the new zoning that are very specific to the property and a couple other measures. So arguably we could have actually greater control over what happens with that property over the next 52 years than we may even be able to have under the ground lease.
That's helpful. Thanks, Dan.
Yeah.
So just one other question regarding the LNR private, just because they only have 52 years, they're limited in what they're able to do. They're limited in what the market would, how the market would react to them only have 52 years left of that ground lease, right? So
Right.
that is a negotiation in our favor. That is something that helps us in our negotiation with them, correct?
Yes.
And I think the other thing in terms of the negotiation aspect of it is, yeah, they have this high expectation of value, but also, you know, we're the city of Inglewood, since we own the underlying land, are the only ones that could make a deal happen.
Right.
And if we have the if we take off the table that we're gonna go find a master developer and just say, here's the deal, you know, on just say portion C or C and D, do you want it or not? You know what you can get out of, these properties on the lease for the remainder of the 52 years. Do you want to take the upfront payment or not? If they know they don't have, you know, I think we're in a fairly strong negotiating position. If they know they don't have any other opportunity, it's not going to market. It is what Inglewood offers, or it's maintain the existing asset that you have with what you can do for it with the next 52 years, which is already limited and is going to continue to be it's gonna continue to lose value on them year after year as it grows closer to that expiration date. So if we wanted to go that way, I think we as council and DDA get together and say, here's what we think it's worth, and make the gamble and go to LNR and say, this is what we got. I don't even want to pretend to throw out a number, but go to them and say, this is what we have. This is your only opportunity to sell it because we're not going to bring it to market for you. Do you want to play ball or not? And see if they're willing to do it.
Definitely some truth in there. If we don't terminate the ground lease and can't come to a deal, they will more than likely lease up the current vacancies. As Brad has said, in these situations, they tend to be tier 2, tier 3 type tenants. So not necessarily the ideal tenant mix. And then they will sell it. As an agent, they ultimately will have an obligation under what's called their REMIC rules to dispose of. So at some time, you run out of time and they'll sell it at whatever price they can get.
Yeah, but they have to sell it at a discount since they can't sell it forever.
No, it will.
They sell it with a 52-year lease. And so I think they're limited on what they can get if they bring it to market without the city. Right.
There's an interesting aspect to this, which is they have actually at this point only one bondholder, which is Bank of America. And so that there's some flexibility there that they might not have if they had a true group of bondholders. But that can work for or against you depending on where we are timing wise with them.
Yeah,
but time is working on our side, as you had mentioned. I mean, even if it's second tier, third tier type tenants, they're not going to last. And they're going to have to do something with those leases within the next 50 years, probably 2, 3, 4 times on some of that stuff. So the opportunity, I guess, it comes back to us a number of times to purchase it at some sort of discounted present day number.
I think with this kind of property, we can figure out what second tier retail is worth and then reduce that by, whatever the present value is over the next 52 years of that. And what could they sell it for if we don't give up that ground lease? And then we come to them and say, we've done the analysis. We'll give you X% more than you can get there because we already own the underlying ground lease. This is the best deal you're going to get. And it's on the table right now, I think they take that deal. I think it's worth a try.
I do want to point out that we are recording and streaming this, so perhaps to make some negotiations, some positions, we should have an executive session. I like where you're slow, but we also don't put all of our out there in a public meeting when perhaps it should be attorney micro.
Thank you.
I think these are all great ideas, and there's certainly a lot of back and forth negotiation potential. But I think after we've looked at it from all different perspectives, the best, least risky, best financial approach for the city is to try to come to a consensus redevelopment concept plan and then go to the market and let the market respond to that. To your point, that doesn't eliminate the possibility of coming back to that type of negotiation, particularly if the values that are proposed by the marketplace are significantly lower than expectations.
I think that's only less risky if you're okay with giving up the tax on that for the next 30 years, because that your approach there involves a TIF that's gonna suck up the tax revenue on that for who knows how long. And it's less risky on our side, except that we know we're giving up potential future revenue. So we're taking on a little risk on the front end, but our upside once we acquire that property and put it to good use is we got the tax revenue that's going to be ours, even if we're on the hook for a bond for however long that is.
Yeah, the one other factor to keep in mind is not only do you have the acquisition price for the LNR property, but, you know, we've looked at really significant, tax increment financing, bond, you know, financing that covers infrastructure, parking that needs to be replaced for RTD, parking, replacement parking for the city. And that's a really big number. That's in addition to whatever would have to be paid for the LNR property. I mean, it's big. So there's a lot of risk there.
I'll leave that idea. I'm still pro that idea, but I do want to, if I can speak to, I'm the only one talking here, I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, if we want to get into like our.
Yeah, regardless of the financial strategy and disposition and how this plays out, are very interesting idea to put forth. There's still the ultimate
Right.
physical, what does this look like, right? And what are the priorities from the city's perspective in terms of the uses that go on the piece of property? How do you leverage transit? I know there was just this discussion about affordable housing. How much affordable housing? What percentage? What percentage for sale? What percentage for rent? You know, park and open space. You know, how do we accommodate parks and open space for hopefully a denser plan that is having more people live, you know, on the property for a higher, better use. So, I mean, I think, again, regardless of this disposition strategy, these components, whether it's residential circulation, parking, housing, open space, I mean, I think I would love to hear your feedback in terms of the actual plan, in terms of, you know, what you'd like to see more of, what you think works, doesn't work. You know, and honestly, I mean, there's been some discussion back and forth between people, discussions we've had already is, I think, you know, so just to get into a little bit of specifics is I think everybody says residential, no brainer. Yes, there needs to be affordable housing. Yes, there needs to be in relationship with connection to EDDA funding and that community benefits that, you know, that could be applied to a portion of which can be applied to, you know, the future evolution of the site. But, you know, is Dan mentioned it earlier, I mean, I have to throw out a bunch of questions for maybe to stimulate some conversation, but it, you know, is parking distributed amongst all the different parcels and blocks, or is there centralized parking? Is there a need for office space? By that I mean private office space. Does City Hall go into the 24-hour fitness building, or does it stay where it is, or does it maybe go off-site into a different location, potentially a municipal complex somewhere else? You know, all those kinds of kind of feedback from you relative to the plan would be very helpful. A hotel, is a hotel a good use? Not a good use. We've seen a lot of market study that with the medical center and the success and growth of the medical center somewhere within the downtown, one of the neighborhood nodes, you know, hotels probably is a good idea. So anyway, so if you could comment on any and all of those aspects, we'd love to hear your feedback.
Can I start? Go ahead. I was gonna say Joe or, go ahead, Steve.
One of the things I saw when I first looked at this plan is what we have now in comparison to what is proposed here. And what we have now when we look at City Center is a place that has great potential for citizens to gather. We do our annual Christmas holiday tree lighting there. It's a great event. You know, there are some other opportunities for us to have events in that area. This plan seems to lack that level of public gathering space for the public. And I think City Hall and in and around City Hall is a great place for our citizens to gather for public events. So I don't know how it fits into this plan or if it's affordable under this plan, but I would love to see City Center continue to be sort of a place where our citizens can gather and, you know, appreciate the community that is Inglewood.
That's one that's something that's one of the most important things to me, actually, that we still have a civic core in the heart of the city. In this plan, it always felt a little bit like City Hall was kind of the afterthought in it. The gathering space is not saying, obviously, we have now it's not working, and so we have you know, those challenges. I have always been a little skeptical is too strong a word, but hesitant about the 24-hour fitness plan. We heard a lot about how, the use of the current building is really challenging because it wasn't designed to be a long-term office building. So let's move City Hall into a building that's not designed to be a long-term office building. And that was a lot of consistency for me. And it just seems like, obviously, there's huge cost benefit, right? Reusing the building, but it's unclear to me that actually needs our needs, both size and space and, design, and there's a lot of factors there. Plus, is there a more kind of inspiring way to think about the design of a building that where we gather the community versus kind of a nondescript, maybe a little boring, also going to look like dated in the near term. I like the density in this plan. I like the workforce housing. I like the hotel. Don't have strong feelings on the office space. I think it depends on what the market forces are. But the other thing on the design is a little bit specific to that is that this, looking at this beautiful mock-up, looks very much like it could have just been like picked out of Cherry Creek and dropped into Eagle.
Can we raise that sheet so members of us can see that one as well?
It's beautiful,
Yeah.
but it's not us. And I think that that's something that's really, really important. This would just feel like Eaglewood. We're creative and quirky and a little gritty and a little funkier than some of our neighbors. And I'd love to see that better represented in how we move forward. I think that there are some questions around, the current space and are there opportunities for adaptive reuse that we haven't fully vetted. I'd like to see maybe some more thoughts on that, but those are kind of my top line reactions.
And when you say kind of adaptive reuse of like 24-hour and that building along Inglewood Parkway, the existing retail.
Yeah, or even the current city center.
In the current city hall building.
I understand, all of the arguments for this plan, and I'm also curious of the things that we haven't considered in that space.
I think, remember Newton Camp, my kind of chief concern about this is, SKB came in and looked at this and, this is what they do in other places. And, I don't think we've really explored the opportunities. If we brought this out to market and say, what developers out there are really good at adaptive reuse? I think the current drawing includes a lot of new streets, a lot of new public infrastructure that's all very expensive. And, I've heard all the arguments for why we think this is necessary or something like that. And, but I also have questions about that. Is that really all necessary? Is there another way to reuse the property without adding so many public improvements and then tearing down a whole bunch of what is already there? Who's the best in the nation at doing that kind of stuff? And who's the best in the nation at actually like looking for somebody who's willing to come in and say, we want to keep as much as we can and adapt the current underground and surface infrastructure as much as we can, but also add in some new stuff. And if it turns out that everybody says there's absolutely nothing you can do, okay, then, but I would like to really, really consider that. What could possibly be done with this property to really reuse what's already there? Because I think regardless of how we approach the ownership piece of it, something that results in $110 million worth of public improvements or 50 or 60 or $70 million worth of public improvements is just going to be really hard, especially for our citizens to understand, especially if we're tearing down the history and bringing a whole new feeling into the area. If we can if we could keep or even increase bring back some neon and say we're bringing back some Cinderella City kind of vibe into this area. We want something very Inglewood specific that reutilizes a bunch of what we already have. I think something like that is worth pursuing because we know that we can take to our citizens and say, this is something we think you're really gonna love. This brings back the history, brings back the vibe that it had once. And also I think to remember Newcamp's point on, some more public space, we have, it could be utilized better, but we already have a really good, nice open public space there that we use for a lot of civic functions. If that could be surrounded by some new buildings, some new housing, some new retail, then I think that would increase the appeal of the area. But it seems odd to me to take away, everybody kind of agrees that this new proposal lacked some of that public space. But when we look at what we currently have, there's a lot of positives about it. And so if we could just reuse some of what we have, I think it'd go a long ways.
I think I would echo a lot of what's been said. Yes to density, yes to affordable housing. I'll throw 20% out there, but I think more the discussion about the metrics that we were talking about earlier for affordable housing. Excuse me, I think that that's gonna drive more of that. Yes to RTD, and just an FYI, Sheridan, myself and, during Dr. Cog, there's apparently a grant that may be made available to continue the trolley into Sheridan and back, so it's been something that's been discussed in years past. Obviously, it's just based on grant funding, but that I can see just having that aspect of it be part of this would be great. Multimodal is really big for me, so making this an area, and I agree with Member Camp, this does not feel like Inglewood. That photo does not. I want this to be an area where it feels welcoming to the citizens that are currently here in Inglewood. And this does not feel like that to me. But having multimodal, any part of the city that you're trying to get to, or that you're from, you're able to access this area. Another thing, the DDA is actually going through a feasibility study to looking at sunlighting the Big Dry Creek. So they're doing that this year. So obviously, if we were to move forward with this, having any new development dollars towards that project would be great. And green space would be very big for me. So obviously, coming out of COVID, we saw that green spaces were being used more. I want people to feel they can come to this area without having to visit the restaurant, visit the bars, whatever's here. I want them to just feel like this is an area that they want to bring their family to, regardless of what businesses are here. I just feel that that's something that, you know, from year to year is going to get used, doesn't this, and I just feel some of the developments that happen around town is just based on who is actually the tenants there. Once they leave, then you have to do like something new, like 10, 15 years down the line. So I'm trying to think if I left something out. There was one thing, but
Parking?
oh, the parking, yeah. So parking, I think we've been discussing as part of Code Next, just the affordable housing, lowering the parking requirements to make that aspect, you know, to drive that incentive towards more affordable housing. There was something else, but yeah, I think you guys touched on a lot of the things.
So I appreciate these comments from my colleagues, but I see us missing a pretty fundamental issue. But I love these photos. I think I want to live here. I think the renderings of what Englewood Parkway, west of Broadway can look like. I think they're pretty on point. And the point I believe we may be missing is that we can't really hold on to the past, and especially hold on to an idea that kind of died a slow, painful death over 20 years. I mean, there should be reference to it, but I think that living in the past isn't quite the way we want to go here. I mean, there is a future ahead of us. Also keep in mind that generational preferences in terms of how we live, how we shop, how we dine, how we want to navigate our cities. It's not, that changes, what, every 10 years or so? We can't just stuck ourselves in one. I would like us to not do that to this city. I think we've suffered a little bit because of that. I think we should look ahead, and I do think there are ways we can perhaps modify what we see here to maybe a little bit more mirror what we've chosen as that wayfinding and placemaking sort of visual approach or aesthetic, which we all liked because of there were elements to our past. There were elements that brought together all of the important facets of Englewood. I believe this was part of our decision making. So I could see some modifications to that end, but I kind of disagree that this needs to look vastly different than it does. That it needs to look like Englewood 20 years ago, or like the old Cinderella City Mall, or that the change has to be that drastic, and that drastically looking into the past. I think that's the wrong way to look at this. This is progress in the future.
I think it's an important distinction and opportunity for clarification, because I don't think we want to be faded, right? I think it's about honoring where we come from and ensuring that people, both you and, existing residents feel like, oh, I know what it means to live in Inglewood. I know kind of honoring our past. I view this as progress in the sense that it's the next chapter in Inglewood's story, but this feels like a different book to me. It doesn't feel like we're still in like the Inglewood story, and this, but I do think there's progress. That what are the things that we can incorporate that still make it feel like us? I think there's probably a happy medium between where we've been, and obviously we want to chart a path for where we're going, but it still feels consistent. One thing I wanted to also note on the parking, I definitely would hate to see, a lot of vast parking lots, continue in this space. And so would love to see them distributed or some concept that for ground, whatever we would need. But to the extent that we have public spaces here, when we think about equity, people are being able to visit this space and not have to feel like they have to spend money. So whether you're coming to City Hall or the library stays here, you're going to the library, that you're able to come, you're not paying for parking to visit public places. Like city facilities would be a priority as well.
I also like the idea of the distributed parking to address that question directly. And I think there's an opportunity for us to maybe in terms of design and aesthetic around that, move beyond the standard parameters in terms of what it looks like. We don't want ugly parking structures. Let's do the best we can with the parking. Distributed, I think, is healthy, and Sean, forgive me, I'm actually. It's probably user error here. I'm still not in love with the city hall being in that 24-hour space. It could be me, I'm willing to be beat up over it, but I don't feel in love with that.
So just a clarification on this 24-hour space, that's a temporary, right? It wasn't, well, as part of the whole redevelopment, I remember the 24-hour conversation coming up was that would be the temporary space while a new city hall was being built.
Where?
No, we evolved over time. The original idea was that there could be a new city hall building, but the expense of it is so high. And then we started looking at, could the city fit in 24-hour fitness? What's missing, of course, is what does the exterior of a redeveloped 24-hour fitness look like? But inside, that building is pretty exciting. It's actually wide open floor plates, very high ceilings, open ductwork. The window lines are so much better than our current building. And so the thought was, the further we got into it, especially with the space planning, we could actually make it a really nice city hall building and have it serve some of these additional functions in terms of appearance, feel, gathering space, etc.
So this is an adaptive reviews kind of conversation potentially. So it won't actually look like the current 24-hour. It would be. So actually, member Russell, member Woodward, any questions? Or any comments?
I have on the prior drawing there, down in the lower, not that drawing, the one behind it.
You got X-ray vision?
Yeah. The lower left-hand corner, that rectangular building, does that say residential on it?
It says workforce. Yes, it's be workforce, portable.
My opinion is that should be turned toward the west, and that should say hotel on it. We had even looked at one time, years ago, of acquiring the Chuck E. Cheese area for hotel space, moving into that.
Sure.
But the hotel, I think, should, and I don't know why we're putting any type of residential workforce or regular high-end or whatever, but I don't think the viewpoints here are a city downtown city viewpoint. The viewpoint is a mountain viewpoint. If you're downtown Denver, it's city, but not here. So I think the hotel should be there as opposed to further in. And anything stuff closer to the light rail with the parking on the other side. So people that to get to their parking from light rail have to go past the retail to get to their parking. And that was one of the big mistakes that was made with our current. You know, it's to the north, and they don't even go by the residence or the retail.
So there's a reason why Chuck E. Cheese is still there, right? Or in all our recent drawings or within our drawings or conception, it's
Yeah,
because
it's-
they're like,
What's
we're
there?
staying, Chuck E. Cheese. Chuck E.
Oh,
Cheese is
Chuck E. Cheese
basically,
is
no,
separate.
we're staying put, we're staying put.
Yeah, they're separately owned.
Sorry, Rita, go ahead, I think you're ready.
Okay, thank you. I agree with a lot of things that have already been spoken. I do remember conversations in the last probably 4 or 5 years with citizens who, when we were going to tear down the City Hall building, were really upset. Because the truth is, this is, at the time, I didn't even think of it this way. This is one of the few historical buildings that we have left. We have torn down everything else. And I don't, and I've been on council long enough, seen a lot of presentations to know that buildings never look like what the pictures that you are given. And it will change 100 times before it's actually built. I would be in favor of leaving City Hall. I actually, one of the things that was shared, I believe it was Councilmember Anderson, what about putting out there for a developer to come in and look at how they would redesign instead of having the city council decide how this ought to be redesigned? We ought to have somebody come in that's, I like the adaptive reuse on some things. I know there's issues with City Hall. We will pay it off this year. There will be no more mortgage on City Hall. So I am thinking that we need to rethink this. I know there are developers out there that could come in and look at like a lot of the things that Councilmember Anderson shared. And I don't want parking structures. I'd rather put parking where we need it in the retail areas. But, you know, there are, did this plan really come from SKB? Or did this come from the city and SKB? I guess this is for perhaps Mr. Parimba.
Yeah, no, this came completely from the creativity of SKB and Tribal Architects, who, by the way, is generally recognized as, you know, one of the top, definitely architects locally, and one of the top architects on adaptive reuse and mixed use projects.
I think that's hard. Okay. Finish.
Go ahead.
That's okay. I really don't have anything else to share at this time. Thank you.
Good.
I was just gonna say, I don't know if anyone else hears that, I often hear from residents, why on earth would you use the same architect you used 20 years ago? So that is actually a challenge for us, and we're in a specific community, and I don't think there's a good answer for that, so I think that we need a better response for that. It's probably an outstanding question for me as well. I did also just want to say on the 24-hour fitness, I think it might be helpful too. I'm so open to being convinced that that's the right decision, but maybe more detail on what would it look like? Maybe the council doesn't walk through. Like, I just think I need more information to feel confident about that decision.
I agree.
I think that's a really good point. You know, in April of last year, when we were looking at the plan, it's really a block plan. A bulk plan. It didn't get into the specifics of the character and, you know, how it feels like Inglewood. And that's really something I think as we go back out, hopefully we do, we really ask developers to expand on how they would bring that to us.
I see our friendly facilitator coming up
Yes.
here.
Yes.
Two quick things. One thing, when you did say that space, and I believe that the visual or some more ideas would have me quiet about that. When you said, you know, wide open, tall ceilings, it seemed to me that was part of the challenge in fitting offices and all our staff, so that kind of.
It was.
Is that really, you know, and then secondly, strong yes on hotel. please.
I wanted to just mention the parking, the thing, what, I cannot accept the idea that massive number of RTD parking spaces is in the best interest of this area or the city. And, I guess my kind of question at this point is, what is the next step for exerting any kind of influence we can over RTD and saying, we want to see the light rail utilized to its maximum possible use. And we want to do it with residents in this area, not with a big parking space. Just, I think it's a bad use of resources, and it's just a poor way to utilize the resource of the light rail station there as well. Is there something we can do to revisit that question? I know that the planners at RTD didn't really want to, or maybe they didn't get any progress at the political level. What's the next step? What can I do? Is there anything I could do to help on that? Because I would really like, that would, to me, would totally change this development if we could massively reduce our parking requirement.
I think we have a compelling argument for RTD, and with many, many reasons for why at least the 300 spots should go away. They want to see the developer on board because they really want to understand how those spots going away is going to catalyze development. And so we've had this discussion, strategic discussion, should the city approach RTD directly? And that's certainly something we can continue to consider. I don't think it's as strong of a position without the developer on board. So we may want to wait and continue to evaluate that. And certainly we can take direction from the council on that.
Right, and I would say, that being said, I don't think there's any harm in terms of pre-briefing our representative in terms of this topic. Dan and I did this way back when we first got on board. I don't think there's any harm if you kind of here having those discussions around the opportunity to this representative. In terms of the specifics, yeah, maybe it might be too early. But in terms of representing the opportunity at the RTD level, that'd be all.
Okay, great.
All right, so we lost our cushion. Anybody else have comments?
I have a comment on RTD parking. It's funny to listen to this discussion. Because through fast tracks, the amended fast tracks vote, RTD owes us more parking. We're supposed to get more parking. And that was a big thing back in probably 2007, 2008. I know I was on the mayor's fast tracks task force. And we were looking at that. Okay, how do we get more parking here? We were looking west or to the east of City Center by Ross, and that parking right north of that and doing the structure. And nowadays, with the parking that's being utilized, it would be empty all of the time. The only vehicle that would be in it would be the security vehicle with this yellow light going.
The ULI Trends Conference, which was this past Thursday in downtown Denver, really focused in on this issue, which is what is TOD today, based on the fact of a few people feeling safe about transport and, in mass transit situations, and with work from home, how many people are not utilizing transit every day. So I think it's really an evolving picture right now.
Yeah.
I did want to ask one quick question, if I may, which is no one touched on it, but the notion of height relative to buildings. I mean, what was shown in the SKB tribal plan was pretty economical in the marketplace, kind of podium building with stick frame above that gets you 5, 6 stories. If you went above that, I mean, certainly there's higher costs, there's different code issues, but is there any opposition to thinking higher about buildings?
I was always for it. I was always upset with them saying that there was a higher cost once you got to 7 floors or whatever it was, because that had to be steel. But no, I would do it as part of especially to get more affordable housing in there. One thing I didn't touch on, I would prefer own versus rent. And then obviously I do want like medical or office space within the area just for the vibrancy for lunchtime breakfast. So.
And if we talked that we amended the zoning of the area to allow for more, right? So we voted on that on our, had sufficient number of people on the council who are happy with going up to that height. I'm happy with that max height. I'd probably have it higher, but you know, I think we already have that in place.
I think we are at time here, 10 minutes past, so I just wanna put it out there that we're running past.
You got what you need,
time. I
Mr.
think it's a great
Vitek?
discussion.
You got what you need, Dan, Mr. Vitek?
We do, thank you very much, and we'll be back in 3 weeks and
Yeah, we'll pick it up. where we
tracing
left off.
all this. And we will not be, just to be very clear, we will not be coming back with, here's our new plan, hope you love it. We'll be coming back with, here are all the things we heard, here's a range of possibilities. You know, kind of be different, you know, pieces, plug and play alternatives, if you will. But the hope is out of that session, though, we kind of get to a framework out of all those alternatives and dialogue. Much more time we'll have in 3 weeks, so we'll look forward to that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dan.
Sorry, we ran.
Guy keeps. Yeah, so I'm following Donald here. For a second, friends. We're gonna take the break now. We're gonna be back at 2:10 and we're gonna run through the rest of the day straight. But I know we've been talking. stretch. Go home stretch for the day. So again, really appreciate that. Jackie's gonna come on up here. Give you an earful. Hopefully not an earful too much. We're on it. So Jackie, why don't you come on up here and join us, and she's gonna kick it off with another set. So again, for this afternoon, we're gonna run through several more of these. A couple of these are gonna involve a little bit of brainstorming. So we're gonna have a little bit of sort of the like, let's throw out some ideas and get going, but we're gonna do it rapid iteration style. Again, we're gonna do some up-down votes. I understand that may be a little uncomfortable, but that's what we're after, is a little bit of authorization moving forward. So without further ado, Jackie, take it over.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. The finance department, we have 5 strategic outcomes. It will affect every department. So I would like to bring our strategic outcomes to your attention and also list the prioritize the project, or I call action plans, for your consideration. Next. I try to fit our thought process into this template. Our 5 strategic outcomes include operating budget, capital budget, revenue, purchasing, and fiduciary responsibility. Let's talk. So for this format, the first column is our goal. The second column is existing project. The third is a sample prioritized action plan. The fourth is our strategic outcomes. So if you can follow this thought process, let's go. The first one purpose, we want to foster financial stewardship by creating transparent and sustainable operating budgets. Transparency, budgets about transparency and public engagement, we just want, and also the budget is ultimately a reflection of council's priority. We want to build a sustainable operating budget. We spent a lot of time last year talking about reserve policy and structurally balance the budget. Let me ask you a question. Is structurally balance the budget the most sustainable budget? What if we cut 7 positions this year? The following year, we add 20 positions. So in order to reach the structurally balanced budget this year, but we have a 20 budget supplemental, is this sustainable? So in order to present a long-term sustainable balanced budget to council, we are going to prepare and maintain a 5-year forecasting for the general fund. This will be a very dynamic process. We don't know, for example, the 3rd year, we may have a redeveloped plan. How will this affect our operating budget? So we hope to plan our future a little bit as midterm or long-term way, can build confidence with council and the citizen, how when we present a sustainable balanced budget to council. This is our first strategic outcome. The second one is to optimize and diversify revenue. We want to focus on optimize our revenue, but we're not talking about maximize. We want to optimize our current means before we diversify. We have 2 different ways. Fees, all departments will consider the fee structure for community development. For golf, what have we optimized our fees? Then in terms of taxes, I realize we have 3 components. One is what's our industry concentration? The second is we have a large audits. Their headquarters, they have a presence in the city. Their headquarters actually out of state. So how do we get them to coordinate or collaborate with city? The last one is online sales. We have not captured any audit with online sales. So how do we focus on these 3 components? I talked to Brad briefly. Since the industry concentration with the city includes 3: medical related, hospital, manufacturing, and automobile. See all the automobile stops along Broadway. So that's our concentration. Then how can we collaborate with those headquarters to do the audit? So what we propose is we need to partner with the outside tax advisory audit service to identify sales and taxes from local, outside, and internet or online sales. We don't know what we don't know. And we are not the only municipality receive internet sales. So we really want to learn from the consultant. What can we do? For example, I just called a tax manager in Tennessee on audit. Englewood, who in New Jersey, who wants to talk to me, who wants to talk to our auditor, but really to collaborate with other consultants, with other cities. How do they to get Amazon to talk to them with the internet sale? So this is our first action, our project. The third one, the older project is explore sponsorship and naming rights for the city facilities. This will be a good action plan under our strategic. But I feel that could be require a little more detail based on the current economic conditions. But the second strategic outcome. The third one is define, review, and prioritize long-term citywide capital improvement plan, including financing alternatives. Every year, we bring our plan to council. We have 5 million from building use taxes and from other sources. But do you know how much what the fund balance in the public improvement fund as of today? 33 million of that 11 million is coming from grant. So how long have this project been sitting in the project fund? I asked the finance staff, give me the starting date of the project. So we may start the project 20 years ago with staff turnover, change party, but the money is still sitting in PIT. And we only have 5 million competing every new project. So what we are going to do is we want to formalize a 5-year capital improvement plan, including plan for delayed projects. Here's is Inglewood Charter Article 10. It says, basically, all the projects shall be deemed to have been abandoned if 5 fiscal years elapse without any expenditure from the appropriation. Therefore, are we following this charter, or are we going to see what is the right way to delay or repurpose our funding currently sitting out there? So this is our third action plan. This is our third strategic outcome. The fourth, implement strategic procurement with departments by seeking economy scale and contract negotiation. Council approves the contract over $100,000 every week. Do you know the approval process? Do you know the selection criteria? We want to standardize. We are not centralized. And each department from Public Works, from Parks, they have very specific needs, operation, but want to standardize this process. So whenever council approves the contract, have a clear understanding why this vendor is choosing. So this is the process we're working on. And the last one, to ensure citywide financial fiduciary responsibility, finance, we maintain the resources. We have a fiduciary duty to protect and enhance the city's assets. So we have a technical accounting, with operational accounting. Whenever the rating agencies like Moody's call or email me, I'll always talk to them. We want to make sure we can ensure the highest rating for any future possible rating financing activities. So, for example, we probably need to do a geo bond refinancing for Parks and Rec, but I did not list this as finance project because it's not, we take initiative, but we need to support. With the current interest rate, the inflation rate in November, 7.1%, and we want to drive down the inflation rate to 2%. So we can expect the interest rate will continue rising. By the time we need to issue geo bond, with the economic outcome, what's the message we're going to send to citizens? And then by the time we finalize the geo bond in early 2024, what an interest rate will look like. So we need to consider, and this is what the finance department can support all of the departments to get this done. So I list the 5 strategic outcomes. I want to list 1 action plan under each one. We still have a lot of steps we need to take in order to reach this strategic outcome. So we are here to ask for your support, consider the modification, because those changes will be presented to you either through motion or ordinance, need your approval. So thank you.
Thanks. So we've got an ask here. Thanks, Jack. Appreciate it. Well, stay with me for a second. Do we have any questions related to that? It feels like good fiscal policy is what's being put forward. Any concerns or questions that you want to bring up as it relates to what was presented here?
Can we go to the previous slide?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I had a question on the previous one too.
Okay.
So on the subject of audit, and outside tax advisory. This sounds familiar based on our discussion last week with the legislative caucus. Talking about some state tax code relative to charging local taxes on online purchases. And I wonder if there's an opportunity here to partner with some state agencies like the Department of Revenue to discuss how various municipalities are handling this, as opposed to, you know, paying a consultant or something like that, or in addition to paying a consultant.
Yeah, we met with Congressman Jeff Bridges. He's on we call SATS, it's Sales Tax Simplification Task Force. One is because Colorado has one of the most challenging tax code, because we have the state administer property taxes, and we are all home rule. All the municipality have its own rule.
Right.
So I feel the task force is trying to simplify this reporting process with the taxpayers. So in a way, they're actually taking our home rule authority. For example, if you register through SAT system, you don't need to register through all these home rules in municipalities. So what we're doing is we are collaborating with the attorney's office to revisit our codes. Our codes are so need to be modernized and to be more forcible. Otherwise, if we audit a taxpayer, for example, our code have software, but now we have so many different SaaS services as a software, service as what?
Software as a service.
Software as a service. They argue with us, it's a service, a subscription, it's not a software. So we are losing position with those taxpayers. So it's very critical to work with the attorney's office to modernize, to update the codes. When I say other, so this is one aspect, but we really need to get more the help from consultants to either to give us the opportunity to expand our bandwidth, also give us more opportunities to identify hidden or revenues we could have received.
So council member, your interest is in making sure that there's visiting with other communities going on, and that we're using other communities as a baseline for this discussion.
Yeah, and the state as a resource as well. I mean, I wonder if there's an opportunity to sort of turn this on its head a little bit. Some home rule municipalities, and correct me if I'm wrong, they do use the Department of Revenue for a collection of their sales tax. Is that not true?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I talked to 3.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, I might be incorrect on that, but I wonder if there's an opportunity there as well, relative to tax compliance and collection.
We can double check, but I'm pretty sure.
Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay,
Okay.
we have support. We got a thumbs up on that. Yes, please. One more question.
That piece is clear on all of it.
If you have something here that you'd like to discuss, yeah.
2 quick things. Under the taxing piece, are you looking at just optimizing us collecting the taxes that we mentioned online sales that we've already authorized, or are you talking also about exploring new taxes?
Excellent question. I'm just focused on optimize. We haven't touched on how to diversify, because if we don't have a very good handle on the current, what is available to us, if we expand our base, we don't have the manpower to maintain these tax base. So let's just optimize what we have.
Great. And then can you have the next slide? And the purpose was to define, review, and prioritize long-term citywide capital improvement. Is this what you talked about, like the master plan of the master plans? Is that where this lives?
No, I'm sorry, in mine it's not, because I say 5 year, so it's a 3 to 5 years, more midterm.
Okay.
The master is usually call it 10 or 15 years, but we need to focus on the more shorter term, because we still have the project sitting in our public improvement fund that exceeds what a charter allowed. I think one measure to measure success of a capital project is, are we finishing the project on time, on target, the money and time? But I think we need to determine how can we delay, under what circumstances we can delay a project, what's the reason? We don't have the consensus with this challenge.
Great, totally agree with that. Sean, is that other master plan of the master plan, is that captured here somewhere else?
And just to tell that, ask that question.
Okay.
I think some of the data points that are part of that could be used for that, so.
But she's writing a longer term, maybe.
We'll make sure it's in there. We'll come back.
And then one more question, Director Lowe, if I may, the legislative changes that you made reference to, that we might be forthcoming, is that captured on the strategic plan anywhere, or is that just something?
It's not, but we could add under number, under number 2, optimize that as a revenue, because that will be related to code. When I'm working with city attorney's office to modernize our code, I understand why I think a lot of municipalities have lawsuits, and the state is simplifying all their codes. One thing we have to do is, internally, we talked about, do we want to change our code to mimic state? Decided no, that's our whole rules, we want to keep our rule. However, we need to make sure our codes are not more complicated than the state codes. That's the guiding principle.
I think there's a larger goal other than optimizing diversified revenue, which is, you know, it levels the playing field for other businesses. If business A is not paying sales tax, and business B is, then the company that is non-compliant has a competitive advantage in the market against the company that chooses to comply with our law. So I think the compliance portion of this might be its own purpose.
Yes, under that one, actually, we have 3 action plan, 1 compliance, education, and revenue optimization. I just listed 1 because I don't want to get into the.
Awesome, thank you.
Thank you. All right,
Great.
thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. And it sounds like there's an opportunity to bring back more information, and we'll do that. Go ahead.
Okay.
Hang on.
Strategic goal number 1, shorter and more succinct presentations. Fast forward that one.
Good luck.
All right, we'll see how I do.
This isn't your own goal, is it?
This is my New Year's resolution. And I want to thank you all for supporting me through the year. I will keep track. So on actually, this one actually is fairly straightforward, and we touched on it a little bit before. There's a number of projects in the water infrastructure space that are actually under sustainability that actually make more sense from a definition to go under infrastructure. And since we're actually going for infrastructure funding to fund some of those from the infrastructure bill, we thought just linking the language made a bit more sense. And so essentially what we want to do is under water conservation and sustainability, we're just completing the water efficiency plan. There's a whole set of goals that come out of that we think dovetail perfectly into water sustainability and actually really get at the heart of water sustainability. It's a plug-in plan is what Tim referenced earlier. I hadn't heard that before, but that's what we think that is. So that essentially just references the water efficiency plan. And then under infrastructure, we move all of those elements out of sustainability into drinking water, water infrastructure and rights. And with the exception of a couple of things like the stream cleanup would stay still in the sustainability. But it's essentially putting all that infrastructure under infrastructure. Adding city ditch piping wasn't actually one of the major projects, so we think that's an important one. And then just cleaning up that list a bit.
So that's the ask. We just did a record fast, which I really thought. That facilitation high five on that one, buddy. All right. Well, right.
The record set today.
Yeah. So no running away just yet. Let's make sure we don't have any. How do we feel about that? We're moving. Approved. No objections, no significant objection. It was a gavel and Ron. Let's. Dave, you're walking too soon. Let's go, man. Let's go.
This next one will be a bit longer, sorry to keep hearing that. But yeah, so this is, I'm gonna turn it over in a second to Victor to go through the details, but my part will be quick, maybe not as quick as Peter's. This is something we had brought up a few months ago with you about basically changing our existing transportation safety goal to a Vision Zero goal. So what we're proposing is just that today. We're proposing really that the first year of it would be really building out a program, and that over time we would add more specifics to it. We did look, Denver has a very comprehensive, easy to digest program. And so we looked at that. And so a lot of the proposals come from that. So this is our existing goals we talked about earlier, transportation safety, there's 4 projects. And so we're proposing these changes. So our proposed goal is thoughtful collaboration, through thoughtful collaboration, investment and strategic planning, aim for a goal of vision of zero transportation related fatalities and serious injuries. So we're not at the point yet where we feel comfortable setting, by 2030 or whatever it is. Really, if you're so amenable to doing this, the first year would really be building out a program and a structure. So I'll turn it over to Victor to go through some of the specific projects that we've done.
Thanks, Tim. So, the goal here really is, it's not replacing what's already in the strategic plan. It's really kind of modifying and layering on Vision Zero. So some of the things we're talking about are collaboration internally with PD, Public Works, in the community to identify areas that we see these high incidents, either high costs and fatalities, and trying to reduce those through the vision goal or Vision Zero goal. Partnering with the school system and safe routes to school. We already touched on that. We have our grant out there with regard to walking and routes to schools, which we hope to hear us back on soon. That's part of it. Developing and implementing infrastructure policies to reduce those fatalities and those serious injuries are all part of the proposed program that we would frame up here over the next year and bring back to council. And again, continuing our bike and pedestrian friendly, we've got a couple of grants already in the hopper that speak to that. We would utilize crash data and try and get that to identify engineering improvements. Obviously, some things are going to be more challenging, especially when we have outside influences on accidents. Those present unique challenges, and we'd be collaborating with PD to see if there's enforcement opportunities, trying to identify specific pain points on roadways at specific times of day. All those kinds of things that go into the data set as we move through the process. And as I touched on, lastly, review and strengthen our traffic enforcement policies and practices, and layering in engineering as well. One last thing I'll mention that's not up here, coming up with a Vision Zero goal and putting that framework and policy into place opens up additional grant opportunities. I mean, there are grants out there that in order to apply, you need to have a Vision Zero goal. So there are some additional benefits that we don't necessarily have on this slide. And with that, I'll open it up for any questions.
So at the risk of sounding like I'm ringing the same bell all the time, I don't think you were here for the last time we discussed this Vision Zero terminology.
I watched it.
Is there any way we can do it other than Vision Zero?
Vision Zero has a lot of different facets. And so I have probably some of the same concerns you do, right? Vision Zero, one of the big concerns I have are those outside influence accidents. There are preventable engineering measures that can be done, but there are some accidents where an individual makes a poor choice in judgment, lapse in judgment. How do you get to zero when you've got inebriated drivers out there? So that will be part of the discussions as we go through the process. There are, I believe, things that you can build into the program. Vision Zero is a very lofty goal. I completely acknowledge that.
And it's used by another nearby municipality that sometimes.
Yeah, Fort Collins has it, Boulder has it, Denver has it, and a lot of others are in process, right?
Okay.
I think it's also important, Mayor Pro Tem Moore, to point out two things. Number one, in the proposed goal, obviously, we're aiming towards a Vision Zero goal. We didn't specifically use the terminology Vision Zero.
I did notice that.
Yeah, and then number two, we are obviously a part of Dr. Cog, and Dr. Cog has developed a regional approach to it. So we're kind of a part of that in a way. Because we're part of that.
I appreciate that. That provides some context. Thank you.
Is there grant funding for Dr. Cog?
No, so we did inquire specifically with Dr. Cog. They are not providing any grants. However, they offered to meet with Victor and I to go over and still strategize with some CDOT grants and some other type of grants that are available.
I have a question. Some of these say, implement policies and take engineering reviews. Are you also thinking about just this kind of just a research piece of it, or actual, structural changes to the narrow streets, reduce speeds, or how are you thinking about different projects versus policy?
Right. So the projects part would speak to the data set. If we identify a crash pattern at an intersection, how do we, from an engineering perspective, correct that? Right angle crashes. Flapping yellow arrows are a big thing. We can do certain things with signal timing. Pedestrian crashes, we can narrow up intersections. So there's that aspect. On the policy side, it speaks more to kind of our development and how things come in, and trying to put things that we're practicing into development policy. So that when someone comes to us with a new project, says, hey, I want to build out
we've identified that location, we can implement best practices to implement traffic calming, reduce crash patterns, make intersections safer, reduce pedestrian crossings, things like that. Other questions? So is that a thumbs up on moving forward?
We feel okay about it? All right.
I think last time we talked about this, we did discuss a little bit the enforcement portion of it, and I wonder if there's an opportunity to have some data on that as well. Like, we've discussed this, it was reviewed as an area where increased enforcement would be helpful. We applied that increased enforcement, and this is the result that we got.
Yes, I would say there is an opportunity to reach out to some adjacent jurisdictions that are doing some enforcement. Some of them are doing new enforcement and get their feedback and collaborate with PD on some of that. I'm aware of at least one jurisdiction that has stood up some ban enforcement that didn't have it before. It's brand new, not Denver.
No.
That's not what you mean.
Well, I'm talking about cops on the road, but I know that there's difficulty there as well.
Staffing concerns, yeah.
But I think that would be something, when I think of this, that would be something I could go directly to my constituents and say, we identified this problem, we applied some public works, but we also applied some enforcement, and this is the result we got. That is what I did for you this year, or that is what the city did for you this year.
Right, and one of the, go ahead, sorry.
Just two quick things on that, Mayor Pro Tem. So the first, as you probably saw here, it's obviously at a very high level, and obviously we do have staffing issues, but it's to review and strengthen safety enforcement. So we did want to make sure enforcement was included. And the second thing is, we do reference a committee on the first slide. And basically what the idea behind this is that anytime there is a severe crash or if there's data that we want to look at, that we're having this internal committee with our contracted traffic engineer, public works, and PD looking at it together constantly. And so we talked to the deputy police chief about it. It was an idea, actually, this was in the strategic plan 2.5 years ago. Kind of got taken out, but we want to bring that back and really want to work towards collaboration involving all the departments really, but specifically public works and police.
Right, and I think that's what I'm looking for specifically on this is the fruit that I can show. Like, we put these resources towards this goal, and this is what we accomplished when we deployed those resources on it. So
I do have some of that in my discussion. I'll a couple more.
Okay, great, thank you.
I just want to register just a little disagreement with Mayor Pro Tem Ward here that I'm certainly, absolutely, we should continue to do, enforcement and everything, but I don't think that's like central to Vision Zero. Vision Zero to me is more about creating environments where it's not likely to have accidents and death and that kind of thing in the first place. Because I think what the studies have shown with regards to enforcement is it works as long as it's actively in place, where it's actively in place. And once it's gone, that enforcement is gone, very quickly reverts to people revert the way they were driving before. So without a cop on every corner, you're not going to actually achieve these ends with enforcement. It has to be with traffic calming and other policies, procedures. So.
And if I could jump in, one of the things that we still are looking at is a traffic calming program with data collection before and after to show effectiveness. Obviously, with some of that, the before identifies and confirms the perception of an issue. There may not be an issue, and that would be part of that collection and discussion with the neighborhood and the residents.
Right, and I don't necessarily think that Councilman Anderson and I are in disagreement here. I think I just view enforcement as part of the overall picture. Like, it's something that we can directly point our residents to say, look, we stationed an officer on the corner of Hammond and Broadway for a month. And this is the result of that enforcement. Sorry. So pie in the sky idea, I'm not suggesting that, it's just good call.
Again, I'm just always put in Denver, but in Denver's plan, in Vision Zero plan, enforcement is included. But the way I look at it is that Vision Zero really is about identifying the root causes of why this is happening and solving the root causes. And so the enforcement then kind of fits into that of, okay, if we've identified that these things are causing it, let's make sure that we're making sure those things aren't happening.
Awesome, thank you.
Great discussion. Sounds like we're in general agreement about this. Feels okay? Yep. Feels okay? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. And like you said, there's grant dollars associated with the words Vision Zero. That's nice to have access to in any other ways, right?
here for.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so for those watching at home, I'm Chris Target, I'm the communications director for Inglewood. I think that our neighborhood program or engagement program manager is supposed to join us, so she may jump on. There she is. So Madeline, again, our neighborhood engagement program manager is here to help me answer any questions. Before we start though, I would like to share some highlights really quickly from 2022. As part of the program now, we have 25 plus active neighborhood group leaders. The block party trailer was reserved 15 out of 17 possible weekends. The backyard movie kit was reserved 18 out of a possible 22 weekends. The Snow Buddies program has 30 plus connections with residents, which we've talked with other municipalities. They have basically abandoned that program because they cannot connect people. So I think that is really such a great thing that we've accomplished with the Snow Buddies. And Madeline has done an amazing job with that. We hosted 9 neighborhood nights events and awarded 4 neighborhood improvement grants. And I hope you've seen those improvements around town. So go to the next slide. So existing goal, most of our goals have been accomplished, and a lot of these will be, you know, to the mayor's point, will be ongoing, like the grant program, neighborhood nights, things of that nature. The ones that have not been completed are implement a neighborhood signage program. I am happy to announce that we will be installing the first signage for neighborhoods with Forest Hill neighborhood. Those signs have been manufactured. And I think that council member Camp, I believe that is your district.
Yeah, it's Ogden, right?
Sorry.
The Forest Hill neighborhood.
Okay, sure.
I believe so. So those are coming soon. We have not created a strategic communications plan for neighborhood resources yet, based in part because Madeline is on maternity leave, and congratulations to her and respite. So, and with that, we're here to see if there's any additional projects that you'd like us to take on moving forward. So this is a great story of success, and we have the opportunity to add to the list. And that's what we have here. So from a brainstorming perspective, if you've got things that fit under this header, we'd love to hear your thoughts. We're capturing those over here. The other alternative is this could be sunset. I don't think that's probably the direction you're gonna wanna go. You're probably gonna wanna add to the list, and I totally recognize that, but I just wanted to put out that that's an option available as well. Doesn't mean that it goes away, it just means from a strategic plan perspective, it doesn't have the same level of visibility. So that's the difference there.
Just from what we were discussing earlier regarding community well-being and like the parklets and all those, like potentially making that as part of this instead of community well-being, so additional grant dollars available for that. Because where do we put the Cherokee Floyd area? Did we put it under this, or was it community? Where did the grant dollars come? Was there grant dollars associated to?
Yeah, that was neighborhood resources.
That was coming from here.
Yeah, neighborhood improvement grant. That was one of the 4 I mentioned.
I'll put up the mayor's suggestion and kind of re-up a suggestion that I brought up last year. Is potentially reimagining the neighborhood section as like community and neighborhoods, or like citywide identity and neighborhoods. I think it's part of how do people in our community, in our city, feel connected to one another, right? Neighborhoods is an amazing way that we do that, but also within community well-being, we have the city identity project, kind of that community-wide identity. We have all of our city events, under community well-being, and I'm wondering, should we pull that out to its own kind of like connectedness section within the plan, where all of that lives, where all of our projects about how we bring people together live together, and then have community well-being be focused more on kind of like health and wellness.
So neighborhoods becomes like a community connection, so something you're moving.
Yeah, it's a really important part of it still, but because we've done so much good work there, I almost see that like the scope of that could evolve to all of our connections, of which neighborhoods is a milestone, kind of keystone pillar.
And I did have a note that was one of our ideas, to move that branding project into neighborhoods, because it's all about connecting people.
Thoughts? I'm not sold on that idea. I mean,
Last year,
yeah.
Let's replay the tape.
I do think, I mean, I think both, I think communities and neighborhood relation, kind of neighborhood connections are both very, very important, but also two separate things. I mean, I don't want, what I'm afraid of is if we say, hey, we've done a lot of good work in our neighborhoods, now we're gonna transition to community-wide relationships. I think we're gonna lose something on the neighborhood side. I think the number one most important thing with the neighborhood resources program is getting literal neighbors connected with literal neighbors. And it's very, very important also that neighbors connect with people all over the city, but those are different, to me, they're different categories and should receive a different, each receive their own focus. And I'm afraid of I could see the neighborhood resources program kind of converting itself into a community relations, community-wide relationship program and losing that emphasis on neighbor-to-neighbor relations. And I don't want to do that. So I'd like to keep them separate.
To be fair, I don't want that to happen either. I think I have kind of not an either or, a yes and approach to this. And I mean, if you look at community well-being, the diversity of projects that are within that category is quite broad. It's everything from our parks, our rec centers to, community identity and city-wide events and all these affordability, like all of these different things are in community well-being. I think anything about how we connect people could come out and to not touch neighborhood resources, to keep it a priority, to not harm it in any way, but continue on in full force and just add what is an easy part of Forest Hill and what is an easy part of Inglewood.
I'm trying to figure, so we had grants available for this. Is there opportunity? I'm now thinking about beautification. Do we have like grant funding in place for neighborhoods or groups to get together to either clean up their alley or clean up a problem area? Because we're talking about Cherokee and Boyd being an example of a parking lot that just was an eyesore within the neighborhood. Have we thought about doing that for other areas like alley? I'm just kind of wondering from code enforcement, were there problem areas that they highlighted that may potentially could go towards this kind of program?
And I think, Madeline, this is the perfect time to go there.
Yeah, so there's the two grants that the neighborhood program offers. The neighborhood improvement grant, that's up to, last year we did up to $3,000. And so those are for larger scale projects like the lot at Floyd and Cherokee. And then the Get to Know Your Neighbor grant, neighborhoods can apply for $100, $300, or $500. And we had 2 or 3 neighborhoods that actually organized alley cleanups and rented a dumpster and just organized that way and used the grant funds for that. So it can be used, those grant funds can be used on a variety of neighborhood events, anything from socials to neighborhood cleanups.
So I think the answer is yes, Mayor, but it's a matter of, we need more neighborhood group leaders to step up. We need more connections and those will continue to grow. I think the fact that we rolled it out in 1 year, we've got 4 improvement projects that are really cool. I'd like to see next year 12. I mean, no pressure, Madeline.
Okay, there's a metric right there. There's a metric that we can add now.
I think we've got that metric, don't we?
Somewhere we do, yeah.
But I think that definitely can go with the new neighborhood map and just bring an identity that way, which then leads to bigger projects like this. But just, man, I can't remember the last time I saw you. I can't remember, but just so much great feedback from neighbors. There's people that are doing snow buddies that actually aren't signed up with the city that I've also noticed. So having 30 that are just that, that are identified, there's a lot more. And they've just been doing it because I think they saw the snow buddy and they just reached out to the neighbors and said, I'll do it. But no, there's just been a lot of great things that have happened with this program, man. Just kudos to the entire team.
I concur. I was gonna say the same thing. I'm really pleased with the Neighborhood Nights program in particular, getting together, visiting with neighbors and the various other neighborhood connection events. I went to one of the block parties this year. It was awesome. So.
And Madeline deserves so much credit. She has worked so hard on this program and really grown it in such a short amount of time that we should all be impressed and commend her.
We are. Thank you, Natalie.
So we have success that we want to build on here, and I think that's part of the messaging is we've got some winning going on, and how do we continue to build on that winning? And great suggestion, can we expand the scope of the grant or make sure that we're really pushing that out there? We've got some good wins going on. What other wins would you like to see chopped up? And again, no pressure, Matt. What other things do you think might fall under this list of additional projects for our neighborhoods, or do you feel comfortable with where the list is now, albeit small, and the progress that we're making, and the goal should be to continue making progress in the areas we are?
I think this is good. I think this might be just like communication thing where it's just like, I'm trying to figure out like what else can fall into this grant program. So maybe we're throwing out ideas to some of the neighborhood groups that said, you could also use these dollars for this. Kind of like to your point where you're talking about the public library resources available, like they have a state art desk. Like it's just making people available or communicating what's available for these dollars.
Yeah, and I think that's gonna be part of this strategic communications plan for neighborhoods that we're talking about.
Okay.
And how we engage with the group leaders at the various stations.
Right. Yeah.
Just to wrap up, I do feel that this is enough. I just want to suggest strongly that we not work in a siloed manner, that this is highly collaborative with the placemaking, you know. There are so many wonderful opportunities where there's overlap like that can also extend some of our funding opportunities and still maintain, you know, individual contribution team by team, but.
Yeah, that's a great point. Thank you.
I think one last item there is to, how do we expand National Night Out? That used to be nationally recognized here in Inglewood. And a lot of big things happened. So, and I noticed over the years and over the decades, it's kind of gone down to what it is now. But that was a big item. That was a huge item.
I think now that we have a community relations coordinator over at the police department, she's working very closely with Madeline, and I think Sam can probably speak to that. I think that's one of her primary goals.
Yeah, there is a lot of coordination that I hear with the police department and this program, and Neighborhood Watch is one of them. So that was quite successful. Also, when we have an event that's across the local police department in the neighborhoods, we're able to tap into those resources that you guys develop, Madeline, and we can have community meetings if there's a crime problem or a disorder problem, we can tap into that. And have meetings that are led by the police department. So there's a lot of crossover and Neighborhood Watching.
Great.
Can I ask a question about just guidance on the planning process? Maybe this is for Tim, but if we're not going to add projects, we all want to keep the program going. We want it to continue to grow and succeed. Does it stay as a project in the plan, or how does that work?
Yes, what we tried to do we started last year, which we want to continue this year, is things like Steve Andrew Lewis mentioned. If it's something like, okay, we've completed the grant program because we launched it, that was the terminology, that we would then turn it into a metric that would be part of the plan that we would use to monitor success. So a lot of these, I think we would have that conversation, but you're obviously not seeing today, but that we would try to convert the ongoing programs that have launched their projects into the measurement so that we're still tracking how effective they are.
Yeah, I'd love to see it grow.
I know we're behind schedule, but can I just throw up one time right here that I've challenged Chris and Madeline on as we think about neighborhoods, is thinking about equity and the fact that, you know, to me, it's no surprise that the highest income neighborhood in the city of Inglewood was the first to, you know, hit their sign. That's not because we gave them some preferential treatment, it's because they know how to access resources. They're empowered. When you look is west of Santa Fe, those neighborhoods are not in that same boat. So how do we do additional, you know, community outreach to them, make sure that they understand what tools and resources are available? Not only it's a project, but it might be.
Yeah, very good. So I got an idea on that one. When we reopen Baker Park, make a real big deal out of that, big celebration.
Great plan.
We're also to set a goal for ourselves that we will have, you know, organized and active neighborhood groups in different geographies within the city, or, you know, we'll have them maybe one where it's an apartment complex, or, we can kind of figure out like where the nucleus is.
And that's something that we've talked about, these, neighborhood group leaders aren't confined just to the boundaries of that one neighborhood. Some of them cross over into other neighborhoods, some are smaller, some are bigger, so, yeah.
This is great. Thank you. Great feedback. And it sounds like we're winning and we want to keep winning. We got success going on and we want to build on that. So we've got some maybe additional suggestions and a little bit of refinement, and great job. Great job.
Thank you, Madeline.
Thanks, everyone. Nice work.
We skip.
Well, we are. We did that right earlier. And Chief, you're up.
Seems like we covered some of this. So we talked about SEPTED previously, which is one of the outstanding projects that that's left unfilled, as well as we have a couple that we're waiting for data to come in. So we have some that are built around crime stats, high accident stats. We'll talk about that in just a minute. So those are pending. So those will continue into next year. We actually mid-year, with Tim and Sean's suggestion, we added a couple into the strategic plan, and again, those surround crime stats. Every year we produce a community safety report that has all the stats. We'll have one that comes out hopefully next month that has the 2022 stats. There's a lot of conversation that we've had in these meetings with council around those, to include the property crime. So that's one of the goals, one of the strategic plan items that we'll move forward into 2023, as well as high accident patients. So that's already moved forward. I can envision some questions that you might have relative to the 6 new police officers who were granted in this year's budget as something move forward into 2023. So if there's any conversations about that. And I will say, and circle back to that high accident locations a little bit, because I know Victor talked quite a bit about that. We've already identified the 5 highest accident locations in the city. We've formulated a plan. We haven't had a chance to sit down and meet on these yet, Victor, but we've identified education opportunities, engineering possibilities, and enforcement strategies. I know we talked a lot about its enforcement. So when the conversation revolved around what's the best approach to resolving the problems, and like you said, Joe, it's not just enforcement, but enforcement's part of it. We also include the engineering and the education. So that's in the works. So there'll be more to follow on that. So with that in mind, what do you guys have for us as we move into 2023?
And so as part of this question, we've got, 3 that haven't been accomplished in this area, which means that we've accomplished the rest of what we had initially listed under the safety header. And so now the question becomes, and beyond what the chief's already indicated, what additional projects need to be added to this list? What else would you like to see in this list? Or should safety be sunset? I don't think that's something you're probably going to do. Again, it's a terminology thing, I know, but it's a possibility, because again, when it comes to strategic planning, the question is what's in the plan. It doesn't mean it's not a priority. It just means what are the top focuses. So here it is. Again, not probably a popular thought to sunset the word safety out of anything, but I want to put out that it's a possibility. The question becomes, if that's not the case, do we continue doing what we're doing, or do we add additional projects in? And what would you like to see added if that's the case?
We spend a lot of time talking about zero transportation fatalities, caring for the well-being of our constituents. So I'm curious about line items in the strategic plan for the PD that is around officer protection, officer well-being, just taking care of the force and the team. We've got extra challenges with, part of the United States hating police officers now, you know what I mean? Just what do we need to do? Are we doing enough to take care of our officers?
Okay.
So.
Great, and we're adding.
I don't think it needs to be called out explicitly, but it's something I definitely think about all the time.
I think it's fair and reasonable to have something brought back related to how that's being addressed and what that looks like, yeah. Absolutely.
Something that you shared with us in the past is, you know, the needs you also have of the community to lock your car doors and do these things, put out, you know, outside lights to help, you know, keep your houses safe. And something that I love that I've seen from your department is like this new catalytic converter educational event. That community education from the police force, this is how you can be a good partner in keeping our neighborhood safe, I think is really powerful. I understand that it's a huge time commitment. It takes a lot to pull those things off, but I think some sort of focus around community education is really great.
Great, yeah, and that's one of our field goals for 2022, putting the crime prevention, community relations specialists in place. And for those of you that have met Crystal, she's doing a fabulous job. And that's one of those programs, and that really helps across the board. We'll talk about crime stats, reduction of crime, as well as the education piece of it. So yeah, that's going to continue.
So regarding, how do you pronounce it, septet? What's your septet? I know as part of the whole city center redevelopment conversation, we've been talking about that aspect of it. Is the police department involved with those discussions, or is it more, who is the SKB? Like, is there somebody who's in charge of that aspect of it? Is it someone on the city side or police department, or somebody on the developer side?
Yeah, so right now we have a joint, we had a meeting that involved facility, about over a year ago, that involved PD facilities and parks recreational library involved. We have a joint spreadsheet. The majority of the projects right now are falling either under facilities or under parks rec library involved. So where city manager's office is kind of playing a loose role coordinating it. PD, and she's correct me if I'm correct, is really playing an advisory role. So, facilities, for example, has ideas in terms of, they did, 6 months ago for a new security contract or new ways of having post orders. It comes from facilities, and then police says, okay, yes, it's the right way to do it, or here's some ideas on how to do it. So they're really playing more of an advisory role.
Yeah, so there's the project side of it we've talked about through facilities and parks. We are involved with the police department on a proactive basis, maybe if it's proactive. If there's a specific, say, a house burglarized or business is experiencing difficulties, our community relations crime prevention specialist can go out and do a SIP-TED audit for that particular location and help them with, with lighting issues and alarms and, different ideas that they may have to become less of a victim. But that's more on a small scale, proactive. I think what we were talking about earlier is larger scale as a result of that audit, the SIP-TED audit that we done completed for facilities and for the parks.
Okay, I guess I was thinking of it in terms of like new developments that go in and around the city, like is there a SEPTED portion or analysis that's done as part of any new new construction that's going on?
Not that I'm aware of.
But something to think about, and I think to your point, thinking about, one of my fears about getting a crime prevention specialist, is that, oh, we've got someone now, we don't have to do that. Right. Really, everybody, officers should be thinking about this, with every interaction they have with residents. Our code officers, our public works staff that are on the front line talking to folks. We need to all be thinking about this, because really when we look at, as a leadership team, when we look at the biggest challenges, crime is one of our biggest challenges, like top 2. So how can we all as departments become engaged in the business of reducing crime? Whatever that looks like. I'm thinking, brainstorming, like, how do I incentivize staff members who are driving city vehicles that we'll give you $20 if you spot a crime and report it, or if you do a code violation that is ends up getting resolved because you turn it in. And I'm really trying to think about, we've all got to get engaged in that work.
I will support that program.
Well, and it rolls into what the city manager was talking earlier with the last presentation about equity within our community too, is make sure that we're looking at some of the underserved populations that maybe historically don't get that type of services. So that's important for us at the police department too. That question came up at the last Wednesday's meeting with the state representatives on the number of trailer parks we have, right? That's 4. There was conversation, well, we have 8, was there 1? And it's actually 4. And they usually, the services they get are reactive. Something happens, city rolls in, provides services and then leaves, but try to be more proactive in these underserved areas to include SEPTED and other things that we're talking about is important.
One of the questions I have, and this might be an opportunity for a new project, is on the response when what I'll call a major incident occurs. And we saw this a couple times last year in District 4. The example that comes to mind is the exchange of gunfire on Lapan near Bellevue Park. And subsequent to that event occurring, I was contacted by neighbors, and they weren't by and large dissatisfied with the police response, but afterwards, a lot of them were left wondering, what now? What do we do now? So our response was to engage the community relations specialists and have a neighborhood meeting in the park and discuss some of the things that have been going on in the park and hear from the neighbors. And really that contact with law enforcement after this occurred, I think was helpful in sort of tamping down some of the concern that those neighbors were left with. So I wonder if there's an opportunity here to make that sort of a public outreach a part of standard operating procedure after one of those incidents occurs. Unfortunately, that wasn't the only firearm related incident that occurred in District 4 in 2022, but that response in particular, I recall because I was somewhat directly involved in what happened afterwards.
Yeah, and you're at that meeting that we had, and Christina and some.
But if you contrast that with the response we heard from the officer involved shooting further west, night and day. Why is that different? Because you have an empowered group of residents who are connected to resources, and you have another neighborhood that, when Sam was going over that on site, a woman came out, English as a second language, and said, "Can you please move my car?" Whereas if that had happened in Arapahoe Acres, they would have gone and said, "Move all this out of the way, I'm getting out, I need out." I mean, that's the level of empowerment you're talking about in these different socioeconomic neighborhoods.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, and that is the crossover I was talking about when I first walked up with with our neighborhood identification. When these type of incidents, large scale incidents happen, we already have that network in place and we can go to and hold these community meetings like we did down on Lapan by Bellevue Park, which was very successful. Actually, parks that we're still working on some of those, but the lighting is one example. And took community polls on what they would like to see done when it comes to lighting and traffic flow and parking lots. So.
Yeah, I hear you. It takes the cooperation of the neighborhood as well. I mean, in this case of Lapan, we had one neighbor who was instrumental in assembling people around him to go to this meeting. So
yeah,
that was.
But I like the idea of making it like a standard response.
Yeah.
Even in a neighborhood that would never think about it because they're scared of, to contact their government.
Right.
Maybe it could be a letter, or some sort of communication from the city, maybe it doesn't always have to be a public meeting, but something proactive
Right.
to show that we're on it.
I think that's the thing that I hear most commonly from residents when something like this occurs is what happened? Nobody's telling me anything. I haven't heard anything. And then I talk to the police department and they say, well, we were out there knocking on doors. We talked to tons of people, but this one person didn't get reached for whatever reason.
Yeah, I do know that we're doing a better job through communication, with our specialists and working with the communications team across the street on, putting out messaging for incidents as they're occurring. And then after they've occurred, to try to put out as much fresh information as you can, include press releases, but not everybody does social media. Right. So but I know we're doing better in that area.
And we have an opportunity to liaise more with the burgeoning, neighborhoods. I mean, the various advances we've made in our neighborhood groups, maybe as that grows, it's an easier way for PD to communicate and get messages maybe more readily dispersed without you having to, even in addition to what communication is doing, but about who are neighborhoods, but just this directly to those neighborhood groups and entities. Because those are developing so beautifully in our city.
I like the face-to-face interaction with the community, although social media is quicker and very concise, but you don't get everybody on social media.
So many of our officers are cute.
I also want to recognize, I know that request is a heavy lift because immediately following an incident, the police department's priority is not, let's tell the community what happened. It's let's figure out what happened so we can deal with the offenders and, close the issue. So I realize that sometimes does distract from the primary mission, but I think from a standpoint of the general public, it's important for them to know as much as they can about what's going on.
We have a policy of going door to door after an event like that, like after a SWAT team's out in an area or some high profile, we'll go around, knock on doors, whole block, do knock and talks, talk to people, tell them as much as we can, try to alleviate any concern that they may have, safety concerns. Of course, you don't hit everybody.
Yeah.
We make that attempt right after the incident is over. And
When you do that, do you leave a note or anything on the doors? People.
no, generally it's just knock and talks and see who's home. You tell this neighbor, hopefully that neighbor will tell the next neighbor, across the fence maybe. And
one question I brought up with Sean about communications around, emergent situations is whether it's, we have a fire kind of in the city limits or there's a shooting, it's just the immediate communication to citizens who are like, what's going on in the moment. I know sometimes we've done reverse 911, sometimes we've sent out a rap alert or text, but it's not been, I think, super clear or consistent what that policy is. And I think that's something that maybe we could think about, that proactive communication, but maybe it's a more holistic policy about, whenever something like this happens in the community, who's in charge of doing what do we send out, how does it work? So that people are getting information before they have to come asking for it from us.
we do have upcoming study sessions on that. We're working with a communications team to talk about crisis communication, police communication, how that overlaps with the city communications team. And we're not sure if that's on the agenda yet. Chris, we're working on.
Your folks are gonna put that on the
Yeah.
agenda, but I think we're doing it.
Yeah, we're drafting a PowerPoint and working on that. If it's not on the agenda, it will be soon.
And this dovetails nicely into our conversation earlier about responsiveness and having a discussion about how we define responsiveness under certain levels of urgent, important, and that discussion as well. Councilmember, you maybe had one thing to say, and then I want to move us forward if we can.
Yeah, I would like to see a little bit more active patrol on Broadway and 285. Just driving down, up and down the street, because I mean, Broadway at times is just really the speedway.
Yeah, it is.
And it's during amazing times like rush hour, where you see people coming from the south weaving around and through. And it's,
yeah, that's part of our focus on high accident locations, identifying, trying to put our resources where the problems are. And the high accident location school zones, areas that have special traffic needs, when we're specifically talking about traffic.
yeah, certainly
Trying to be
Clarkson
very
and
focused
Logan
with our.
along 285 or Lottie or Little High.
Chief, do you mind if I ask you one question? And maybe you're already doing this, but how is it that you interact with the medical district? The reason why I'm bringing up the medical district is because they own their own parking lots, so they have their own security for those parking lots. But we know that there's like high crime rates at parts of that. How are you interacting with Swedish, Craig? Does it make sense for you to be interacting with the DDA? Like, what's the best way to figure out a security situation across City Center, South Broadway, and Swedish?
So there's a couple things come into play. That one of them is parking issues in the medical district. So we have our new parking management officer that's his assigned area, and he also meets with the staff up there of Swedish and Craig. Tries to work with the construction companies that are doing all the constructions, because a lot of the parking problems are from them. So anyway, we're trying to manage that through education and enforcement. As far as the criminal, like you mentioned, that's part of our hotspot policing program, where we identify smaller geographic areas that are having specific problems. We work with our crime analysts and we research the issues, the types of crimes, the data, the hours, the people that are involved, the pattern of crime, and then we really focus down on trying to have an impact on that. We work with DEA occasionally, like you mentioned. We work with the SIU, the Special Investigations Unit out of Arapahoe County, which we have an officer assigned to that task force.
other task forces that are out there and really try to drill down. It's one thing to put officers in an area where that's having a specific problem. It's another thing to have those officers look at the specific problems, the times, the days, the people, the cars, the networking, and try to have a
Yeah, I guess what I was just concerned about is that there's information that may be coming from Swedish Craig, but doesn't get relayed to us. So how do we have that communication to make sure they know what they're responsible for, and then there's that handoff, I guess, for other aspects. And I know they know, but I want information to be shared, I guess.
I feel really comfortable not sharing information.
Okay,
We have a good relationship with them. Some things get missed, yeah, but we work really close with Swedish. And Craig as well.
Yep. All right. We okay on this? Thank you very much, everybody. Thanks, Chief. Appreciate that. Thanks for the list of ideas. Thanks for the additions to that. We appreciate that, and that's gonna be reflected. Tim, kick us off. Last section.
We have one more section left. I know we had hoped to be done by 3:15. You can tell it's 3:15. We're not quite done. So hopefully we'll be done by 3:30. We just had this last one and then I'll wrap up. So I believe Mel England, our sustainability coordinator, is on the line. So the last section is sustainability refinements. One thing I wanted to point out on this is, while we certainly could, if that's the direction of council, we did not explicitly ask boards and commissions for their input. However, the Sustainability Commission did take it upon themselves to write a memo that was part of your packet and to present some suggestions. So Mel, these are not coming from her, they're coming from us, the commission, but she, as their staff member, is going to be here to present them if you have questions. So I'll turn it over to you, Mel, and I'm happy to move the slides forward if you'd like.
Everyone, happy Saturday, and thanks, Tim, for the introduction. As you said, I'm just going to go over this very, very high level. So to start, the commission recommended around built environment and infrastructure. Overall, they're really hoping for kind of a refinement and to kind of look at projects, are any duplicative that maybe could be honed down to one project. And then could some kind of be more specified? So one example they gave was, we have a project in there, improve energy efficiency in the building code. What does that mean? So could we be more clear on that? For community resilience, they had some project ideas for additions. So they recommended something around projects to reduce the heat island effect in our city, and another one for specifically for an emergency solar electric backup system. They had specifically listed kind of the police department or civic center, some kind of big name buildings for the city of Englewood. Next slide, please. And then economic resilience. This is the only one I want to spend just a little bit of time on. So the commission had requested to clearly define the difference between economic resilience in the sustainability plan and economy in the strategic plan. And if you look at the sustainability plan, you could see that our economic resilience is lacking a little love. And so I wanted to kind of mull over that and see where the differences were. And so in our strategic plan, we list economy as a city that retains and supports existing businesses while attracting and promoting new business ventures. So I really see, at least me personally, I see this as a really high level of how is Englewood bringing in new businesses and ensuring that the current ones, are happy. And then on the flip side, we have economic resilience. We have and we define that as a local economy that can foresee, withstand, adapt, and recover from adversity. So I really see this as a more in-depth look at increasing resiliency within businesses once they're here, once they're part of the Englewood business community. And some examples kind of that could go along with that. So if we look at that word adapt in that definition, this could be around, assisting businesses with, as I'm sure we all know, the new state mandated legislation for a plastic bag ban. How are we helping our businesses not only survive that new legislation, but actually maybe even potentially thrive under it? Similar with the styrofoam ban that is going to be coming in 2024. Or another example could be kind of increasing a business's energy efficiency to kind of help them protect against fluctuating energy bills that, surprise increase in an energy bill can be a real burden for a business owner. My dad was a small business owner, so I know firsthand kind of through him how rough that can be. So that's kind of how I'm seeing the differences, and I just want to give that example if that's helpful at all. So then moving next to energy, the main theme here from the commission for their recommendations was really to hone in and modify slightly to the ones that we already have. And the only one I want to call out here is that they, for the project that we currently have to study and pursue decentralized solar gardens for low-income households, they recommended actually replacing that with connect more low-income households with no-cost solar from nonprofit partners. And I just want to specify what they're thinking of specifically is the nonprofit Grid Alternatives, which already has a partnership with Arapahoe County. And this nonprofit gives completely free solar to low-income households. They do the maintenance for free and everything. So I believe the commission was thinking we already have the resources there and a nonprofit that will do the work. How can we just better connect our residents with that resource that, again, is already there? Next slide, please. Perfect. Clean and connected transportation, a lot of energy and a lot of excitement around this one. Overall, really, they were just looking for increased micromobility in the plan that seemed to be lacking in their eyes, and then also increased education and infrastructure for pedestrians and bicyclists in the community. Next slide. And then to end things, we have air quality. So they recommended having projects related to indoor air quality. So right now we do have a project in development, so a second tier relating to kind of exploring education around indoor air quality, but they're hoping for more kind of tangible projects. For waste and recycling, they had the suggestion for a project to enforce unlicensed trash operations throughout the city. And then to close for water protection, really these both are just around kind of incentivizing and finding ways to increase water efficiency while also making sure that we're economically resilient as well. So that is a really, really quick summary of their suggestions, and happy to take any questions there may be.
So I'm going to make a facilitator's audible here in the interest of time for a second. There's a lot inside of the modifications here, and I know that you're probably going to want a little bit of time to absorb those and maybe provide more specific refinement feedback, as opposed to maybe, because we've got a large package of things to consider. My ask of you is to take a look at those, and if you have additional questions related to what the policy refinements look like, or you have objections, to let staff know that, hey, I'm uncomfortable with this one, or if we don't hear anything, it feels like we're good and we can move that forward in the February, March discussions. But in this case, it gives you time to process a little bit more on the refinements. And we can go ahead and, just because we're over time, do some adjournment for the day. And Mel, thanks for all this great work. Really appreciate that. So we have that time to be able to take a look, provide some feedback. If you have objections, let us know what that looks like. Provide that over to Sean or Tim, and they'll be happy to do that. And with that said, that's our time for today. I just want to say thanks on a Saturday for putting this in. It matters for the community, and I really do appreciate it. We had some great discussion earlier about some different governance thoughts, and I really appreciate the robust discussion you had. Big thanks to staff as well for putting in the time and effort for this update today. And if you have anything else, Sean would be happy to go ahead and address anything that you've got. Sean, did you have any closing words? Or Mayor, did you have any closing words?
Well, thank you to everybody.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much, everyone, for taking the time. Thank you, Member Russell.
Hi, all.
Hi, thank you.
Back in mid, you know, like, no, the first one that I gave wasn't very good.